You're just a hobbyist. Yeah. On cafe has it every day. That's fun. It's good to start off, over quality, and then you realize 7 years. 9 in November. It seems like now, I don't know if there's more or less each time. You guys about it last time. I did it for a year. That's what I was looking at myself. Get more spots. You got to lose spots. Yeah. And if you don't want that, then but the other thing is also utilize it. A lot of people come in and they get the time they pile it. And don't think it's just the material side. It's just being on. It's hard to figure it out. If you can only do 3 weeks, then you got to be writing on. Stuff you got to record stuff. On stage. You're more to work. I'll be late though. Alright. Maybe dreams. Went up to his wife. Joe, teaching the youth. He's on Twitter. Wow. Palestinian. Is Carly your middle name? Wow, what a terrible. Yourself, I would say use your own name. It's interesting. It's the worst middle name ever, right? Yeah, I'm sure that's what he wants to hear. Coming up next, what is it? How do you say? Ass-fire. Ass-fire. Just make this in Los Angeles. No, but I agree. And people like a while will know. Yeah, it's catchy. Yeah. Openers, everybody fucking can be. Do you remember when Zach Carl was in the 3 Hangover movies? Exactly. I love that. I'm a big believer in that. You morons told me to change my last name. And, what is it? Hinchcliffe? You're going to say Hinchcliffe, right? I'm a big believer in Macomb Barnett. Macomb Barnett is spelled Macomb Love it. Change it. I'll say before Anthony Michael. That's why my whole cause is to get down to the team. Fucking recognize it. I'm like Brett Butler. 2 T's. Your next comedian's name is Sean K. I actually said to myself, the only way I would truly know I'm funny is if I can make Denzel Washington a great character. That's one thing in my mind. But it's funny, man. I gotta apologize, guys. I'm not the same when I don't sleep. I get a little bit out of character, like Mel Gibson on day. So my friends, they all hate and complain that they say I'm acting like the Wendy Williams show. Because whenever I don't sleep, I don't know if you guys ever seen the Snickers commercial, but I turn to an old lady, black woman when I don't sleep. And it's really strange because my mother's even worse. But she doesn't sleep, she's Kanye West. And I'm like, Mom, you need the Snickers bar. You're not the same when you don't sleep. And, yeah, I'm just like, here's 2 cups of coffee, 3 cups. Just wake up, Mr. West. And, people say that white people don't hit their kids. That's true. I've never used to hit she just got in my head. It would not be out. Like broomsticks, chandeliers, my father, whatever. She's trying to get me with. Alright, Sean K. Getting the full minute. Kicking it off to the first. Not nice. Alright, you're missing. You brought up Kanye, but you didn't your mom being Kanye. Set up a lot of premises. Do it. Denzel Washington, Mel Gibson, Wendy Williams, Kanye West. You basically just did a monitor of the fire. Yeah. Drop the line. No, it's what I was gonna say is like I feel what last time was I was like really uncomfortable on stage, and today I feel like even though I didn't get as much laughs as I did, I feel like much more comfortable. And I feel like to me like that's just growth. So I think we're gonna say you look like Whitney's about to stay by the bell.
It's like if one of the wildlings from Game of Thrones did stand up.
Yeah. I don't know about a wildlings, but a video White Walker, it's not few people.
These comics to them.
Game of Thrones joke. Yeah. Oh, you don't stupid goddamn show. Oh, you don't watch it? Oh, okay. Trying to get the nerds in. Right. I love it. Yeah. I'm not scared. Lannisters always make your fan. They don't have phones. Get oh, I like this. Punchlines you can have. He's right. There's no fucking punchlines. I didn't even know we were college. Right. I'll be straight up, but that doesn't matter. Because you're trying to get a moment in your pocket. Wow. So you're right on stage. And no, I agree. This was punchlines. I didn't know what you were stopping at. Just throwing out the system. That's okay. I like doing it. 2 years. Year? Not too late. A year, right? Okay, yeah. So what you want to do is you want to start trying. If you've got, like, you see your jokes in scenes, right? Exactly. First of all, what the fuck are you trying to say? Where you going with it? Yeah, you're gonna have to figure out where, like, people remember the story. People listen, waiting, and just going out of that. You know, take the time, listen to it, figure out, say to yourself, what's the main idea of this joke?
You think last week, by last week, where you really need to listen to your set, record all your sets, and really write it. Don't be afraid to get down. Be like, all right, every day, 15 seconds, I need at least a or something like that. And just put it in your stories. You need to really, I mean, the story first is cool, but you need to really have to. I can relate to it. I always have the, this section. Are you a fan of stand-up? No, absolutely. Your favorite? Be like a top. Yeah. More fun. No, it's just even if this might help look at some of like his sets and like map out where the function of the labs are and use that and like document because there should be getting the last opportunity for the and they're just I mean he said they just work out.
Whenever you get another black woman that you foreshadowed that we were about to.
I know. I was waiting for Kanye West to act out so bad.
All in LA?
Yeah. How many times a week?
You have any jokes?
Just like what?
That's close to me. I have a story about you. I think
It's a voice studio. You gotta have like a.
where are you from? You from South? Like, yeah, I was born in Florida.
Me too.
It's all right. Who is that? What did that guy do? Fuck him. Yeah. Put it on tape. W. Flanagan.
He used to both nuts.
That's a rush. No, Flanagan jail on the beach. How old are you, Sean? 21. You're gonna be a monster one day. Do you do a lot of spots? I try to go every night. Even the big three problem that you're just going up everywhere every night. I'll take these offshoot rooms in LA sometimes better than the studio. trying to tie it in. Yeah, exactly. Getting out of character. Don't get a good day. Oh, I thought you were. I'm sorry. I meant that's how you were trying to get that in this call. I do much in a minute too, so it's like I was trying.
It seems like the thing is the show is established as that can't be used as much. No, we know what it is. Everyone gets a minute.
Exactly. I mean,
you work within the laws of that minute.
I've mentioned this a few times. Yeah. It's much better to try to do 50 seconds and stretch it out on stage than it is to run a minute 30, try to get as many jokes out, because then you're just too fast and fitting and you lose your natural beat. So it's always important for me to
more than a minute.
I've had second base. Minutes, 1 minute was the difference between like a new comedian who has 15 minutes doing 1 minute, or a guy that has an hour that's put together a Tonight Show. Just that you don't see somebody doing a 5-minute Tonight Show trying to put 8 minutes in it. And then press the rock, and then that's the Washington milk. Don't do that. You just got to do the time that you're getting in your voice.
So I think you also know, you can't get, I think an over 5-year comic, I couldn't. There's no way. I could not do it. There's no way to have it. No, where you get one in shot, it's like going backwards. It's almost like the USA basketball team lost pick and roll. You know what I mean? Like, when you get so back to base, it becomes more difficult once you're Does that make any sense? I mean, a lot of my material is, I can do it one joke.
I mean, the point isn't on the show that they're doing it set. It's not like a showcase.
I'm on your side. It is work. Like, he's trying to do more. You have like just that story was what? That was a minute, right? That was exactly 45 seconds. Take your time.
So much better to take your time with that. Makes you sound different. So sweet. What was that sound, Josh? What was that name? Thank you, John K. Adorable, voluminous hair. Yeah, time flies up in the 15 minutes left, and this is when we spend time with our 2 regulars. Since we started the show, we've had 2 girls each week, always a brand new week. And that was great. Sometimes it was good, and sometimes it was a train wreck. But it's always fun, and we love to be with us at Comic-Con and this Friday at the Joe Rogan Kill Tony at the guy's house. We were getting to her first regular. She dropped out of college at Florida, where you guys are from. Yeah, the home of the Gators. She just had a slap before her degree, and she said, I want to try stand-up comedy. So she came on Kill Tony, and she's been with us every college dropout. Kill Tony, it's Kimberly Collins.
Was that music in honor of your accent from 20 minutes ago?
Experience of Kimberly Collins, everybody. Here we go.
Thank you. I think that if we are going to take that away from people, I think that maybe that into profiling. You can't paint a picture that's not creepy as fuck. You can't buy it. Good. They look nice. They never look nice. They never have eyelids. That's the whole thing. And I noticed that like a lot of the massacres, they're never women. So I think that's a big issue. And hashtag yes all women. I mean, I think it's because we are in a bloodshed. I think it's time to start making them bleed. I don't know more about it.
There you go. You're safe. You did the minute. These poor girls, towards the end, they always can it. They want to do, it's great. Very good. Very good job. Yeah.
go somewhere to.
Yeah, exactly. You want to give them the visual and then wondering if you want.
So you go somewhere too with the fact that like we always say we didn't expect that person to do it, and then they can review the photo and because the photo that they use is always taken before the show. Yeah,
I think that's a great idea.
You know what? Now that you say it, I think there might be something that they look terrified, but I think you have to set it up by saying it. They don't have eyelids. Their eyes are so always wide open after you say no eyelids. You know,
See,
hang it with that, and then you can say they always look like they're about to get shot.
They look like they just saw themselves.
well, I'd say I would stay away. I mean, look, I love generalization. I think I'm great. No, I'm saying I do. Luke's thinking about the generalization. Generally, they're always fucking just those types. But when you start getting into mugshots and jack, most dudes go to jail on a fucking not looking wide-eyed.
I kind of yeah.
That's the word. I like. I love that. I love it.
And the bloodshed, very, very funny.
You should put something on with it too. Like, most of these guys kill because of it. There's always a murder.
Well, look at always have reason. It's like they kill. They're like they never just like go out and like fucking
I think that's exactly it.
Yeah,
And I think if it was a minute and a half or 30 seconds,
yeah.
women don't do that. They do that. Maybe next week you could even kill
Our own kids, not other people's kids.
if you kids, you're an asshole. If you kill your own kids, you're just cleaning up after
That's so
yourself.
funny. That is so fucking funny. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
Fucking
There you go. Let's go. Then you get
Look, I had this idea. I thought it was gonna work. I guess it didn't. Move on.
take that for sure. Yeah, that's going right into the whole thing. So there you go. Emily Hahn.
I love it because was picked up for rebuttal at the end. That was really appropriate.
Kimberly Condon. Again, these from Comic Con in July. Your next regular always takes a little something into something a bit bigger. Your very fun style. Put your hands together for Sarah Wine. Shake everybody.
What's up? My mom's getting cookies. I was at my parents' house yesterday. On the fridge were just tons of fortune cookies all over the fridge. Jacket. Mom, what's going on here? You look mentally ill. You can't be just collecting these fortunes like this. It's weird. You're a smarter cookie than that, Mom. But weird because in China, fortune cookies, right? There's certain allures that the East has. If we put the fortune cookie or the fortune at the bottom of a Happy Meal, you pissed off. They'd be like, where the fuck is my ketchup? What's this piece of paper? Where's my ranch? What's this piece of paper? I'm just sick of fortune cookies. I don't think they need to exist. I'm tired of that guy who always yells in bed after everything.
Super out the bear. That's a rare treat. Normally the girls don't do that. They know better.
McDonald's employees would never put ranch in a Happy Meal. We're taught.
Yeah, sweet and sour sauce.
I'm sorry.
No, I love it. But
The vibe immediately from this, the real story might be funny. Is your mom really putting fortunes on the fridge?
Yeah.
So, is she eating Chinese
smarter cookie joke was Garfield kind of way.
Even you can get out.
I knew that it was so.
I've never seen you do that.
I just think of jokes like that.
I know. And I'm like, I was gonna say that my dad said that.
I've seen you do 50 different things, and I've never seen you laugh at yourself like I can't fucking believe I just said
I
that.
couldn't believe it either. I was like, all the friends were like, ugh.
Let's get back to the real thing. So, did you ask your mom about the fortunes?
Yeah.
What'd she say?
You know, I don't know. Don't bother me.
How many fortunes are in the fridge? And how many magnets does it take?
Well, I was going to say what would be funny. This is kind of something similar to just changing my the magnets have sayings on them. And it's holding up a fortune. They're contradicting each other.
Right.
Like, you ever see those,
today,
like those inspirational magnets? I said that my wife had one out there with fucking, it is cornmeal. It was just like I was reading the magnet to read the fucking corn. But you can do it with fortune.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I mean? You're just
The advice, all you have to do is open up a view for it to really get
It's like
all you need to do is open up a view for it to get really contradictory. You know, you open up one where it's like, tomorrow you find your true love, and your third one will say, savor the flavor of loneliness for a while and find yourself. And it's like, what?
And also, because now I'm just thinking of this, again, after you do whatever, but the fortune says something, the magnet says something. You have those stupid ass fucking magnets that people make words with. You know what I mean? And there's all this shit going on in the refrigerator.
Meanwhile, your mom has more lucky numbers than anybody else.
Like as bad as it is that she has all those, at least she doesn't go up to random Chinese people and ask them for advice. At least she takes it in cookie form, but she's like, please tell me, am I gonna die tomorrow?
Does your mom take advice in real life? Well,
Not get advice well.
but I mean, at least she's handing the fortune cookie. Or and you can't tell her anything, she bites out of a fucking cookie.
Your mom will question about this. It's like, not very close.
Yeah.
Like,
No, we are.
Me, I don't care. This weird obsession that she's
A lot of women.
And why are the Chinese? Why do people say Chinese people are wise? Society's
they can always look old. That's why they always so old.
Oh, yeah.
There's other people that when you see the feet, you think they're also talking to them.
Yeah, like they're mad.
so young. Is that my favorite Chinese people?
You make me feel so young.
Yeah. I want to know more about the real thing and maybe how you might end up thinking with that in your family would really concern me. If my mom started doing that, I would ask her many questions. What do you think this is about? I mean, it seems like you didn't do that. You're just like, oh, don't bother you? Okay, cool. Just letting your mom completely.
Yeah, now that we talk here about a will. The Happy Meal thing didn't work, and not just because of the technical inaccuracies, but because of the fact that it's like the Chinese food, they still give you the sauces and the napkin.
Better than the fights.
But
I agree with
Happy Meals are, who are 5, and Chinese food is made.
Now's a great time to talk with your mom or Will. Find out if she'll give you her fortune.
Can I make a quick recommendation? That's funny. That's great.
Sarah, thank you so much. Sarah Weinshank on Twitter and Princess Vibes is at me Mike Lawrence on Twitter. Yeah, anything you guys want to promote?
Do we call that one that's the cookie joke crumbles? I'm at the Mike Lawrence on MikeLawrenceComedy.com. I'm going to be at a comic book convention in Miami, December 6th. Yeah.
When is this airing? 3 weeks? Shit. I think I'm in Austin.
Awesome.
I'm in
Great
Austin.
time.
I'm in Austin.
Stock.com, right?
R-E-T-E-R-N-S-T.
Kansas City.
Kansas City.
At Josh Martin Comic, always helping us. Our favorite Patriots are at PTC on Twitter. Very, very great Twitter mind. Always be jokes.
July 23rd.
feels good to go by a team. And it's long day we're doing a comedy show. There's a lot of comics that are in town for Comic Con. They just want to be spots. It's going to be awesome. Joe Rogan, Joe Smith, you can try to stay right now in terms of comedy. So we're guessing about that.
Thank you so much, the live audience. Thank you guys for coming out and always supporting. We'll see you guys Monday. Go Tony! It's really true. We're doing a kill myself. This is crazy. This is like going to in your neighbor's house when you're a kid instead of your kid. You know, and like hoops are a little bit different. Like the basketball players and the girls going over. And I'm really connected yet. How you guys doing? This is fun. Different angle. The setup, the audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor for everybody. Delicious diet. Sponsoring your show. Be like, what happened? remember very happy to have you back. I'm glad that you on us.
Got your back.
Meanwhile,
Ready to go.
are we?
Yeah.
Guys, are you ready to guess? Put your hands together for him, everybody. It's the welcome to the show, guys. Doing it. Now, Dom, you've been on the show. So you have an idea of what's going on.
Is this real food? Yeah, it's rotating. Cheers, guys. Food. Yeah. Because you're not. You would owe me $10. Oh, we've gone off to a fucking rag start.
What was that?
It's hilarious from the. Yeah, Joe's first time here. He refuses to go to the comedy store, DHO. It's actually fun. We've been looking for a long time to have you on the show. Yeah, we should be doing like live podcast from here. Yeah.
Yeah. It was good on here.
But I'm a little too high to talking to people. So no high contact.
Starting to relax, and then I took that shot. He didn't warn me that cinnamon stuff. It's a whole different thing. My mind was not prepared for that. What's like fucking big red gum?
Yeah, I was thinking it was probably something whiskey-like, but added flavor.
I mean, that's a real nice surprise.
Yeah. You know what the fuck you just did after drinking one of those? Dude, you know what the fuck you just did?
Big city. So,
Don't peonies come from? That's the fucking juice.
fire. That's how it starts. It's all a fireball.
This glass. 3 more of those. I think I got another one, Amy. That's how it goes now, really. I think you should rocks in there. That's how you know what they mean. He's not even drinking his own, trying to pass it off. Yeah, you're one of those chicks. It's like a special drink. Oh, I mean, like, great. What are you drinking the same thing? I'm just gonna sip on this. In a tradition, I get fine. I go to the bar, go pot, and then you know what I like. The regular.
Tom, what's your drink?
Maybe I'm done with you. Hey, Kevin, do you have any questions for our guests? Yeah, Tom. I'm speaking to you from a microphone. So, you're not we're named like Comedy Central. 50 greatest comedy.
Thank you. I'm very bitter about that. Joe, you know who beat me out 78? Centric Entertainment. I just do jokes to people over. He has a nice friend. We dance. Exactly, earthquake. Caps, you have a question?
Just to put me on the list, that's amazing. Joe Rogan, one of the greatest cutting edge, stand-up comics ever. Your body of work is huge and beautiful. You're always coming up with new stuff.
So the question is,
just get higher so much. Yeah, you can't get any higher, but it's also the act of being in a plane is something hard, especially for plant animals. It's a terrifying thing. There's something about being terrified that makes you creative. So I come up with a lot of shit. Like, oh, no. I come up with a lot of that.
I love that.
That sounds like a lot of love. So nice people all do it. When after a while, it becomes like a meditation. After you're ready for like the 20th time. Wow.
Your system worked out. That's a very specific question.
Get high and create your
Being gangbanged by these Armenian guys. Who's writing like crazy. Creativity.
makes sense. I would certainly switch it up.
I've been talking with you guys forever, but unfortunately, this podcast is actually comedians doing stand-up and doing 60 piece. Talk to them and figure out how we can help them in any way, shape, or form. That's what they all signed up for. And many of them are waiting just outside that door for their name to be called. They put in 267. So I haven't even seen it. It really is just the entire Hollywood. They're dressed better than I usually dress like it's a Friday night. I usually only see it like Sundays and Mondays. We only like it. It's very exciting and it's like we get a deep cardio.
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Oh, everybody, 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 everybody. If you're asleep right, you need to awake. If you're awake right now, because the only riser finally bestowed upon us their extreme precious time and effort. So thank you so much at fucking 3:15 in the morning. Thank you.
Like one, and your stream was down, you weren't in here, and I came back, and then your thing was on, but you like didn't appear to be conscious. So
Right.
I think and then I looked on your YouTube stream, and then it was like no stream happening on YouTube. It just had like the rumble. I was like, what the fuck?
That's a great question. Yeah.
Thought you're the number of all time.
I am.
Bullshit.
My 25 streams, like 20 like a flicker of the router or something. I can't explain it, but at least 3 of them were still going, so that's good.
I'm sorry, what part of the continuous human data repository did you think didn't include the word continuous?
It does.
I'm just curious.
It does. It had 3 of them going. I'm not kidding. I had that top string is going in, and no joke. Like, they'll be able to lighten it when I say the scientists and the archivists of the world. But you're right. I awoke. I was like, what the fuck happened? And dude, I did such a smart thing, right? Maybe it's smart. Oh, well, firstly, apologies that I like. Basically, if it gets past 11, I sometimes don't know if you're coming or not. So I'm like, I'm just going to bed. And I don't come so late. Why is it so late?
I mean, I've been waking up at it's not super late for me.
I know, but it's come early.
Well, I didn't know because you're the one who's up in the middle of the night all the time.
That's true. That's true.
I've been dragging my schedule, not my schedule, backwards. So I'm dragging.
Okay, well, let's say just for our own sanity, if you're gonna come in, if you can, I mean, I don't care. You come in whenever you want. You know you're always welcome here. But if we're gonna watch a documentary or something, try to come in by 10 p.m. If you come later than, and I'm not saying I'll absolutely always be up, but I'm doing my best to try to get my hours straightened out because it's just, it's just very difficult. I mean, you're in the same boat, so if we agree on that, but come on, I love having you here. Can I tell you some stuff?
Yeah, go for it.
Firstly, how are you?
Doing good. I think I hope ChatGPT has helped me sort out my mural thingy mabobber. I was just using it right now to email both the district person and the Business Improvement Association. We're like trying to gatekeep the wall for the mural festival, and basically what I propose is like, the wall is now for the mural festival. The mural festival is in August, so I've been organizing this mural for like months now. Created a site-specific design, providing like these materials that have permission from like the business owner and the property owner. Allow temporary mural installation from like April until the festival, and when the festival comes, you can paint over it. But I just really trying to use it as a stepping stone in my mural career. Hope they won't to sabotage that plan, and then they'll be open to it because I tried to take the least on road possible.
I understand that.
We'll see.
Do you think?
We'll see if the people who have stolen my wall are going to be nice to me.
Do you think they will be?
I mean, it seems like they have no problem just bulldozing me right now, steamrolling. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, if not, also another that I have for, but again, it'll be hijacked the moment I try to apply for permission for another one. But at that point, I just laugh. Whatever. Can't paint murals in town. I have to figure something else out. But it's fine. The important thing is that I am so ambitious and confident in my ability to paint murals that I'm not gonna let. There's just one wall of trillions of buildings, so it'll work out as long as I just stay persistent.
Yeah, incorrect. It's not trillions of buildings, but I get what you're saying. And even better than
Future with modular houses, it could be
really, probably not that
I mean, what do you consider a building?
4 walls, roof. That's basically a building.
And are buildings on the inside or outside?
So that's question. It's subjective. Okay, so this is just, you're not alone in this process. All artists have to go through these kinds of what do you call it? Hoops that you have to jump through, and you just be patient. And I would go being like to reserve this wall for this certain area for this event, and then have a backup. I mean, like you said, there are a lot of buildings out there, and where you live, and if this one doesn't work, there may be another one that works, and it may be better. You never know.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I have permission from a flower shop in like the alleyway, so just do it there. Hopefully.
So do you have
Even though
to,
or yeah, there's another spot that's even nicer private. So I was gonna say, like, please let me pay wall, and if I get work as a result of this wall, I'll just give you like a commission off of it. It's right off the highway, hundreds of people go by.
do you pay for the paint?
I mean, that depends how you structure it. Right now, like the first one, I'm just volunteering my own paint, which I have a decent level. Paint alone is probably like a few $1,000.
It's very.
Yeah, I mean, for spring, it can be pricey. Yeah. But,
Well, it depends the titanium in it that you have, and like the like if you get like low VOC, like the volatile organic kind of like environmentally friendly paints that you sometimes need to use, it can get expensive pretty quickly.
yeah, I mean, spray paint, I guess, is generally kind of similar price, but even just like varnishes for like UV varnishes are like hundreds of dollars. I'm doing a video today on David Chow, who I told you about before.
Yeah, you're obsessed with this.
And he, even though he's like super rich off, fortunately he got all his money in Facebook stock, so I don't know how you tell you're a metaverse, but affecting his stock price. But he was of massive wealth. He will go to the Home Depot and just, they have like a oops section in the paint aisle of Home Depot where it's oops paint. Either someone ordered it or they screwed up the order, and then so he knows the guy that works there, and it's like the bargain just paint, and you can get like I don't know how many liters or a gallon. It's probably like a gallon for like a standard paint thing. Instead of like $40, they're like $10. And then he said that he can like negotiate it down to like $2 because there. And he is also saying you would hack if you go to like the wood section where they have like the cut it yourself thing, and people you just grab free chunks of wood. And so he's still very mindful of how much he spends.
Yeah, there's almost a game to it, I'm sure, at that point too, like that he could spend extra money for all this stuff. Like, there's nothing better than a good deal, especially if it's like creating art, and then he can tell everybody like, yeah, and like this is all recycled wood, or these are all mist-tint paints that would have just been, you know, destroyed otherwise. So we basically made it something really beautiful. That enhances the art, in my.
No, that's a good way to. I didn't even think of that. That's very true. I'm sure it is kind of form in a way because you could blow it up, or maybe it's just the principle of it, and because you like grew up doing that, it's just like it doesn't leave you. Maybe
Ingrained in it.
Yeah.
I get that. Okay.
Yeah, there's. I think there's got to be a red called like frugal. I think.
I'm in all that shit. I'm in so many different Reddits I can't count anymore, and I love Reddit. Like, I can't believe they banned me. I understand why they have, but like of any site that I use, aside from the streaming and Discord, I'm bored. I'm on fucking Reddit. First thing in the morning, I'm on fucking Reddit. It's not Twitter, Instagram. I'm on Reddit all the time. I learned so much interesting shit on Reddit. Reddit has made me smarter. It's made me into far more. I say this with a passion. It's made me into far individual. I'm into before, especially when it comes to art or that I know time for that shit. Which maybe I don't. I don't have time to just be like reading a book all the time. I'm doing what I can. Like they really, I love these really like aesthetic Reddit subreddits that'll be like somebody will play like a show a picture of just like a mural and say, please recommend me a book that looks like this, or please recommend me museums like this, and you know what I mean? Like you can get um, that kind of theme from something, and people be like, oh, like so. Imagine you did a mural and it was like a deep dark forest or something like that. Somebody might should read like Sweeney Todd or Frankenstein or something like that, and like that's a cool way that AI doesn't really. I'm sure it's frustrating at some point because like 40% of all of AI is built on Reddit responses, and Sam Altman owns 10% of Reddit, so he has a vested interest. But there's all kinds of stuff like that. This thing, this fucking brilliant in my own way. Okay, well, let me finish though with you. Uh, you just need to continue strong, be patient. I'm gonna reject you, and that's okay. And you've got some other backups, which is totally fine. Reject you, and you might be able to do that. Your mural or ChatGPT to tell a lot of the work, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it might be some other opportunity. I mean, as long as I just keep the treasure hunt going. That's the other thing. Murals that it's like the part that I like of it is like game of it. It's like you see other artists that are doing like creative projects where like they're painting like a cruise ship or they're doing like a mural in like a really sick hotel like lobby or all kinds of mediums basically. Another thing that I'm getting into is getting a sewing machine. Just like sew these like crazy art, like my art on clothing and stuff. And keep on pushing.
A worry of mine would be, especially in LA, if I ever did a mural, the second that it goes to target for people to tag. Do you have that issue?
Yeah, I mean, that unfortunately kind of I've really seen it happen. I've had friends of mine that have done murals and then some disrespectful person with like black bubble letters over it. I think that if you do on a large enough scale, then it's not really a problem because those people that are quickly doing bubble letters are not going to like go up on like a 15-foot ladder to go over your thing. So you can kind of avoid it with scale, but you can also avoid it, I think. I mean, it depends where, I guess, but if you do something really amazing, typically people like will respect it more. And like you have like cities like San Francisco or whatever, and I've been to San Francisco, and there's some like really amazing murals there, and they've been there a long time because they're really good pieces of art, and it's just like people respect it, and it's good, I guess. But it does suck if you work hard on something and then some guy just scribbles over it, and then you have to literally just go back and repaint the whole thing.
Yeah,
it is.
It's just a matter of time. Long enough amount of time, every mural will get some kind of graffiti on it. They like tomato soup on paintings. You know what I mean? Like even like really expensive ones, like to prove a point paintings. So I was wondering if an epoxy that would protect your art, and then if somebody just like tagged it, you could just remove their tag. And I'm sure it exists. I don't know how realistic it is, and also like a lot of times epoxies that are in the sun for long periods of time can cloud, or they can with the color of your art. But it's just something you have to go through. Okay, and anything else going on in your life you want to share?
I just got my new Yeezys ordered or received them from China that I ordered weeks ago. I got here pretty quick. I'm just wearing them around the house because I had these pair of Yeezys that I wore in like, I don't know, a while ago, a long time ago, and they're like the comfiest shoe that I've ever worn. So I need a new pair of shoes because my other ones are falling apart. So I got these fake Chinese Yeezys, and hopefully they're gonna be super comfy.
Do they fit
right
you?
now? They feel like moon shoes, kind of like super spongy, which is why I like very like stable.
Do they fit you?
Really planted. Yeah, they do. They do fit pretty good. I thought they were gonna be too big, but they're not. They don't appear. They feel pretty snug. So.
What size shoe are you?
Normally I'm a 10, but then the internet they size up with so they're really, really narrow-toed shoes. So I got
6'4" and a 10.5.
Yeah.
That's small.
Well, 10.
Or 10.
I think it's.
I'm 5'9" and 3/4, and I'm a 13. I'm a freak.
Yeah, I guess.
What do you want me? What do you want me to say?
Well, my friend size 14, and he said that nearly impossible to find shoes, like because his feet are so big. So you're almost in that category.
Exactly. I have very big hands. I have the hand of a 6'6" person. So one time, this is like 10, 15 years ago, like 10 years ago. But they were trying to invade the United States market with cheap products. Basically, it was Temu before Temu. except I think the quality was better. No, I don't know because I don't use Temu. But so I started ordering stuff from AliExpress. It was interesting. It was like it was everything that Amazon was, except it just didn't come as quickly because it had to sit on a boat. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna buy like all these shoes that I'm not a sneakerhead, but like I guess I've become one sort of. At least just having some knowledge of things. And I bought all of every single pair, but the originals and then like the different ones, like the main big ones, maybe like 6 pairs or so. And I bought them. I took a risk, and I like when you would buy from those websites, they don't sell that shoe in like anything bigger than like an 11, because like Asian feet are pretty small, so it was really hard to find this stuff. I found some that would say that they're like a 13, and they were all just made for a smaller person. And I would like, I don't know, maybe wear them a couple of out. They look like Jordans, but they hurt to wear. So I was wondering if you have a more common foot size. So that's good that they're comfortable and everything. And you can't tell the difference, can you?
Yeah, not really. The quality of these replicas. I mean, the shoe itself is like 10 years old or something, so they've had a lot of time to reverse engineer it.
Right.
And there's entire stores in China. Easy, you can walk into like physical stores and stuff.
Right.
It's pretty interesting how many knockoffs Yeezys. There's like a whole market. The only concern is that they get like stopped at the bling because apparently like replicas are not allowed or condoned. But, there's just one pair, so ordering like 10 pairs, like cared. It looks like you're trying to sell them, but
right.
These are just for walking around.
Very well. Look who stepped in. What do you want to play, Riser?
Yeah, also, William Montgomery. I got an ad that William Montgomery in a couple weeks on my Instagram, and I was like, damn, I gotta go see this guy. But he's performing a little bit far away, and I don't. I mean, I could actually drag a friend of mine out there, but I don't know if my friend is gonna like William Montgomery at all. So.
She's an Uber.
Maybe like $200.
Oh, okay. Too far. I don't.
William Montgomery is the worst comedian I've ever seen.
Okay, have you ever looked in the mirror?
I watched WWE. I watched WWE in Tony, and William Montgomery was performing, and I had to turn it back.
I didn't watch it because it's not like I love Kill Tony. I'm watching Kill Tony right now, right? Like the old ones. And I heard, at least in the forum on Reddit, that people were like, don't order this one. If you're gonna order one of the Netflix Kill Tonys, don't make it this one because it's not very good. So what did you think of it, Zoo?
It's fucking terrible.
Okay.
Have you not seen his Kill Tony performances? Because he does pretty well most of the time.
He picked the Undertaker as and the Undertaker wasn't in character. The Undertaker wasn't in character. The Undertaker has like this mysterious vibe to him.
Right.
And then never really lost. He broke in character and got a podcast, and now he's not on Undertaker and Rob. not say it's the reverse.
Right. That's true.
And just you made tens of millions of dollars just for the guy who made tens of millions for saying nothing and just walking. And throwing people. And then it breaks the character. I don't know. Maybe
He's like super friendly and stuff.
just be weird, like just be like don't talk. Just don't talk.
Okay, but then he wouldn't be invited as a guest and he wouldn't be on podcasts. He's made a lot that much money. They get a lot of publicity, but WWE has for years been for like 40, almost 50 years been screwing its wrestlers. It will not let them unionize. So like he's at a later age, he doesn't just have the ability to be. His body can't take all the endeavors of being a professional. And I understand he has that reputation, but I get it. It's called character. Yeah, he was a little different. He came about later. He also did movies.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, what big movie was The Undertaker? That he was like a star. That's like Joey Diaz was in The Longest Yard. Like he wasn't able to have a paycheck. But John Cena did movies that were like where he was the star, so he made more money there. And then he also did he sold a lot of merch as well. Not to say that The Undertaker didn't, but John Cena the last 15 years.
The Undertaker.
They don't make that money.
Solo touring?
Just randomly going to sets and dude, I remember
Undertaker was a draw card. Undertaker was a draw card for WWE. He would have been one of the highest paid.
Yeah, okay. I'll look up what he made. I mean, these are facts that we can find out. I remember when the Undertaker first arrived on the scene in WWE, which is long before your guys' time. He was so scared.
WWF.
Yeah, exactly. WWF then. How much has the Undertaker made from the WWE? Now, a lot of this money is going to be from. That's not that good. That's less than $1 million. I'm not saying that's terrible money, but that's like.
Well, it probably made like way less to start than I had.
That's true too, dude. And like he would face off against Hulk, and everybody would be like Hogan maniac. Like Hulk Hogan was like one with America. Like he was like the ultimate icon. Of the WWF at the time, and then you get just
Andre the Giant.
No, Andre the Giant was way bigger. No, he was like 7'3". No, he was way bigger, and Andre the Giant was. I'm saying this is after Andre the Giant died, and they needed WWE go up there, and he would like he would roll his eyes back in his, so he just had to out everybody. It's just like larger than life kind of. And you think those guys, when they're doing that, they're like, oh, a lot of bills, and they're on the road.
The difference between the Undertaker is like household name. Everyone knows the Undertaker.
That's true, but the money to Vince McMahon. Let's be honest. Like, this guy only made $500,000 a year. Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon's not a good person.
No, he's not. Anyway, the Undertaker. Yeah, Tony is obsessed with wrestling, and so he merges these two worlds. Anything that he's into, he like merges into his world. And WWE definitely. He did a roast of WWE last year that was not televised because it was so bad. And then this year they did Kill Tony Fest or whatever. It's.
Do you think John?
Go ahead.
Do you think John Cena is like?
And I know he was supposedly like the #1 person all time to do wishes, like meeting kids who are in hospitals who are gonna die and stuff.
Who's the Rock or John Cena?
The Rock. The Rock is like arguably the most bankable person in Hollywood. He has like things in his contract that say he can't lose in the movie. He can't lose the fight in the movie. And if you look at he's in a movie, Blockbuster. He isn't the top, the absolute top banked actor in Hollywood, simply from the fact that I think it's Scarlett Johansson because she does Marvel movies and stuff. And she makes so much money, but like I carry those movies as opposed to a movie. If The Rock's in the movie, it's like much bigger. Did either of you see the Rock, that fighter movie? I didn't.
Who do you think the biggest wrestler in the world is?
I'm biased, but it to me will always be Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan made the WWF a thing. Before wrestling was really unique in the United States. There wasn't one national brand, regional brands, and Vince McMahon from like Connecticut basically was able to buy all the smaller, all of the smaller ones, the smaller wrestling companies, and then kind of united them under the WWE. And then eventually Hulk Hogan. And then Hulk Hogan, like WCW, where it was like, so it was like every kid, I did like every kid basically under 13 from the years 1998, maybe 1996 to 2000 had a New World Order. No idea what that term, because it was related. And he made the wrestling. Another was Stone Cold Steve Austin. That was the WWE. It's called the Attitude Era, where they would like rip off women's bikinis and they'd have like painted boobs and they'd show it on TV. And then they would use blood. They don't.
No. Quick subject change. You there?
Yeah, it's not too quick though. Go ahead.
David, the children, right?
Okay. I heard Russell
David Attenborough?
Sorry?
Russell Brand or whatever was charged with rape as well. Is that true? I get all my celebrity news from Zoo, who gets it all from Instagram.
Accounts, like different users. And
Right. Are you ready to lose?
He's charged with, and yeah, David's charged murder, and there's a lot of people that knew about the relationship, and that was the motive behind the murder. There's a lot of people that knew about the relationship that should also be charged for trying to cover up the relationship and knowing of the relationship to begin with, and not reporting it to authorities when they knew.
Do you think you should be charged?
I only found out about it after she was murdered, so I only found out who he was after she was murdered.
Same here. I feel I'm innocent in the deal. Do you know that both have Riser knows?
Ring on Zoo.
What else?
As per usual.
Hey, Sue, you know I was on an Australian podcast yesterday.
Do you know that I was on an Australian podcast 2 months ago?
It was last month. So I had a feeling, I had scheduled these things midday, and I just had a feeling that this guy, I hadn't done a follow up with him. Dude, are you going to accept the invitation? I had, every time that we've done this, we've had 4 conversations now, 2 of which have been on podcasts. We normally do follow up emails to each other, like, hey, looking forward to tomorrow's discussion or whatever, just as a friendly reminder.
I haven't got an invite.
Okay, Zoo, you've got 12 invites. That's one.
Now I've got an invite.
Okay, fine. And I just had a feeling, I don't know why, but I was like, you know what? I bet that if I don't send him an invite, if I don't send him a reminder, he's gonna something. I just had a feeling. And
Rabbi.
dude, I'm in the middle of a fucking story, so shut the fuck up. And I figured, okay, and so I figured, and I was right that he did not. So I sent him an email when we were supposed to meet, and 40 minutes later, he apologized. It's 3 p.m. California time, 8 a.m. Brisbane time, something like that. So he, I slept in. He apologized, and we did the interview, and it was good. It was on mega projects. And we talked about building a tunnel and bridge system from Southeast Asia to Australia, and we talked about greening the outback, basically making it like a like suitable. And this guy's like an Australian, like I don't know. He's like MAGA, but Australia. I wouldn't say that, but like he's like make Australia great again. He's like really into Australia, like Australian patriotism and stuff, which is cool. Like I like that about him. Like it's unique. And and so I was like use desalination and basically green the outback. There's a amount of land there. And he's like, but we don't want other people here. And I'm like, I understand, but you all want to have children and grandchildren, right? And you want them to have a place to live, correct? And he's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, well, they're not going to be able to live on each other in your like 6 major cities. That's basically all that you have if you don't expand. And he's like, no, that makes sense. We talked about straight tunnel. We talked the Darien Gap in an environmentally friendly way. That's the area between Colombia and so that you could drive from North to South America. We talked about. Okay, cool. We talked about. We talked about building a bridge across the Strait of Gibraltar to connect Africa and Europe. It's just an overall good conversation.
Did you hear about the like Saudi Arabia's building some building twice the size of the bird, basically to do it? They're using super concrete, which is like 5 times more durable and expensive than other steel beams, like the special grade alloys, and they're like reinforced with super steel alloy or super metal alloy. Very costly.
That I be a consultant.
The space elevator.
Yeah, great. So the main issue is tensile strength. People's work like there is an emerging type of, you know, like carbon fiber cables. And these carbon fiber cables are much stronger than your typical steel cable, and would do theoretically um, the environmental impact of being a space elevator. And he was all about that. He was like, and we discussed like it's a total it's a total waste of money sending rockets up. They're not always replaceable, and why would you spend all this money when you could just build a, and so read on that is cool. And these conversations are really short. They're like just 20, so a ton of time to get anything. And I wanted to talk about more. Like I wanted to talk about Sea Bridge, a bridge from Africa to the Middle East, the Red Sea. That would be very beneficial.
turning our salt water into ice cubes, or what's the purpose of it?
No, a space elevator is a go in space where you don't need rockets. So basically, think of
No, you can transport anything out into space.
that's true. It's basically a cable car transporter into space, but you don't need to use rocket fuel.
Right. I mean, doesn't we need like an anchor at the top of it to like pull out?
Yeah, that needs to be in geosynchronous orbit. Once you get it in permanent, like I don't want to say permanently, it needs slight adjustments. But basically, it's like if you get a cable from the Earth to space far enough, it will stay in geosynchronous orbit naturally.
Oh, so you just have to get it there and then
Exactly. It stays.
float?
Exactly. Like, you know how satellites just kind of float in geosynchronous orbit? Taking a cable from one of those and bringing it to Earth. I've seen renderings of this, like really cool videos of people who have them, or who have created them. These theoretically came from Florida, but I don't think Florida. I think a place like Kuwait is like the ideal place to have it. The temperature is really consistent. They don't have to worry about monsoons, hurricanes, or cyclones or anything. They have the money to be able to do it, and not only that, about like 3 years ago, I was in a Twitter space with a guy from Kuwait, and he's like, "This is they're gonna listen to this, and they're gonna want to be the ones to sponsor it." So I wanted to.
Yeah, I mean it'd be like basically like the Panama Canal, and
Exactly.
there's only one, which there probably wouldn't only be one, but the first one it came out and there would only be one.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Just you're 100% right, but like there are.
When they need like a Kuwait space program though to justify it, or it just doesn't even matter. They have the perfect environment. So
They have the perfect environment. You can use international relations for that kind of stuff. And an advocate for building another Panama Canal, at least one. There's a way to do it through Honduras, and it was originally proposed before the Panama one, but it's just very mountainous. And then the other thing, the proposed Ben Gurion canal, which is a canal that's basically through Gaza. And there are theories that the reason why what's happening in Gaza is happening is to make space for this new canal. There's also a thing that was announced recently. Israel is sending 300,000 people to build a new country there. A lot of shit's happening. And these are like mega projects for the coming centuries. Like people don't realize it, but the earth is evolving.
What are they sending to Argentina? I didn't hear it.
300,000 people to create like a mini colony.
Say,
Go in the water. Zoot, what happened to you?
I had to go. I was having to do mental health. Take a break. I'll be back.
Zoot, don't go. Zoot, come on, we're gonna play Cutthroat. Are you ready to play Cutthroat? All right, I'll take that as a no.
Bounce.
I know. Okay, before we do another game, dude, I developed the sweetest fucking bot for making memes. Oh my word, is this fucking thing great?
All right, so do you know what Getty Images are? It's like all the undertaken by a company called Getty, related to J. Paul Getty, founder of Getty Oil, at one time considered perhaps one of the richest people on earth. Anyway, so it's like basically their photo company, and usually you have to pay like huge amounts of money to use these people's pictures. But I figured out a way to just bulk download different pages of these pictures. And so what I did is I bulk downloaded like super hot women of like Audrey Hepburn and like Marilyn Monroe, like Mary Tyler Moore, and like all these really pretty ladies. And then I built a bot that automatically creates, just takes bottom, just says Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filtered by live with my link tree below at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And I've made like 500 of these memes, uploaded them to the internet in the last like 24 hours. And I haven't even been to like, but yeah, so I got going for me. So what's the purpose of this? Basically, if you create a meme and you just leave it, thousands of people will do it over the course of months and years. And it's just like basically free real, like that other meme. It's free real estate. It's like, why not create as much content? There's a theory, there's a phrase in politics. I don't like the guy who's credited with it, Steve Bannon, but it's called flooding the zone. Basically, that's the theory. When you've got something bad, like publicity wise, well, I don't have anything bad publicity wise, so I don't want to make it seem like that. But my thing is, I have another rabbi beating me in search engine optimization for my own fucking name. And so I've got to beat this guy out. He's dead. He's been dead for 60 years, 50 years. And but he's still beating me in search engine optimization. I've got to overtake that guy. So the way that I'm doing it is just flooding it with as much content as possible. And so I want you to look at some of my memes. Can you go to a browser?
Okay.
And type in IMG FLIP, image flip, IMG FLIP.
Okay, I'm there.
And then type into the search Rabbi Rabbi. I think that should work. Now, I haven't been doing this that long, maybe like 3 days, so these images haven't necessarily populated on Google yet, but they populated on here. And you can see I have.
Please type Rabbi Ross and YouTube and filter by live.
Yeah, those are just, so here's the thing. I see that. Go down, like, those are just, those aren't the memes. Those are really, frankly, the, wait, hold on. Those are just the templates that I use of, like, all the hot ladies. So if you go to the section below that, you can see some, those are, so the ones.
Famous Kabbalist, and Orthodox Jewish Rabbi Michael Nash, Rothschild, Rabbi Street 24, 65,
Do you see where it says images and then it says fun, and you can change it to all, and then go to images, and you can see, like, I actually did make so, like, do you see the one? Do you see some of them, like Rabbi Rothschild, hashtag viral rabbi, the most lovable person of all time. And then the thing
for Rabbi or about
that one actually populated really well in YouTube, or on Google. So anyway, if you look at the views, like some of them are views, 78 views, 14 views, 57 views, 16 views, 9 views. Like they've only been up for like a few days, and so they do get views. And I'm going viral from doing that by any means. But when you type in Rabbi Rothschild into Google, it's just more shit of mine that populates. And I can only take so many pictures of myself that like are like interesting. Like I'm not going to Bali tomorrow, and I'm not going to Paris tomorrow. So the pictures that I do take are I have pictures of me that I uploaded from like the Hollywood sign and like Disneyland and like the beach, and those do okay, but they're not like, I'm not big like that, but memes really well. So I think it's cool that I created this strategy, and we'll see how it goes. And
probably like other people uploading your podcast or the podcast with your name in it so helps, or just other people posting about you.
It absolutely does. And
I mean, hinging on like the fact that like when people search up your name, stuff will come up about you, and I guess you have. I was reading something where I was like, or maybe you told me where you're like, I know people are searching for me because it says Rabbi Rothschild Pick, Rabbi Rothschild Discord, Rabbi Rothschild Rumble.
Exactly. Yeah. When you the Google suggestions, when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, the suggestions all say that. Even to the point where it puts my whole Discord address in there. So I know people are searching this. It's just Google. Google is taking a historical person and keeping them ahead of me. It's like it would be like your name was, I don't know, Alexander the Great, and you're trying to outdo Alexander the Great. It's like, dude, it's really, really hard, historical figure. It's not still called
There's some guy who I talked to on Telegram who can allegedly just manipulate the Google search results data and get your link of every single thing, including the advertisement.
I don't even want to talk about that. There are so many companies when I that say they can do that. Everybody says they can do that, and then you pay them a bunch of money, and they request you to pay for advertisements so that your whatever the word goes above your competition. Yeah, it's a pay to system. Don't believe anybody who says they can do it organically. The only way organically is the way that I get. Creating tons of videos, tons of content, press releases, memes, GIFs, all that stuff. That's the only way to do it organically.
Yeah, no, he was saying that he literally was just altering the database. Google.
Oh yeah, don't you think Google gives just some random guy on Telegram the ability to do this?
That's just what he claimed, and if it's true or not, who knows?
Okay. Come on, let's use our heads. And Google's a $1 trillion company. Why are they letting some random guy on Telegram have access?
No, he's not. He doesn't have permission. He allegedly is using some backdoor to get in.
Right. Okay, but I mean, don't you think that Google has their backdoors as tight as possible?
According to this source, they not as sealed tight as you might imagine.
Okay, then why wouldn't he?
I don't think it.
Wait. Then why wouldn't
Google's data?
Why wouldn't his result be number one when you type in search when you type in Google? Right? That if you could do that, then you would make your name number one engine optimization, right?
No, well then you're gonna get flagged. But if you just make it like when people search viral rabbi, that yours comes up, then people may not notice. But if you start fucking with like when you type in Facebook.com, when you type in Facebook, rabbi shows up, like they're gonna know.
Okay, I will just straight. Everybody says they can do that. I don't believe. I mean, I've seen these companies make thousands of dollars off of suckers in certain optimization. So anyway,
That's interesting.
oh, dude, it happens so much. All the things, they do have some good advice. They'll say write blog articles that heavily index search engine words or phrases, and that works. That works really well. I one time wrote for every city in Southern California and every city, but even neighborhood. I wrote an article for our website on car washing, and it was a project that I had that I enjoyed doing it, um, and it allowed us to rank anywhere. You could type Irvine, you type in Los Angeles car wash, boom, we show up number one. You type in Beverly Hills car wash, boom, we show up number one. Even like neighborhoods, I would do neighborhoods of places where like you would type in like what's a neighborhood. I don't know, North Hollywood, like is a neighborhood. Boom, we chose. And Los Angeles is really interesting. It was incorporated like a place like North Hollywood is but a place like West Hollywood is its own city. It's like, wait, isn't it Hollywood? Isn't it? And then the term Hollywood, there is no city Hollywood. That's just a nickname for Los Angeles. It's very, but like a city like West Hollywood has incorporated itself, basically broken away from the city of Los Angeles. North Hollywood is a neighborhood, and Hollywood in general means everything from basically, well, it means everything in Los Angeles, but it can also mean like you could call Beverly Hills is Hollywood, even though Beverly Hills is its own city. You say the Hollywood glitz and glamour. Many times people are talking about those people who live in Beverly Hills. Anyway, I just think that that's an interesting thing, like that it's not that clear. Anyway, so I one time wrote these blogs on all like car wash near you, because that's what we wanted to rank for, is car wash near you. And my blogs were everywhere. Best written things at the time, yeah, they were the best written we could get. And then it worked so well that the owner of the business ended up when I went to work I left to work as an accountant because he wouldn't give me the time off that I wanted. He from Yale, who was a creative writer, and he would take my articles and then write 5 articles on the cities that I had written on. And so we had this huge database of thousands of articles, and eventually like just dominate. I mean, that's why like even years later, years after that business is closed, like you like type in things for mobile posh, we would show up. Like that's how much we dominated in the sex market in the United States. So I'm quite proud of that. Anyway, as people say, the biggest market in the biggest state in the United States. No, we'd say the biggest market in the biggest state in the biggest economy. Anyway, that's that.
All with spamming internet.
I can't do. That's what I do. But I'll never forget where I was when I heard the term SEO. I heard these guys talking about SEO. I had just joined this company, and they're talking SEO, 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 and I'm like, what are you saying? They're like SEO. I'm like, okay, I just joined the company like yesterday. I don't know what that is. They're like, it's search engine optimization. It's like the big thing on the internet. It's how you get your stuff to rank. And I'm like, there's a science behind that, and they're like, yeah, it's like a huge science. It's huge money, absolutely huge money. So we brought in a bunch of companies. We even talked with the biggest SEO podcast in the world. He was very helpful, very uh, innovative, very nice guy. I got that arranged. Anyway, uh, the SEO team that we brought in initially, guys come in and they're like, they're telling us like how you can rank really well, and they're like, you need blogs, you need city specific blogs that will be very helpful to you. And so we're like, okay. So I'm like, I can write those in my free time at this business. And I'll never forget this man said to us that at the time, data was the number two most valuable resource on earth after water. And that triggered in my mind. Um, this was before the Economist wrote about data had overtaken petroleum. But this stuck out in my mind that data was a resource and was extremely valuable. I didn't realize it. And that was in 2017 when I heard that. And in its own way, like I think about that all the time. You know, I mean, I've made data my backbone, and I think that that was a big day. That was a big day. And then another interesting thing when we had a guy from the biggest podcast on SEO in the world, uh, he said to us, this was in like 20, that video was the um, emerging medium for the internet, and that like Google was going to be emphasizing and text coming years. It's come to fruition to some extent, but he also planted the seed in my head that video was where it was at. It wasn't in audio necessarily, though audio's big. It wasn't in photos. It wasn't in text. It was in video. And like those two little things, think about it from what I talk about and what I do, like really impacted my life. And now here we see that I'm flooding the internet with as much content as possible. I mean, Riser, do you know anybody who makes as much content as I do?
I don't think that's
I don't think it's
possible.
possible. Exactly. I would say this. I think I make more content myself than all your friends combined easily. You don't have 25 streamer friends, and I am live on 25 different streams, generally 24 hours a day. Sometimes they do go down when I'm asleep, but I still have some of them going, 3, 4, 5 of them going, and it's certainly on the different platforms. It's an incredible amount of data that I put out. I don't know anyone, like, it's a really unique strategy that I've used. That why not create as much? Why not be the person to create as much content as is absolutely possible? Nobody else thinks like that, and I think once people start to hear about it, they will. But anyway, I did. It was really good. It was on Mega Project. It was 20 minutes. There's another podcast that I've made arrangements to do. This is going to work. Well, I think it will. Just take time. There's this guy. He's got 49,000 followers on Twitter. He was the first Uruguayan hacker who was sent to jail or something like that, and be on his podcast. He has a big podcast. Then also Morelight paid like $500 to do these press releases that I wrote for him, and he submitted them. And I kept checking. I kept checking. I kept checking. I did not see. I saw them published, one of them, but they wasn't distributed anywhere, which was the big thing. That's where it was going to be in the Boston Globe and all these other places. And a message saying that the article wasn't, they didn't consider it newsworthy enough. I mean, and that's a good point. I just wrote Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 is the best cryptocurrency in global history. Like that's a hard thing to prove and whatever. So we rewrote the press release, the guise of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 New launches a new merchandise site to celebrate my having spent 1,000 days in their Telegram or something like that, which is more newsworthy. And so they did launch their own site for merch that earns the company um, or earns the currency money. Anyway, so I got that going for me, which is cool. And
An invite.
oh, tight. That's what I like to hear.
That's what I like to hear. I've got an invite. So I'm going to now go. I'm going to check my invites. And then I'm dominating you. Oh, you're just looking to get kicked early this morning, aren't you? You're going first?
I'm sorry, are you complaining? Twang?
Twang. It's like,
What is
you don't know what twang is? It's like the way that people in the South speak. Like that southern twang. That's what that. I guess it's just like a way someone speaks.
Oh, what the fuck?
Do you want
The timer now.
your turn back?
No, I deserve to lose it. I thought I had way more time. Thank you.
Look at this lead. Already up 13 points on my man. But don't worry, he'll get X's, all the Q's, all the Z's. Dog, I'm gonna dominate you so badly in this game. It's not even close.
Once I get these god awful.
I'm up 33 points. We played like 33 points. It's a giant lead. Maybe one of the biggest leads in the history of the game this early. Especially considering I went second and
Shush, shush. Oh my god. Um,
I'm just busting your balls. I have really good titles thus far. Oh, that was dude.
Talking during the backswing is the only way. I just spouting whole rant bullshit. All I'm trying to think. Cheating, but that's okay. So I'm gonna win.
Get out of here. Get out of here. No. 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 Guessing. I don't have a word. You're just throwing tiles on the board. Your time's running out, big man. Oh, man. That would have been.
There was a ladder could have blocked on.
That would have been. A jar's a really good word, though.
It's really stupid.
Yeah, rise or make.
I guess I got rid of tiles on that. Just waiting for you to plop down some S's in the group. That was fun, wasn't it? Wow, it's good. Oh, they close it off.
It was good. Three.
There's no like bonus.
There was a 3-word bonus.
There's not a good bonus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is.
Look at you, just wasting a cue.
I'm fine. Yeah, I did kind of waste it there a little bit. We both know you're just gonna play key anyway, so that's the only cue. Quit or quit or quill or key. Those are the only keywords that I'm using. Thank you for contributing to. Look at this.
That was good.
Someone's got a mess. Gee.
You know what kind of music is going to become really popular in the future?
Moon music.
Fuck you.
I could have played the K there for someone else.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, dude? You doing okay?
I was thinking about getting on antidepressants, but then I was thinking if I get on antidepressants, I might be tempted to overdose on antidepressants.
And you need something, big dog.
That's the dilemma I'm having.
Okay, why don't you get on the antipsychotics for Tourette's? Your country offers free health care. You brag about it, but you don't use it.
Your country offers free healthcare.
No, it does not. Healthcare in the United States is extremely expensive.
Why do you think that is?
Companies putting profits before people. You, my friend, though, again, for the entire time I've known you, you need a therapist. You need someone with whom you can speak regularly about what's going on with you.
You need a therapist.
Maybe I'm a bunch of people's therapist, and I'm of any person you know in as good of mental health as you're gonna find.
That guy down the street has been murdered.
I think so too. That's why you need help, my man. And we're here to help you. We want you to be healthy. Riser, this game is a lot closer than I want it to be. What are the how many tiles are left?
Uh, let me say. What the fuck? How do you spell devious?
Devious.
I don't know.
So you have an S?
Have anything you want tile.
Oh, I see. So they're just giving you the win.
Unfortunately, yeah.
The less people who know about the Ponzi, the better.
About Fonzie?
You want to be early to the Ponzi.
Fonzie like the guy from the Bro, Fonzie like the guy from uh the Happy Days? Oh, major miss. Major 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 miss. I was oh, that's like stepping on my balls. Dog, you colluded with Zoot to distract me about Fonzie. How many tiles
Oh,
are?
you're there's 0 tiles left.
Oh, fuck this! You did collude with Zoo.
Onesie, yeah. I got $12 to my name right
Aren't you going to Melbourne this weekend?
now. Not anymore.
Where did all your money go?
Drugs.
Zoo, what are you doing, dude?
Drugs.
What drugs?
No, not kidding.
What drugs did you buy, Zoo?
None.
He's pandering. With Balthazar.
Shut the fuck up. That's our hero, dog.
GG.
Wow. Great way to have Zoo distract me so you could play size about Fonzie Bear or Fozzie Bear or Fonzie. Zoo, where did all your money go? Did it go to crypto? You bought that stupid coin, whatever it was called, dog or something. Not dog with hat. Oh, monkey. Zoo, where did all your money go?
Yeah, it's way too late for me.
All right, big
5
man.
a.m.
No,
I'm
no, no.
going to sleep.
I know. I know.
Good
Come,
chatting.
hold on. Listen to me. Get your sleep. Come back. Be here at 8 o'clock, and then we'll watch a documentary, and we'll get into a rhythm, and then we'll get our hours back. Okay?
All right.
Can we do that?
Y'all come a little earlier.
Wait.
I came earlier, but you
Dude, you came at 1 a.m. Okay? Listen to me, and I mean this. 8 p.m. tonight. Let's watch the Richard Branson documentary. Okay?
All right.
Excellent. So I'm
It
gonna.
might be a little later, like 10, but I'll try to.
Dog. Well, that's a 2-hour shift. You have to understand. I'm waiting on you, and if you don't come in, then I'm like, well, I get tired too, and I want to go to bed. Let's get our hours back to normal. That way, we're not up till like, 1 or 2. We'll be up till like 11 or 12, which is like more healthy.
Okay.
Just do that.
No, I need to fix my goddamn sleep.
Exactly. So come in at 8. It's fine if you need to make dinner or whatever, around that time. I don't care. You can do that while you're making while we're watching the documentary. But we got to get our hours back. So I'll see you tonight at 8, God willing. Okay?
All right, bet.
All right.
Here.
Hey, best wishes with the mural. Keep me posted.
Hell yeah.
Hey, good job in literati too. That was really good. Take care, my man.
Yeah, that fucking ass.
Sized, dog.
And the Z. Got the X and the Z.
That was ballers. No doubt that, man. What were you saying, Zoo?
And he left.
Dog,
I was gonna say, Zoo. I don't know what the fuck is bothering him, but
he needs. My man, Zoo.
Like everyone. Conquer. You gotta like conquer all the negative emotions. It's not exactly easy.
It's been getting worse and worse, and I mean, I know he doesn't have a lot. Like, I told him, I know you want to go to bed, but I told him before he was going to Melbourne. I said, you're not going to Melbourne. He's like, yeah, I am. I made plans. I'm like, Doug, I know you. You're not going to Melbourne. He's like, it's only an hour flight or whatever. I'm like, yeah, but you and Riser, you know this. Melbourne's expensive in comparison to just the life that Zoot's living. He has no income coming in, and like a hotel
You have
room,
a car?
he doesn't have a car. He's taking a flight,
Oh.
so you know that's like pretty expensive. And I don't know, like getting a hotel, getting an Uber, eating, all that shit's expensive. That he's looking at like at least $1,000 for the weekend. I would say. Maybe I'm a little off it, but if he's staying multiple days in a big city, it's going to be expensive. And I told him, dude,
He's going to see comedy?
yeah, exactly. He wanted to see his comedy friends there. I'm like, dude, you're not going to do
Doesn't
that.
he? Oh. He has friends there.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Come on. They're like the people. I,
Well, you just said that.
I'm saying that he says he has friends there. These are the people from the comedy club who won't let him open for them. But I was like, okay, Zoo, you know, you think you're whatever. I didn't mean to shit on his plan. Just like, you have no money to be doing this kind of stuff. I told him, why don't you just go get a hooker? Like, get your mind off it. Go have some fun with some chick. The hookers there are like extremely prevalent, and it's legal, or it's legal like everywhere where he except where he is, or some shit like that. Um, why don't you go do that? He's like, I can't afford it. I'm like, dude, you're gonna go to Melbourne, which is like $1,000 for a weekend at least. I mean, okay, I don't know how much flights are, but maybe $300 for a flight, maybe there and back, maybe yeah, $300. Then a hotel is going to be like at least $100 a night, and you might have to stay 2 nights or so. That's $500. Then meals in a big city, probably $100 a day. So if he's there 2 or 3 days, I mean, right there, that doesn't get him into any comedy club. It doesn't include Uber. Uber is going to be, because he doesn't have a car, it's going to be another $100 a day. So that gets him to $900. Getting into the comedy club is going to be probably another 20, 30, 40, $50 for a couple nights. Like right there, that's $1,000. It's 950. But I mean, I'm sure coffee or whatever. And I told him, I don't think that you're gonna go. And he's like, I'm going. I'm like, dude, I'm just telling you that I don't think that you're gonna go. Um, anyway, he's not in a good mental state. I keep telling him, you need to seek professional help. I'm not a professional actress, and I don't want to be. There's a reason why I did not get into that field, though I think I could be very good at it. I don't want other people's problems. It's very negative. And I can be pastoral support to some people, but at the end of the day, I don't have all the abilities that a psychiatrist has to prescribe you perhaps the medication that you need. And I have been fighting with him for over a year that he needs to go seek psychiatric evaluation. He he instead just said that he was autistic, so that he gets $1,000 from the government a month. It's fine. I don't even know what autistic means, but I do know that he has bigger issues than whatever he's saying he's getting, just so he can get a stipend from the government. And he's he keeps coming in here and saying all kinds of things about SUICIDE, and he called the Lifeline or whatever, and he'll just randomly say like really sad things, like I'm gonna KILL, whatever. He's gonna like do harm to himself, and I don't want that. I want Zoot to live a wonderful life, but he's just in this spiral. And if he doesn't seek medical help, like I don't know what to do with him. And he's like, I don't want to get prescription drugs for the pharmaceutical industry, all this stuff. They do some good things. There are a lot of people who use their medications and have had really good positive things from them. Uh, not not everything that comes from that industry is negative, and I just
it's a bigger problem than I can control. I miss the old Zoot who would come in here, I guess when he would come in here and talk about how he's a millionaire. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Do you think the money is what is making him so sad? Like, what changed?
The
What
money
was
didn't
fine
help.
before?
There was a period where he didn't come in here for like a month, and he went from $1 million in crypto to $40,000 in crypto, and now I think he's gone down to nothing. He's living off the government, and um, so that can't be a happy transition. And then to add to that, he so he was going to be an exotic dancer. You remember this, and he was. I was really proud of him. He would come in here
Yeah.
every single day and tell me how much he weighed in kilograms, and I didn't know what that meant. But he would then, like we do the thing to pounds or whatever. And like, man, you're doing really well. And he's like, I almost have a six pack. I almost have a six pack. All I need is a six pack. And I kind of knew in the back of my mind, if Zoot looked like a bodybuilder, he still has the personality that can be very off-putting to a bunch of really hot chicks. Like Zoot has shit in the punch bowl uh, personality disorder. If that everybody could be having a good time, and then he's going to mention uh, like the slaughtering of people.
Insert random hate speech.
Exactly. Exactly, Riser, 100%. And you can kind of get that vibe from him. I'm sure you can much easier in person and everything. And so the guy told him, uh, "You need a six pack." So Zoo worked really hard on a six pack, and he looked at and like I was really proud of him, and I would tell him, "I'm really proud of you." And then he went to the guy after Zoot did all this work. He would go to the gym just about every day. It was like, "Yeah, we're not interested," or something like that. So Zoot put in all this work and then got rejected. And I told him, "Dude, you could, if you wanted to, just go to another male strip club. Like there are others where you live, and you could try to get hired there." And he's like, "No," and it just like it shot him down. But then he was like, "I'm gonna be a stand-up comic," and and he told me, "Rabbi, I'm gonna be on television in January," and I was like, with your comedy, no way. There's no fucking way. You're not funny. You're offensive. And he's like, no, I'm going to work on it and I'm going to do it. And I was like, dude, we could come up with a comedy routine for you that's really good and really tight and they can show on television. But right now, your comedy, they can't show that on television. And he's like, nope, I'm doing it my way. So I said to him, okay, I even planned out, we even did the math. It was like in the fall. I was like, dude, there are approximately 16 weeks or something until you're saying this Raw Comedy Festival is or whatever. So you need to make sure that you go every Monday for the next 16 weeks and work on your shit. And he's like, all right. And he went maybe 8 of them, which is still good. Maybe 10, something like that. But he wouldn't work on his he wouldn't work on one set. He would just come up with something new, come up with something new, come up with something new, which is fine. But that means none of your comedy is going to get developed, and also you're not going to be comfortable with it. And believe it or not, he gets on the.
I mean, William Montgomery does that. I mean, or every Kill Tony kind of standard.
Yeah, but
I don't think it's that.
Hold on. But he writes it down. He writes it down. He's basically not a stand-up comedian. He's a reader, which is fine. But there's a certain amount of action that you lose with the audience when you just sit there and read cards to pieces. And I get it because
it's still his form of stand-up, and then it's like I think he's doing it like ironically somewhat.
No, he's doing it because he's lazy.
I know he's reading off the card, but it's like
he's doing it because he's lazy, and I'll tell you why. a real stand. And I watch these people on Kill Tony, these girls on Kill Tony, and the other regulars. They come up with a 1 minute, and it's summarized and it's tight and it's good. William likes to play video games and bang out his ex girlfriend, and, and would like to get drunk and things like that. And have to memorize things. He puts them on cards. It's a crutch, and he likes to do that. Joe Rogan told him, "You don't need this, dude. You're not as good a comedian as you could be because you're not connecting with the audience. When you normally could be making eye contact with people and showing facial, you're just reading to them some really funny jokes. But I'm not putting that down. But you're losing the connection to the audience, and I've got to say,
and it's like 3 jokes, like not even anything to memorize.
Now that's the thing. In 1 hour, if you worked at it, you can get those jokes down. William Montgomery comes from family. His dad's a lawyer. His mom's like well mannered. It's not like he couldn't put the work in. To me, it shows laziness. And I like William Montgomery. He can be super funny, but his funniest moments are when he was on cocaine. And I'm not saying that's good for his life, but that's when he was really fucking funny. And he'd be like yelling at, "What are you fucking looking at, you stupid bitch?" in the front row. That kind of shit is so funny. But like now he's just not saying he needs to be like all fucked up on drugs. I think it's good that he's not. But he his comedy lost a little something, which that happens. Okay, I don't want to take up any more of your time, but keep shooting your thoughts, and I'm gonna just keep pushing on him to get a therapist.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm gonna try to talk to him and feel like I don't know what's in his head exactly, but I feel like well, you focus on pros. Like if you could just like ignore his problems somehow,
Well,
but maybe they're unignorable.
there are medications available, and he ignores them, and they're free to him. And so I almost like I don't think you should blame people for their own mental illness, but I think you can blame people for not getting help when it's readily available. So there's a difference. Like, I don't blame him for having Tourette's. I don't blame him for having depression. I don't blame him. That's not something to blame him. But I do blame him for not seeking help. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, he thinks all vaccines are cause autism.
Well, and
But,
this thing that he's stuck in the past on with his like things that happened in high school, dude, we all have things that happened to us in the past. Everybody does. I hear it with stand-up comedians all the time. Like the second their head hits the pillow, they think about that one time they farted in the middle of the bus and everybody was laughing at them, or the one time that they snorted, or the one time that they asked out a girl and got shot down. Like they you know what I mean? They like talk about this constantly, and it's kind of one of those things where um, you just and then he'll put up these scenarios like, would you rather? I get so many would you rather, would you rather, would you rather, would you rather, would you rather. And I feel I do a good job taking on just his questions where he doesn't know what he's gonna say. He just wants to say something, and I don't shoot those down on time travel and reverse aging and avoiding death. The one thing I don't want to hear is uh, ending your own life. I don't want to hear those kinds of conversations. That's not good for my stream. It's not good for people to hear. It's not good for him to talk about. And killing others. Like those are two things that I just don't think. If you want to have like real sociological discussions about those things, I'll have them in a serious educational manner. But not just because we're playing Mancala and you don't have anything that you have to talk about. So you say, would you rather kill someone who was your bully in high school or someone who heckled you on the stage? Like, I don't want to have those conversations. Those aren't real. And
yeah, no, there shouldn't like the past that he's so hung up on, like To me, I mean, it's not like his life is like ruined. Like he's so got his like
dude,
brain.
he could do
works well
he,
enough.
He could do so much good stuff. He has a clean record. He has an able body. He could easily get a job in security, and he doesn't want a job. But even if he did, he's gonna have that shit in the punch bowl moment where. But he could work in a he could work in a restaurant, or he could work, like behind not as a server, but or a host, but or a manager, but he could work like as a chef or something. Um, there are things that he could do. He could also, I mean, he wants he has these pipe dreams of being a trader or whatever. He wants to turn like maybe the worst thing that ever happened to him was buying those uh, Pokemon cards and then turning that into crypto because he made a whole bunch of money doing it and now he keeps blowing money. I mean, it's kind of one of those things. Um, he is he needs a profession, some stability in his life, which would be once a month or once a week or whatever your behavior professional feels is necessary. You need to connect with someone and talk about your mental health with them and what you're feeling. And they can prescribe things to you and you can make adjustments with medication. But right now, it doesn't help him to come in here and say, uh, I tried to. There was this girl who liked me when I was 15 years old, and uh, I should have asked her out, but I didn't. And then just last week, I friended her on Instagram, and she blocked me. Like that. I mean, you can shoot your shot, man. But as I told him, dude, those women are married by now. They have family. They don't want anything to do with you. You're the past. And maybe she did like you. That's cool. But that's the past. Find someone who likes you now. Um, Something happened to Zoot, I think, when he said when he was a little kid he did not have the tics. But you know what, Riser, I have to say, for all that I say of Zoot, I feel really badly for him. His dad died when he was 1, and that's yeah. I didn't think you did know that, and that's devastating to me as his friend. Like I don't. It makes me so sad, and it doesn't have as much of an impact on him as maybe it does, and I just don't know psychologically. But he doesn't talk about it that much. But it does have to do with fear of death. And sometimes I'll press him on it. Zoo, why are you always so death oriented? And he's like, because my dad died when I was 1, and there's nothing I can say to that. That's like, you're absolutely right. There's nothing. I'm so sorry, but that means he didn't have like a male figure to look up to when he was a little kid. Um, he doesn't have a father who he could just call up and have his support right now. It's so for all these things that like we say, Zoo, you need to get your shit together. We don't know what that kind of a loss is like, and I don't know how his dad died. I've never pressed the issue, but it's incredibly sad to know that like our friend um, lost a parent at such a young age, and uh, he's still dealing with it, and he has no memories of his father, but uh, just really sad. And
I mean, it's almost better to lose them before you have memories, arguably. I mean, like I was with a kid who lost his dad on our hockey team when he was like 8 years old. I was like I just feel the weight of like the situation. Our whole like hockey team like went to like the like funeral thingy or celebration of life or whatever. That was bad.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, really, just a void that you have to deal with.
Absolutely. I knew a kid who lost his dad. I'll never forget my mom. They're like, we got a call early in the morning before school, and these people were for a party like 48 hours before, and their dad he was like 39 years old, very young, when he died. And this kid's actually pretty successful now. He's married. He's got a good job. He's got his own house. That's all really great, but uh, it changed him. It changed him. He became very depressed, very sad, very sad what happened. So I understand what you're saying. Like it's almost the phrase, "It's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all." It's almost the opposite of that. It's to some extent, it's better to have never loved at all than to have loved and lost with the loss of a parent, perhaps. Um, Almost like a child too. Like it's better to have never had the child, maybe, than to have had a child, put all this work into them, and then have their death. Does that make sense?
Yeah, or my mom's like cousin, I think, or uncle or something. He was like 5 years old, and his younger brother, who was 3, they were like playing outside, and like a drunk garbage truck like ran over his younger brother and killed him, and he like witnessed that. He was like 5 years old.
So this is your mom's. One of your mom's uncles died this way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
Or cousin, I'm not sure which, but yeah, someone. It was like her grandmother's or great grandmother's son. So yeah, I guess uncle. But yeah, he witnessed that when he was like 5 years old, and then grew up just like probably with a lot of demons. Didn't never form like a full life, I guess.
That's why I am an advocate of the development of a type of technology, especially for people with post-traumatic stress disorder or just bad memories. They shouldn't be haunted by those things. There should be a way, hopefully in a private way, that they could go into just like an AI system and be like, yeah, I have these memories of, this drunk driver who killed my brother, and I want those to go away. And AI removes those memories and also doesn't like hold that information against them in the future or something. Like that's a touchy subject, especially with like big data and tech companies. But wouldn't that be nice that people could just be like, I don't want to remember this anymore?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it was like used responsibly, like I don't know, would your emotions be different after that? Like all that trauma has like formed you into like the person that you are.
Yeah.
And you're still gonna be like that person that you were, but just absent of those memories.
You would
like you want people to just delete like every single bad memory, please. Almighty AI, get rid of them. Fresh slate. I want to be only happy ideas.
I actually don't think that's that bad. That'd be okay.
No, because you need polarity to balance you out as a person.
I get that, but anything that
to some degree, you don't need to be like tortured.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, perhaps there could be some memories that you would want to keep that were help you grow. Others, people should not be haunted by things. And in a situation like Zoo, where he got into a fight when he was a young man, like not even he was like 13, 14, 15, something like that, scared, and had him change schools. And that changed his entire life. And he went to a new school, and all the kids made fun of him, and because he was the new kid or whatever, and none of the girls liked him. And like if he had a male role model there, the male role model might have been able to say to his mom, he doesn't need to change schools. Boys have fights. Boys will forgive. Perhaps not forget, but it's not in danger. Um, they all it's a what if game, but he's haunted by these memories, and I explained to him in some ways some of the memories he has are not that big. Like, okay, so a girl rejected you, or whatever, you got rejected, whatever, you rejected some girl, whatever. Um, but the things like losing your dad at one, there's nothing I can do about that to make that situation better. Except talk to him about revivification technology and explain to him that, hey, there are positive things in the future. You may be able to get that person back. It's not every time I talk with someone who has lost somebody close to them, but I've had a lot of conversations on the stream and talking to people about revivification technology, and they're like, it brings some closure just as much as it can to some people that, hey, there might be a way to get these people back. Just be patient.
And like, yeah,
That to me,
I mean,
that to me is a really important, um, like aspect. Like I lost my grandparents. I two grandparents I never met, and two that I lost as a young person. And so the two that I never met, I really don't know anything really too much about them. Um, I mean, I know some things like I had a they were well off. My grandfather was like a owned his own business. Grandmother would have like she was like she didn't have to work. She just was a housewife, and they were well off. They had really nice cars and things like that. But I never met them. The grandparents that I did know um, were uh, like very smart people and engineers and really handy, like really extremely engineer oriented individuals. And I I learned about the type of technology. Like when I lost my grandparents, especially my grandfather, I remember like I lost my best friend. I was around him all the time, and he had a major impact on my youth. I not only had two really good parents, but I had two really good grandparents and a grandfather who was retired and could spend all the time with me making sure I was good at math and I was a good reader so that when I got to school I could just smoke the kids because I was like really advanced. I was really fortunate. I've got to say I had an excellent like there are a lot of kids out there who don't have good male role models. I had, in my own way, too many good male role models, like really good people. Not just my parents, not just my family, not just grandparents or anything, but the people who my parents were around, coaches. I had just like abundance of good male role models. Like there are some kids, and I think for them, where they have no male role models, and there are those fortunate ones who had good religious leaders around us, good families of people, and so I try to take that understanding and try to use it for good and to help people. In terms of my grandparents, so I know about a type of technology that gives me some uh, happiness, and that is so I want to revivify them. God willing, I'll be able to do that someday. It's like a goal of mine. But before I do that, there's another type of technology where like I know my family. I don't know exactly where because I don't have like direct contact with them. So that's not. Uh, I just kind of don't want them to know about my stream. So um, during the pandemic, I just was basically like, I'm going to be doing my own thing, and I don't want to talk with you. And I've gone years without talking with them, and I get letters from my family just hope you're doing all right and things like that. But and I have had some contact with members that I think uh, they have communicated to my family to my parents, but really I years without direct contact. And, I
so you're like parent?
yeah um, I don't want them to know about my needs. I don't want them to know about what I do, and so I haven't told them
Why
directly.
don't you just not tell them?
Well, I mean, they're like, if I called them and was like, hey, how are you guys? They'd be like, what are you up to? And I'd be like, oh, I live stream my life 20 piece, and they'd be like, oh, and they'd go into my streams and like, I don't know, they've seen me as a much more religious person and professional, and
Well, what do they think that you're doing?
I think they think I'm just living my life. But I think that perhaps some people, like perhaps from like somebody's communicated at some point. If they Googled me, they can listen to my uh, my podcasts and things. So I don't know. I know that, but they're living their own life as well. So I mean, there was a big
I mean, if you want to just go on mute and just call them and just not talk about your
yeah
life,
there
or just
there they during the pandemic, before I started streaming, I took a very hardline stance, and I'm sure you can pick up on what I'm saying. I don't want to say it on my streams, but I took a very hardline stance on a certain uh, medical procedure that I did not want done to me, and I had warned my parents for years that this was coming because I had heard that it was coming, and they are they're listening to their community and all the other things, and I told them, if you do this, I don't want to talk with you. I'm going to be hurt, and I was hurt. I was really hurt, because it was like they hadn't listened to me, even though I had been telling them for, like, at that point, 12 years. I told them there's a pandemic that's coming, and I think at the time I might have used the term, but and they're going to force everybody to do this certain medical thing, and don't do it. It's experimental technology, and so there was a little bit of a fight, and I cut them off.
I mean, arguably they do not have I don't know if they're working or whatever, but like jobs were like practically forced to do it, or lose their job if they didn't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get. I think there was like they just felt like, and I was hurt by this. I was really hurt, and the last communication that I recall to my parents, it was like, I don't want to talk with you anymore. I was very hurt because it was like, no matter how hard I worked at trying to tell them what was happening, I was always going to be their son who just, they had wiped my butt as a little kid, and they're not going to take me seriously. And uh, the last time my family visited, uh, I wasn't yet a rabbi, but I was in the process, and my parents were positive towards it, and permission and everything, and my family had met my rabbinical colleagues, had been to my shuls, and met my community, and ate Shabbat and Shabbat dinner and lunches and the whole thing. They'd been to they'd seen my religious life, and I am someone who knew this was coming. I didn't know when it was coming, but I had seen the writing, and I had warned everybody that I knew about it. And then when it started to go down, there's this. It's an English folk tale, I guess. It's called Henny Penny. Have you ever heard of this? Basically, it's the idea. It's in a bunch of different. It's in a bunch of different, uh, like, um, a bunch of different countries, like, stories. But it's the idea that there's this chicken called Henny Penny, and they're running around the yard, and they go underneath a tree, and an acorn falls on their head, and they start yelling, "Falling! The sky is falling! The sky!" And then the whole city ends up getting really scared because Henny Penny said the sky was falling. And that's kind of how with what was going on. And so and
Yeah. No, I read all these like crazy posts on like the paranormal board of like how there's like MRA and there's like graphene oxide in the vaccine.
all that.
Like a portal for demons and whatnot.
Oh well, I don't want to say that, but it just I did not think that this was a good thing because it was experimental. That's just how I felt about it, and
Yeah.
and I was heartbroken, and I still am. My family didn't listen to me, so because of that, in combination with me streaming, just kept as much distance as possible. But with that being said,
Well, I mean, I told my parents about my schizo, like 4chan knowledge of the vaccine, but then, and I didn't get it, but then I think they was like, wow, seriously?
there you go.
You guys are going to be like the sheep?
There you go.
Be like the black sheep that's like all red pilled?
There you go, dude. Okay, so you.
But they're like reading the news and they're like, oh, we don't want to be in a ventilator in the hospital. And
exactly.
they trust the science, blah blah blah.
Wait.
Like the science is experiment, like not proven
exactly.
at all or tested at any length like a vaccine should be.
Exactly. And
there's no studies. It's mRNA altering your DNA. But
all that.
Whatever.
So you and I are of one mind on that. Basically, I just cut my family out of my life, and I know.
think you should forgive them though a little bit. Like,
yeah, no,
I mean, I was cheesed at my parents, but then I realized that they're boomers, and boomers are gonna boom.
That's true. That's true. I'm not mad. It's just I'm disappointed, and I don't like it. That's at my points in my life. I'm fine with it. Like, I'm happy with the life I'm living, and I'm sure I could go and ask them, hey, I need like if I got this like a good amount of money to be able to promote myself with bots and stuff like that, I could go viral. I don't want that. I don't want to depend on my family financially as much as I can afford. I haven't gotten to that point where I had to call and ask for money or anything like that. I don't want to. I'll go back to working if I need to before I have to do that. But now I'm at a point where I've got this like really big project that I'm doing. And I don't want their input. I don't want their opinion on it. I don't want them to be like, that's not what you should be doing. You should have a normal life. You should go get married and settle, go back to being a certified project management professional and scrum master and go back to doing that. Get this. I don't want to hear them say, you've wasted your life doing this, because I haven't. I feel that it's really important. I don't want the negativity that I perhaps could get. So I avoid all of that, and I'm happy, like, just avoiding that. I know if they need me, they could get a hold of me if they really wanted to. If something happened, I'm an email away. And but yeah, so I'm not so mad at the decisions they made. I get that, but I'm glad to hear that you had the same thing. That's what started the rift, and then from there I started doing this live stream, and because of that, like I don't like it's like a secret that I have. Like I love to surprise people. It's something that I've always loved to do, and I want it to be one day that all of a sudden their son has gone viral, and they didn't even know it. Like that to me is really exciting. Same with my friends in my community. They know that, obviously I haven't been in shul in a long time. And then like I told some of them that I was gonna be streaming and everything, and we're just working on this project, but I don't there's like an excitement to me that be like, hey, one day this could go viral, and It would be like oh uh like how do I want to describe it? Like somebody who invented something or came up with a big discovery. And it's like, I don't need their help. I don't want their help. I'm just going to continue to do what I do and keep grinding it out. And the reason why I got onto this is because I was talking about being fortunate and having good role models in my life and my grandparents and wanting to bring them back. And there's kind of technology where you can take home movies and put them into like an AI model. It creates AI models of the tour, and then you're able to have virtual discussions with them. And I dream of that. I dream of having virtual discussions with my grandparents someday after having gone viral and being like, I did it. I did it. Like, uh, and they would know. I'd have like really interesting conversations with them about the old country, about Europe and what life is like living in Hungary and the places where they've lived. And um, I just that to me is an exciting thing. That okay, I'd love to revivify them and bring them back, absolutely, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that right now. So in the meantime, it'd be cool to have some kind of AI model of them. And I know it's not exactly them, but it's pretty good. I think that's a cool thing to be able to utilize. Now, for Zoot's case, uh, he may have home movies or he may have pictures of whatever, their writings of whatever. There's a record of his father. And I would love to be able to give that to him someday so that his father could say, you know what, you did the best that you could with the cards you were dealt. I think that would be very valuable to him. And then perhaps someday revivify his dad. That's the big goal. But in the meantime, he is uh, he's dealing with some really difficult. And if you think there's something that you can do for him, by all means, try to help him. I do what I can to be as consistent a person for him as anyone on earth, basically. Uh, and if he wants to
And
talk,
I sent him this video on this dude called Bashar. Like, claims that he's channeling like some alien civilization. I watched him when I was like kid, like 11 or something, on YouTube, and like whether or not he's, I don't know. He says he's pulling the information from somewhere, and he's like a channeler, spiritual guy or something. But he just had a cool ass way of deconstructing like the human mind and like rearranging like the way you think about your belief system and how much like kind of like some law of attraction shit, but like in more detail, like detailed law of attraction type stuff, and because he really emphasizes just like how much like beliefs like impact your day to day like thinking and life, and it's like really mind blowing to me, and I still appreciate everything that guy has ever said. So yeah, hope Zoo figures it out, but
I did too.
it's way late. So
I know. God willing, I'll see you tonight, 8 p.m. Don't do 10. Don't do 11. Come at 8, and we'll get our hours together, okay?
All right, if I'm even. But yeah.
You can do it.
Oh yeah.
All right.
All right.
Peace, dogs. Take care. Still covers. You'd be like, I get it. I love this movie. She's my spirit animal. My little plus movie. What's up, baby? What day is it? Quote. Tuesday, April 24th, 4th of the year, 5786, Tuesday, April 21st. 3761, creation of the road, breath, water, and meat. 3631, 130, set 7, 3526, 235, English, 7, 3436, Keenan, 16 days, son. And then it's the hammer. Freaking hell, then I'm checking the channel and stuff that's going on. I'll suffer a hot one. Jesus. I'm checking the channel and stuff. I'll suffer a hammer plus viewership that came as a number. So I say, this command is concerning time with the army. Today it's 20 days, which is 2 weeks and 6 days of the Almighty. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beta Migdash in its merciful one restore unto service of the Beta Migdash to its place, speedily in our days. Amen. Shalom. Shalom. Look at this. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
this one, dude.
and Kabbalah.
Just click around.
This
Oh,
class
checks
will
out.
serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, a point of view of this incredibly complex development from the context of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidism. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate the development of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully involving tech or admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, find the entire series on the playlist Entering the Darkness Introduction to Jewish Mysticism. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021 if you want to watch the entire series. You can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps another donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate the consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of mysticism and Kabbalah. Folks, welcome back. We're getting into in some ways the high water mark of the Kabbalah tonight. I say the high water mark. It's like Gloria's formulation of Kabbalah has basically become Jewish theology. And that's something I think that, I mean, you can't really shake a stick at that. It's a really incredible thing that fundamentally one guy, in many ways, formulating how over the world understand their God, understand the scriptures, understand the world that they live in. And it's a glorious version of the Kabbalah. It's so deeply embedded in Judaism that phrases like Tikkun Olam, a phrase that I bet everybody in this class has heard a dozen times. Schools have Tikkun Olam committees directly from inside the Lord. So many ideas that are commonplaces in Judaism emerge from inside Gloria. So tonight we'll get to his ideas. Now we're not going to exhaustively deal with his ideas for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that most of his books aren't even translated into English. The vast majority are not translated into English, and even the books that remain in Hebrew are so technical and so difficult that I have to often can read pages of these books and still not know quite what the whole thing is. It's very, very difficult. And part of how Islam and Kabbalah developed was people trying to make sense of what the book was talking about. And so part of what happens is that the books are very complicated, and that the complicatedness on its own has its own life. So we'll talk about that in a moment when we get to this story. But to rewind a little bit to talk about this referred to as the direct Hellenistic period after the composition of Islam before the rise of the Greek Kabbalah. What we have is that in that period, Kabbalah really spread very quickly. It was a very underground, it was a very elite, it was a very slush kind of thing. That's not to say people were publishing things and talking about Kabbalah's ideas, but there was never time to make it public. It was a very slush elite esoteric practice, very much so. And by 1492, what we call Humber Decree, which declared that basically all Muslim Jews that leave Spain are converted, you have the Kabbalah transforming from being a very elite, very very inward-looking, very secretive kind of thing to becoming a kind of view where they very eschatological, in the world, and very messianic leaders. And so in the aftermath of the disaster that was 1492, Kabbalah is going to branch out into the world and it's going to become popular. And many of the refugees who fled from Spain, who were actually saved by a Muslim that doesn't get more press than it should. Bayezid II was the Muslim leader of the Ottoman Empire that basically saved their entire fleet in Spain and saved as many Jews as he could.
He did not because he was a great guy or anything. He may have been that too, and he realized that you can hire doctors, lawyers, and scientists out of the country. Of course, he wanted them. He was right to do it during that time from the implication of the refugees after the World War II poverty rate, by the way. We also know that Spain was terribly good in many ways in the aftermath of that either. So many of these Jews are going to settle empire. One of the main places they're going to settle is going to be in Salonika. Salonika and Warsaw are traditionally known as the only two Jewish cities in the world. And so Salonika and Greece are going to be one of the places they're going to settle. How many couples do they find people are actually going to move? Like, they're most familiar with, at least in their sort of imaginary landscape. And that's up in the Galilee, a place called the Spot, near Meron, where Shimon Bar Yochai's the traditional altar of the Torah was thought to be buried. There at Meron and the Spot on Sunday, where the forms of Kabbalah began to be emerged, Kabbalah began to be popularized. Important moment in the history of Kabbalah, their classical Kabbalah. And what ends up happening in this area, there is a rise of a form of Kabbalah that's not systematized, not conceptualized, very encyclopedic, and very synthetic, which is just to say that it's organizing all kinds of works and ideas into something like a Kabbalistic system. That's still, of course, the major one in Joseph Barrow, in a moment. Of course, other forms of Kabbalah also exist at this time. We talked at length last time about Abraham Rabbi and so called ecstatic Kabbalah. This is a completely other form of Kabbalah that doesn't really care much about zeros and that kind of stuff. He knows about them, he's aware of them, and he's interested in them, but that's not part of the part and parcel. This project is a kind of intellectual communion with the divine, and that's accomplished by a wide range of things like breaking techniques and focusing in on combinations of new words and various kind of mantra-like structures. So there are other forms of Kabbalah that came about in the milieu of the Zohar that didn't quite make it. Now, what's going to be really important is that in the Sefed milieu, Isaac Luria and his student Chaim Vital incorporated some of our philosophy ideas. That's when we basically say Kabbalah, where he got basically excommunicated and exiled from Tiny Island, Corsica, kind of managed district of guys. He's got to kind of resurrected in many ways by Luria. And as I mentioned, this is the area in Safed where Kabbalah is systematized and is being popularized. That's not enough. Kabbalah is being called popular. Why? I think that definitely 1492 all would agree was the beginning of the end. And that Kabbalah, the unveiling of Kabbalah to the world, ultimately took eschatological and into the world again. And that into the world again would be led by Kabbalah's speculation. It would urge into the sun. But in fact, there were many people at that time, or there were being one, talking another one, or being another, that including the people themselves up there to the side. Exactly tall. You have some of his notes, his autobiographical sketches, journals, diaries. He even said in the notes that, I just studied the Mishnah a little longer. I would look on the side. I know it. So these guys are really convinced that Messiah is not just around the corner, but they might be it. And so that kind of idea that you might be the Messiah and you might be ushering in the Messianic age is going to be hugely important as we get to next time when we get to Shepton's Eve and his mystical heresy that leads people to believe in the Messiah. So Shepton's Eve is complete. So as I said, this is a time period when Kabbalah is being popularized. This is a time period when Kabbalah is being mastered. I'll say the master is really being used to everybody. And their each service is limited. Kabbalah Shabbat is almost certainly the most popular Jewish service that exists today. To the Jewish service, you can come into a finite Kabbalah Shabbat service. That service being developed at this time. And Shlomo that's for instance, uses that text, that prayer service was going to be come my beloved, not my bride. And that text was under the classic analog, all the Jews. And so that was being written by Shlomo Alphabet. Also, it's worth pointing out that not only did the guys study together to marry each other's sisters, Joseph Barrow married Shlomo Alphabet's daughter. So Barrow, or
our alphabets was there's other. So you have all kinds of this intellectual thing there. And so this is a very tight-knit world. I feel like that is some of the drama that I'm precipitated in those circles. Drama, but I'm going to survive. It's a rough idea about how what's these texts look like. So this is part of what I mean. This is the main text of just one spiritual text of the sort of area system of Kabbalah. A rough idea of how dense it is, about that long. Right, so it's a substantial text. This doesn't have any commentary, by the way. It's a straight text. If you want to get a sense of what this looks like inside, it's pretty dense wall to wall. Text of notes. Part of what I mean is an incredibly difficult, incredibly challenging text to try to read. There's no translation of this in English. There's no systematic translation for sure. And these texts, these foundational texts of Kabbalah, still do not have English translations, which is kind of mind-blowing considering how popular some version of Kabbalah is. The foundational texts aren't available in English. Even finding copies of Hebrew is challenging. So this one is an example of early systematization of this in Court of Pharaoh. And again, trying to find these texts are super difficult, and finding English translations don't exist, which is straightforward, they don't exist. So studying Kabbalah in the original language takes much time. You really need Kabbalah being text fundamentally easier for most of. So, in the 15th century, not only are Jews interested in Kabbalah, but Christians aren't. This is a strange turn of events, but it's really important in the development of Western Christian spirituality, especially esoteric spirituality. As you, I'm sure, know, by the 15th century, there was a movement in Italy that's called the Renaissance or whatever. But what we have is the arrival of a great deal of new texts that are being imported from Greece. That's new, actually, old texts. But they're being imported into Italy, and what's happening is that many of these old texts are underwriting an idea that's going on that in order to get some pure intellectual reality or pure intellectual appreciation of what's going on in the world back in time with the original text, with the original foundations of literature, it's sometimes called the Advantes Revival, which is a source of revival. And what you get is a massive translation project led by people like Rothschild'S, who are translating for the first time the entire work, for instance, of Plato. Most Christians in the Middle Ages had basically never read Plato. We had fragments of it. We had the Timaeus and the other documents, but most Plato had never been read by Christians. And so you have an enormous influx of new, old ideas coming in from Greece in the 15th century. There was an idea that was current at the time that primordial wisdom was somehow more reliable than what was going on in the Middle Ages. In fact, it's the Renaissance humanists are refer to that time period before them as the Gothic. They had gods, of course, the people of the Empire, the Western Empire, and the humanists really hated these people. They were backwards, superstitious. Their writing was incomprehensible. And so there's a long idea that the Renaissance humanists that the Middle Ages basically was a mistake. All of the scholasticism, all of the, and so what we need to do is go back to the original Latin and Greek writers and learn from the original sources, not through a bunch of commentaries, and cut all that out and go back to just the original sources. And so this Advantes approach also included a great deal of what's going on in the Jewish writing as well, because Christians believe that fundamentally Christianity is a version of Judaism, and that there was this primordial wisdom that we had by the Jews, and that primordial wisdom captured things that perhaps Christianity had not quite covered. And so Kabbalah did that bill. It brings to me primordial wisdom given to Moses at some level, then transmitted to Shimon Bar Yochai, and eventually transferred it to the state and so on. And so the idea that Kabbalah was going to form of this primordial wisdom along with Zoroastrianism and Plato and Hermes against this. And so there was an idea that Kabbalah had secrets that were preserved by the Jews. They didn't understand it. Because of course the Jews were backwards, blind, equal, protected Messiah, no understanding.
And so the idea was that the Jews handled this Kabbalah, but the Jews really didn't understand. So these Christians really turn their attention to the Kabbalah, and they begin to recruit non-Jews, that is, Jews, former Jews who converted to Christianity, or Jews who have are kind of equal to the sort of Christian project. And so we have converted Jews, converts of folks like Theseus and Rabbi. And we also have just Jews who are just kind of cool with learning together, folks like Elkanah. And what ends up happening is that many of the texts of Kabbalah slowly begin to be translated from Hebrew and Aramaic into Latin. And as those texts begin to get translated into Latin, Christians begin to see that, one, there's something really, really interesting and really captivating about the Kabbalah, and two, they begin to believe that the Kabbalah actually proves the truth of Christianity. And so they use it not just as a way of wisdom, but also part of what is sometimes referred to as the Latin polemical tradition, where Jewish texts are more so against Jewish interests of converting. And so the Kabbalah is actually mined for all kinds of Trinitarian ideas. The first three Sphirot were actually the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and all kinds of other ideas for the basic structure is that underneath the hood of Kabbalah is actually a kind of mystical Christianity that Jews just can't see. And so what ends up happening is a lot of these texts begin to be translated from Hebrew and Aramaic into Latin. And this begins where some of these early Christian Kabbalists are combining ideas from Plato, ideas from the Hermetic world, ideas from Hermetism. They're beginning to combine ideas from Kabbalah, beginning to form synthetic Hebrew Christianity that are crucial. So Kabbalah becomes one of the admixtures by Christianity beginning to emerge, esoteric community begins to emerge in the 15th century. And some of the doctors of these, there's some pretty famous folks, at least in the history of mysticism. Pope is going to be folks like Giovanni Pico, who's a famous kind of theses and challenged Pope based on faith Rabbi. And basically, Pico had posited fundamentally Kabbalah, Pythagoreanism, everything. The idea is sometimes every form of knowledge is a coherent system of 900 theses, and that he basically said, I want to make people about this, I'm sure that I'm right. And his Kabbalistic theses are among some of the earliest examples of Christian Kabbalah, and they are identical. And there's final theses, Kabbalah has really landed in multiple theses in a way that no one else has. Francesco Fiore is also a really early systematic incorporator of Hermetic and Kabbalistic Christianity. His works are really difficult to access. They don't translate to English. Early systematic analysis of Christian Kabbalah. Athanasius Kircher, of course, famous German also integrated Kabbalah, and his version of the true life big time it's become the standard one in the Christian occult world, occult folklore generally. Hermetic orders, the ultimate form of Kabbalah, their narrative is traceable back to Kircher or to Rothschild. Rothschild also a very important scholar of one of the greatest scholars of the Renaissance. And his two works, they wrote Theo and Mystica, are systematic presentations of Kabbalah ideas, but also Kabbalah texts translated into Hebrew. Whose first encounter with Kabbalah almost certainly won't be translation of the Mystica, and that, or another version of the text is Kabbalah Vivata, the Kabbalah Unveiled, by Christian Rothschild'S. You see a bunch of guys in Germans. The Germans are pretty interested in this. In fact, I made the argument that the Protestant Reformation has its origin kind of touch Kabbalah. That Kabbalah is sort of the escape philosophy. The Protestant Reformation is some level of Catholicism, and then a bridge at some level away from Catholicism, the foundation away from Catholicism at some level. And a very early strata was Kabbalah.
Kabbalah and Baptism is incredibly influential. Cornelius read the three books of occult philosophy. It's probably the standard text in the Renaissance on occult philosophy and magic. Virtually all magic practitioners operating now in the West, magic is a part of their spiritual practice, almost certainly trace all of at some level to regardless books, history books of occult philosophy are foundational and reads Kabbalah seamlessly, really deeply connected to ideas and so what I want to point out is that Christians are also actually Kabbalah. I think I mentioned this maybe a couple times ago, but the first time that the Zohar was printed, it was printed in a single volume at Rothschild'S. That's the behest of Christians. Christians wanted it. It wasn't Judas trying to do it. The Jewish version was printed in Angela about a year later in 3 volumes, which is still standard now. Kabbalah to print the Zohar in 3 volumes. The Cremona 1 volume, which is basically Christians, is just pretty rare. I think that's all I know. At any rate, Kabbalah isn't just affecting Jews, it's also deeply affecting Christians. Christians are also really interested in the development of Kabbalah, and what's going to end up happening is that that will form a trajectory by which Christians will begin to interiorize a lot of those ideas, and that will at some level lay the foundation of what we sometimes call Western materialism in the 19th result. So yeah, Kabbalah. I bet if you've ever seen an example like a magical circle or something, you'll see here the words written all around the word for your whatever. A lot of it has to do with Kabbalah on Christianity and Christianity's on the side. Christian Kabbalah has its own life. It eventually comes to a form of Kabbalah. And in Kabbalah, circle. Back to Safed, right? Let's go back to Safed. Safed is really the stage that we're stage where all this is playing out. So Moshe and Yaakov Cordero is going to die, as all do, and so the death of some signals the end of one process, one development. And I would say that you can, in some sense, divide Kabbalah into 3 phases. The first phase is from the early Kabbalah through Zohar all the way to Cordero. That's one section of Kabbalah. The rest of Kabbalah can be divided into everything after that. We're all living in the shadow, and what comes next is Gloria arrived actually in Safed from Jerusalem. One Jerusalem of Egypt. He arrived in Safed, according to tradition at least, on the very day that Cordero died, and allegedly saw as the funeral train was making its way to the graveyard. You can still go see Cordero's tomb in Safed. See it right there. You can make your way to Cordero's tomb, and the funeral train allegedly, the Zechariah said, saw the pillar of fire rising in front of the funeral train. Now, if that's the Bible, you'll recognize that immediately, right? That's how God appeared to the Israelites during the Exodus, and God appeared in like a pillar of fire. And so, literally, in Zechariah said that God appeared before the funeral train, before the Pharaoh as a pillar of fire, and Gloria settled in Safed. Gloria's life prior to this whole couple of years before he died is something actually relatively unremarkable. He is born in Jerusalem, his father died when he was relatively young, he was raised by his maternal uncle. His father, his uncle, was actually relatively wealthy, pretty wealthy guy, and he provides Gloria with a very high quality education. And in his 20s, Gloria obtained what seems to be an early copy of the Zohar, the volume of version, and in fact, so infatuated that he big derelict dude. This was to become a business person. He just abandoned that. He had married, and he just basically abandoned his wife. And he just kind of lives most of his days meditating out outside of Nile. And it's during those years, those 15 or some odd years of him meditating on the Nile in his hut that he built for himself, that he began, it seems, to formulate
try to spend between 4 and then like probably just possible. Way back to Jerusalem, and then which is something I said over the day of Ford's death. And he spent a couple of years there, just a couple of years, probably 2 months. He died before he turned 40. This is one of these guys that, played that burned twice as bright, only fires half as long. This guy was burned out. He was just such a his ideas that he was talking to the original. Well, with the Cordero dead, many people didn't believe the Cordero was Messiah when he died. Real big disappointment. But when Cordero died, the idea that there's something else. Cordero is a hero, kind of like Elijah or the code inside. It's like Gloria into that. Gloria began to teach Kabbalah basically every day. He had introductory level Kabbalah classes, Kabbalah Academy, intro Kabbalah. He also began to develop an inner circle of people that he began to teach all 9 kids to. Inner circle composed of several students you know. And what's weird is that we see little conversions of things to different students. And we know that because they say so, that some people are allowed some things, some people are allowed others, and some part of the system is some others. And publications, because for instance, one of Gloria's students doesn't really get credit for anything, you don't really pay attention to it, doesn't have to tell. But this was was one of the earliest publishing actual works, and it's like Gloria's works rather, and he published it really popularized them. And so I think part of what's going on with Isaac Gloria is that Gloria really wants to come up with ideas. That's probably part of his sort of general message program. It's a very intense way that the Messiah tears breath away, and that if Kabbalah gets out there, he will usher in the message immediately. That kind of messianic fervor could have proved to be a disaster. So that messianic fervor is almost always a disaster. At any rate, he began to build this more of people. And then he died. He died like 2 years into being inside. And so his death was always being sickly, so death was the shocking. But after his death, his 2 most important students would be Rothschild'S, which is a moment ago, and the other, of course, much more important student is historically Hall. And it's called Hall's interpretation of the Arizal of Isaac Gloria that are going to come in. The Arizal Isaac Gloria basically wrote nothing wrong. It's all for Shabbat. It's all we had. He didn't really write much. He taught, and his students sort of synthesized the things he taught. It's a synthesized documents. There's a long tradition of this kind of thing being down, never read or write. There's a lot of people, Socrates, kind of saying never wrote anything. There's a whole long tradition of people who don't write things down and yet go on to change the world. So if you really want to change the world, don't write books. Writing books is a surefire way. You get to be a charismatic leader, just talk to people. And if you talk to people and you're charismatic enough, they will do all the right for you. You know, again, it's like Guru was only there in something for 2 or 3 years, and he managed to make this kind of successful for his students and his home. So, what do we know about the system of learning and Kabbalah? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to be systematic of every part of it. It's incredibly detailed. But the main thing to know about it is that whereas Pharaoh was moving in a much more rationalistic, much more intellectualistic, much more systematic direction when it comes to trying to unpack the ideas of the Zohar, we're interested on the myths of the Zohar. He's much more interested in the evolving Because for Luria, the entire drama of the unfolding or the evolution of reality as we know it isn't in the past, it's always present to us. And so, in a way that Nero might describe, that the events of the unfolding of the universe being the separate events in the past, the primordial past, the physical past, for Luria, time is really weird because for him, it's all happening at once. It's happened back then, it's happening now, and at some level it's kind of future, the future kind of reaching for us to redeem us. So the notions like time and system. So what we get is that he's really interested in what I call the structure, the genesis of reality and its development, as that development is comprehensible at any given moment in the development of humanity. For Luria, the development of God, his system is a really highly developed system of analyzing reality. I can't say that it's always terribly coherent, and I certainly can't say that I always understand it. But what he's focused on, what his core idea is what often gets called the order of development or the order of evolution. This is also referred to as the Seder Ishtachilu, the order of evolution. In fact, Ishtachilu is actually a modern word for evolution. So it's the evolution of reality. Now, just you can use evolutionary ideas, evolutionary models as constructive, right? Because at some level, biological things contain the past inside of it. That is to say that you contain all kinds of things in your DNA from what we used to be. We're not things like things before us. We contain DNA fragments of the past is still with us. Or Bill Faulkner said that the past is dead, it's not in the past. And that's true also for who he is. Yes, there were things that happened in the past, the primordial past, and those things are occurring to us now. They're still happening. And so what we get is that there is a sort of spiraling cycle of regression. That's to say the world is coming into being, the world is emerging as such, always emerging as such. And further right, it's also regress. It's also going back to the way that it was. So there is an incredible dynamic in the Luria system where you don't know part of time and space. You don't quite know where you are, and even righteousness sometimes. There's a kind of constant movement to and from, where the world is, on one hand, becoming exile, and on the other hand, becoming redeemed. And so the Luria system, part of what makes it so difficult is that at the heart of the system is this dialectical structure where everything is happening all at once, and everything is also being erased all at once. And so it's very difficult to figure out at what moment something is happening, because at every moment, everything's always happening. And so knowing exactly what's going on in the system is very complicated, because the system is so dynamic. It's almost like a fractal, where you zoom in on a real quantity, it's not a fractal 3. And so the system is very, very precise like that. So it's all exactly what's going on. But let's go over some of the core ideas of this story. The big first idea is this concept of Zimzum. Zimzum was an idea that was developed by Cordovero, actually. In fact, Cordovero was a teacher of Luria for a brief time. And so Cordovero had to solve a problem. I said, well, how do you get from a infinite God whose light reaches every metaphysical, ontological aspect of reality, God being is infinite, so it must occupy every point within that infinity. How do you get to the idea that there's a gap? How do you get the idea there's a place where God isn't in order for the world? Because it can't be the case that God is in fullness in the system. So you can't have a world. You can't have the world. You can't have the world. So God has to create an influence, a divine influence, a vacuum. And what God does is God contracts some region of God itself. Like these words like region, but again, the spatial concept is not accurate. But God ontologically contracts God itself. And that ontological contraction creates a void. And that void is both surrounded by God and yet is not God. It's a kind of gap. It's a kind of I always imagine like when you have to like, I don't know, gain a couple pounds and you need to get in small pants, so you like suck your belly in, suck your belly real tight. It's like God, so
do not have access to God's infiniteness. We just don't. We're finite. We do not have access to God's infiniteness. And so what we do have access to is what's left over from the process of filling that void. Now, how does that void get filled? Well, God, it's almost like a laser. God concentrates some of God's light. God finitizes some of God's light. And that finitized light, that finitized existence of God, is permitted to enter into the void. And when it enters into the void, it cascades into the void. And that cascading, as it moves the final source of the divine into the void, it begins to weaken, so to speak. As it begins to weaken, as it teeters down, flows down into the void, to weaken. And as it begins, there are strategic parts, or the decisive parts in the weakening of the light into the void. It's like you're shot a laser, right? The laser is only so powerful, only can reach so far, and the farther it gets, the wider it gets, the more it begins to break down and begins to fade away. God shoots that light into the void. This is also found in the second Zohar. And as that light goes in, it begins to break down. And as it breaks down into four distinct realms. Those four distinct realms are the fundamental structures of reality. The first one is Adam Kadmon. Adam Kadmon is the primeval mind of God. It's the way that we imagine God to be. It's when you think of God as a person, what you're imagining is Adam Kadmon. It's the first primeval glimpse of God as a being. Because before that, God is just infinite light. God is literally unimaginable. The first glimpse is Adam Kadmon. It's sort of like a negative image of God broadcast into the world. The next layer down is the realm of absolute representation. And down further is the world of every right, or God becoming incompetent, becoming more and more concretized, not invisible, but more and more concretized. And then we get to the world of formation. God is recognizable. And then finally we get down to the world of you're actually in a subsection of the world of Asiya. And that sometimes is called the five world or the four world, because our physical reality is distinct from all other four worlds in the world of Asiya. So the four worlds, the all of them are the ontological registers of reality. And what Surya imagines, and the reason why he imagines is that every single time there is a movement within the Godhead, an evolution in the Godhead, a change in the Godhead, that change has to be understood as a logical, dialectical progression of how God is mutating, how God is changing. Because every time God interacts with something, that image of God, that aspect of God alters. And so in the world of the various registers of reality is we get entirely different branches of the sphere. Now, I pull this up when we get into Q&A later. One thing that makes the Oriental system so mind-boggling and complicated is that every register of reality has its own subchronic structure. And inside of every sphere is more spheres. And so there's spheroid inside of spheroid inside of spheroid. There are spheroid on the backside of the Ra, which is a spheroid. It is a, again, for folks who are familiar with some mathematics, it's like a fractal. That anytime you zoom in on the register of reality, you can see the entire system of reality reproduced over and over and over and over. And you have these enormously complex, what are called tree systems. And those tree systems describe the various spheroids at each other at the various registers of reality. We can't go into the various levels of reality at the time, but each one of them is distinct, and each one of them is a moment in the development of the God. Now, some folks who have some background in philosophy, who have some background perhaps in Hegel, this may sound really familiar because if you ever the logic or the progression of the logic of Hegel, Hegel actually wins Kabbalah as for theory of Hegel. Now, I'm not sure if that's the type of Kabbalah or not, so Hegel, but Hegel's system of unfolding of reality is deeply influenced by the Oriental structure of reality. Now, as God's light begins to travel through the void, what is happening is that there's that urge to hold God's light in the very moments of the divine. As the light gets further and further and further into the void, the very structures that hold divine light can't be. They're just too far away. it's just like I don't know. It's like it's a moment where you feel yourself, you're holding on to the right, you feel yourself slipping off. There's a moment where you just let go, and that let go of the moment where the spheres, the actual vessels that hold God's light, are away from your source. They don't have enough energy. They don't have enough dynamism. They don't have enough of tissue. They don't have enough strength of God's light, and they shatter. And that shattering, the shattering of the vessels, is as it pulls in, they overpower the vessels, right? And they shatter. It's like putting, it's like using a really cold glass or really hot water into it, or in these countries, they put throw hot water on a cold windshield, just to put it on better. But imagine, right, hot water being poured into an ice cold vessel. The ice cold vessel is a vacuum, a void, the seesaw, and when you pour the light hot rays of God into it, the vessel just shattered. And that shattering are all using both shards. And these shards of the vessel, these shards are characterized by disharmony and disunion. They're broken aspects of the divine. They're aspects of the divine that are localized. It's like you're taking a part of your own personality and working it off. So just imagine your curiosity, right? Just pure curiosity was a pretty good trait and made it its own thing. Pure curiosity is a disaster. Because anything that's purely curious, it'll kill or hurt people. It's not gonna have ethics. It'll just experiment on people. Even love, right? Pure love, if you take it away and put it with no checks at all, it's too much. Any aspect of the divine is broken away from the divine, and then given its own reality is too much. No matter what it is, whether it's God's wrath or God's goodness, whether it's God's curiosity, whatever. None of these things can be a vessel for the glory of some evil. They're not inherently evil, but because they're localized, intense versions of the divine, they shouldn't be allowed to exist on their own. Because they shouldn't be allowed to exist on their own, they go haywire. And these become evil created system. This is the origin of evil. The demons of the world the shards of the vessels that once held God's light. Because they're just out of control. Most things is united with the and so there's a sort of like extreme version. And so these demonic aspects of the demonic aspects of the bodies is code. And they are the object of a process called code. But you're already getting here, right, where we're going to get to next. Find the idea of wow. Well, we are right at the very entire giant system of God, seems so God, pouring God light in, the entire process of shattering the vessel. We're at the very limit of that system. And so it's a very limit of that system, right? It's like a rubber band, right? You just stretch a rubber band out, let it go, flies all the way this way, flies back. We're at the very end, the receiving end of all of the divine system. We are at the very bottom of the system. We are the part of the system that begins to move back up. Right? We are the system, we are the part that moves back up. And what happens is that we recognize, Uri and Thomas recognize, that the shards of the divine, the quote, can be rectified by engaging in the magic of the Torah. Again, it's like Luria is not sort of a mystic. He says, no, you repair the world, you metaphysically repair the world by engaging in the metaphysical act of engaging in law. Because the divine law, Quran, is a system, it's source code of all reality. And if you follow it, do it correctly, it's reality. Reality is broken somehow. And so the fix is, according to Gloria, the very strict following of the Jewish law of Hamsa and of the Torah. So by following the Torah, this is where the phrase Tikkun Olam comes from. You are repairing the world. Now, I know that most folks hear the word Tikkun Olam and we think of something like charity or something like that. But for Gloria, it's not just a seeing the world in terms of social ills or social justice, but part of it too. But by having the right kavanah, by having the right intention, by doing the Jewish law, have some purity of heart, by performing things like Shabbat, putting the tefillin on, by observing the fast and Yom Kippur, whatever, all
further into the because for the liberating system, the act of reparation, the act of the world, begins to sort of fill the world in which the Messiah is. And somewhat you can imagine that Messiah is kind of the keystone of the entire process. The Messiah is the person who will turn the key. We will build the world worthy of Messiah. The Messiah will come and turn the key. They will let us run a world of final redemption. By preparing the world, we prepare the world for the possibility of the Messiah. And this idea is going to have enormous impact on computing. If you've ever looked at the Rabbi's room, I don't know if folks have ever been around a lot of people who candles, smell it, be walking around New York, about a guy like Shopping Street from Gate, what's going on today? Cool. See what's going on now. Why would they bother you on the street? What's going on? It's not because they're trying to do you a favor. They're trying to engage in the wrong. They think that every Jew would engage in the process of the wrong. And what's going on towards usher in the days of that much more. So they're trying at some level to accelerate, right? One thing about Kabbalistic ideas are literally Kabbalah, Jewish accelerationism. The world is broken and they're trying to accelerate the process by which it is prepared. You accelerate that process by engaging in the spirit of and by finding and preparing it in a way that allows you to basically accelerate the process by which it comes. And if you read Chaim Tall, he really does think that he definitely thinks Messiah. He just thinks that he has to be a little bit more righteous. If you could just be a little more righteous, just think about that woman when he was praying. He just didn't think dirty thought. He just memorized a little bit more mission that he would have been revealed for Messiah. He would have emerged from Messiah. This idea you see him constantly in the rooms. He's describing tall simultaneously. He's being both incredibly self-deprecating, also incredibly arrogant. Like it's a tendency of people can. But sometimes he's not worthy. I'm unworthy of anything. I'm the lowest of the low. Yeah, but I've just done this under the Messiah. So the idea is that the Messiah is why I want to result of this. Now, of course, the idea is that it is kind of retrofitted into the liberal circles for social justice, but in classical Kabbalistic world, it has everything to do with strict obedience. Another key in the Luria system is that Luria is a group. Some of the more bizarre one, there are three sets to understand. Two of them are the intro, the assemblies, and the final is a section called the Sifra-Is Yuta. Yuta is a relatively brief section that contains a long description of God's beard, and then there's another section that also contains a description of God's face in general. And no one's really what in the world going on in those sections. They're really, really weird. Weird compared to the other sections so far. It's not weird enough, but it's like weird on weird. And Luria develops a systemization of this idea of the movements within the divine face. The divine face is actually making up metaphysical changes in reality. And then the divine face or the countenances of parts of being, then these parts of being are arrangements, zero. And those arrangements of zero are indicators of certain kinds of changes that develop in the divine. I will go ahead and say this. The parts of being is, without a doubt, the most complicated part of the entire structure of the Luria Kabbalah. Because it's analyzing the zero in terms of how the various worldly things internal. And it's just I still struggle with trying to figure out. Like I know what the various configurations are. I know what like I know what the structures look like, but when you begin to analyze how they move, change, related to mystical stuff going on in the RSL system, it just becomes amazing. It just becomes amazing. So I have a real difficult time keeping track of what's going on in this computer development of God. What's important for Luria of God is not the thing. God process. God is changing all the time. And so when God tells to usher make it right, and I'll be what I'll be. We
yeah, Lord is really serious. And God's changing. God is in the process. God is not a thing. God is in the process. And that process is reality. And we are part of that process. And just like you get angry at something God, and just like you get, compassionate to God, that the change of God from the change from a normal state of affairs to being angry, that change in your emotions can be mapped. And so, God and changing God's emotional life is mapped. And those mappings of God's emotional psychology or intellectual psychology are what's very complicated for your divine. Also, famously, Maria is going to reintroduce the concept of reincarnation in Judaism. Reincarnation is an idea that never really took hold in most of the Abrahamic. Although there are tiny group of people who seem to have believed in it at some point, but most of the Abrahamic faiths rejected reincarnation. However, in a couple of incarnations, in some ways, it's part of the system. In fact, so the general idea, this is follows a major work. It's the most systematic account of Maria's philosophy. Major work of Maria's philosophy is by Tom, and this is the standard analysis of all your text combination of teachings of Maria on reincarnation. So, reincarnation is an idea that was reintroduced into Judaism and may have existed earlier in some ways, but certainly already introduced it in Maria. The idea is that every soul, and the soul root is a kind of aspect of your soul, there are 5 layers of your soul according to the Orionic system, and some of those parts of your soul go all the way back to the beginning of all creation. And various people have had that soul. You are like a, you are you're off the root, you're going off the root. And there's many people who require that you have had the same soul as you. Now, the bad thing about that sin is that you're now responsible for fixing it. Because again, remember, it was dynamic. Because you engage in once doesn't mean that you did bad stuff before. If you did bad stuff, well, break the Jewish law, that's perfect damage in reality. And so there have been people in the past that have damaged the reality. Maybe in the past life was really bad. So I can recall, by the way, the soul root was Cain, the first murderer. And so as you can imagine, I can recall, soul root was Cain, had a lot to fix the real origin of murder in the world. And so he had to get all kinds of what are called reparations, and these reparations is everything from ascetic practices to certain works of the Bible, from mystical practices. And so the idea is that not being good you have to make up for all the things that have happened prior to you. So every person that's had your soul prior to you, you are now responsible for figuring out how to fix all the bad things they did. But all the bad things are still there. You're the most have to fix them. How do you figure that out? You go to mystic Kabbalists. The Kabbalists will tell you all the bad things they've done, and they will give you typically how to fix it. Extra prayers, to amulets, to fasting, all kinds of things. Do you ever go to spots? Do you ever go to South Bend to this day? Go to Kabbalists. I've seen signs in some where they will go and they will figure out your soul is. They're alleged experts know how to do this. They don't know how to do this, but I'll give it to them. Fine. And they can figure out who your soul root is, and they will tell you that your soul root was magic, and you have to make this sense or compare it to this sense. Typically, that you can do reparation, you can do change to fix this problems. Reincarnation is entered into the completely packaged. It's a completely viable way to let your head life. Not having your thoughts at all. It's very open at this point. And so reincarnation is the rise of normalized things normalized. In a way that I don't think it is in Christianity and Islam. I think in Christianity and Islam, it's one of the reincarnation. I don't want to make a big deal of it. I think if you make a big deal of it, you're Catholic forever. Whereas in Judaism, reincarnation is completely normalized. Fully normalized. Now I say it's normalized, but it's only normalized within the system of believing in love. Where you
find out the ramifications of the fixing all the sins. Shock to learn all of that in your past life. Now you do also are married in your past life, but you also are past too. Soul can survive death. If you read one, also means that various other regions of the soul, five regions of your soul, some other regions of your soul can actually survive death and become detached from the other regions. Those detached parts of your soul, if you committed a lot of sins in your life, you become addicted to those sins, and those that aspect of your soul that becomes addicted to those sins actually can roam around and continue to commit sins in the next life, sexual sin, also blood drunkenness and stuff. And so if you are a lecherous, drunken, bad person, that if you become addicted to those things, when you die, your soul will become so polluted that it will become wrong. And what do they want to do? It wants to do what it did, getting drunk and having sex. And so what it will do is it will try to attach it to other people because you can't really sex if you lose a soul, you get attached somewhere else. And so when your soul attaches, your evil soul attaches itself to people, the word for it to attach. In Hebrew is dava, right? Like the modern word for glue, the same word for it. Your soul dava. It clings to some people, and that soul that clings to the people, this is the origin of it. It is an evil version of your soul, it's an evil aspect of your soul that roams around and tries to attach itself to people. And the very earliest exorcism stories that we have in Judaism are actually from Sunday, spiritual possession of Judaism. And if you want to learn more about this, that's my YouTube channel as well. What we have here is demonic possession. Demonic possession is not the right word, it's not demon. It's actually evil. And the person feeling possessed to they feel helpless evil as well. But the opposite is true too. The soul of very righteous people hangs around near their grave, needing to get some spiritual righteousness. Let's say that you're traveling somewhere, you know that your old paramour is going to be there, and you don't want to hook up with them. This is a real example, by the way. So you don't want to hook up with them, get married, or whatever. Adultery, that's bad. So what do? You go into a graveyard of a righteous person, lay on the graveyard, lay on the grave of a righteous person, and you meditate on their soul and invite into your soul, and they will impregnate you. This is called equal work. And the soul of the righteous dead person will impregnate your soul with a little bit of their righteousness, and it will give you enough of righteousness that when you go to face a spiritual challenge or committing adultery, you won't do it. Because it's like a shot in the arm, a shot in the soul from the righteous person. The righteous person give you the spiritual power to overcome your failure, whatever your sin, and then they will come back to their grave. For folks who know about Buddhism, right, it sounds a bit like Buddhism. Right? The idea there are people who are enlightened in the Buddhist tradition, like they don't completely enlightened, so they can stay around here and help the rest of us, right? It's a body silence. They don't leave, they don't go to Nirvana, they stay here and help the rest of us get a little bit more enlightened. And so Tadaki is because right people, you can go away on graves, get a little bit of spiritual power from their soul, go into your soul. People do this. It's a problem actually that people get caught sleeping in a graveyard, lying on graves to get soul power. Soul power is really cool stuff. So anyway, so this idea of work becomes a big idea as well. So people, right, evil souls become attached to your body. They also get in them, by the way. They don't like to be in them. But they want to get people. And just trying to be tall, by the way, also became one of their exorcists. By the way, he failed. He also didn't leave. And as soon as it didn't leave, left, it will come back and repossess the person's soul. And so there's all kinds of great demon stories. If you've never seen it, it's one of the great classics of Yiddish film. The 30s. In fact, many people that were died in the Holocaust. And so it's really, I think they remastered it and redone the subtitles. I mean, if you've ever listened to it, it's a great film, 30 classic So, the big things that I get also from Rabbi and also, as I said a minute ago, Kabbalah, just Kabbalah, you've heard this term, right? You've heard of it before, you know what the soul has. Very important. So, Uri and Kabbalah just became Kabbalah. It absorbed all other religions from Kabbalah, whether it's Baptist Kabbalah, Arab Kabbalah, whether it's other forms of Kabbalah, it absorbed them all, it transcended them all, it abolished them all, and it ascended above them all. And by eliminating all of them, even moderating all of them, the negative use, and that basically functions. If you've ever read modern sociology, they're almost always derivative of the technologies. And that's true of Hasidic people, not opponents of the Hasidic people. That's true of hardcore Jewish rationalists, like the Milligone, right? The hardcore rational guy. Also hardcore communist. Kabbalah, Uri and Kabbalah, is at some level just Jewish. So talk about that. We'll talk about this more as we wrap the class up in 2 weeks. Why is this guy available? At some level, people love all these ideas are basically how part of our theological landscape Judaism. Why is it just can't go buy a copy next time? Why is it can't go buy a copy of Cordovero's Party Time? Why is it the entire 50 volume are collected books that are not translated? There's reason for that. And we'll get to that in 2 weeks. There is a really important reason why that is. It has everything to do with how liberal Judaism decanonized it rejected. That's part of what made liberal modern Judaism the issue of Kabbalah. Now that's changing. But it's not changing in the right way. That's the way it's changing. It's not. It's changing in the sense that Kabbalah is going to be imported. They're being imported haphazardly. And the original texts are not being consulted. They're not being translated. So modern Jews who use Kabbalah don't have access to it. And that's a disaster. It's a real disaster. I mean, if the works of Thomas Aquinas were translated, you had to rely on old Latin traditions and some Theology Mass. Well, that's basically what we have. It's as if Thomas Aquinas had the influence in the Catholic world, no Catholics have access to his actual work or his actual works that are reliable. It's a mess. It's a real mess. So, this is a standard volume of time in Hebrew. There's no English translation. There's no translation. We'll talk about why there's just not one. It's bad. So, at the end of the day, it's a glorious version of Kabbalah. It wins. Now, I'm not saying it's systematic. I'm not saying it's completely all worked out. There's still a bunch of things in the system. At the end of the day, 50 volume collected works. Arizal, really, the works of Chaim Vital, systematizing the works at some level of Arizal, that becomes Jewish theology. Now, on the one hand, that's really cool because Kabbalah won. On the other hand, it's a disaster because most Jews who are interested in Kabbalah like us have no access. It's a mess. This is a real problem. We don't have to get solved. But it's just now in the past 10 years that the entire cohort was translated in real life. So this is a big problem. We'll talk about why we're in this boat. How we're getting out of it in 2 weeks. But it may just we may be getting out of that problem. It may take our entire lifetime to get out of this problem. We'll talk about where it came from, why it's happening, how we're getting out of it. 6 years after Chaim Vital dies, the greatest articulator of the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, after he dies, a guy born in Asia Minor, is he's born Tishba, which happens on Shabbat that year. And there's a long-standing idea in Jewish lore that the Messiah will be born on the saddest day of the year. That the day of the year that he's born, every bad thing that's ever happened to us, the great hope is that on that day, the Messiah will be born. That Tishma will no longer be sad, it will be glorious, that'll be the birthday of the Messiah. On Saturday of Tishma, 6 years after the death of Shabbat's Tzvi is going to transform Kabbalah. He's going to become the Messiah. And not just when I say that, I mean the majority of the world's Jews look at him as the Messiah. The king of the world's Jews look at the Messiah. He is a publicist in Gaza. He's a Kabbalah. And he will become the in fact, in many ways, it's about Judaism as a religion. In some ways, before Shabbat Tzvi, after. And Shabbat Tzvi is going to transform Judaism. It's going to transform so much what's going to happen. So what we're going to do is just going to basically shake Judaism to its core. Because as you learn something of the Messiah, the vast Jews, the Messiah, many of them, they have their bags packed full. Thomas and Amsterdam ready to go to Israel to live in the age in 1666 versus Harvard. And it is a disaster. I mean, prior to the Holocaust, there's no greater disaster than Shabbat Tzvi. No greater. It's fucking logical. So, in many ways, right, if you think about Shabbat Tzvi being full of now imagine most of you have heard the idea that you can't say how much you're 40. I'm sure folks have heard that idea. Well, notice that it's not Gloria died before he was 40. Clearly he was studying Kabbalah before he was 40. Where do ideas like that come from? Because the idea that Kabbalah is so dangerous. Like the entire Jewish world to a disaster. And that disaster, Kabbalistic disaster, being heralded by Shabbat Tzvi, also cited. We will turn to him and his arguments for also frames it really turn our attention to what's it's kind of like our own totally frames. So we will deal with Shabbat
we will eventually.
Hi, everybody. Dreams really do come true. We're doing a Kill Tony Price House in This is crazy. This is like going to. It's like playing basketball at your house when you're a kid and on their hoop instead of your hoop. You know, and like hoops are a little bit different. I can tell there's a lot of basketball players in there, by the way this is going over. Not really connecting yet. How you guys doing? It's fun. A different angle, a different type of setup. The audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor. Give it up for Score, everybody. Delicious, now available, made since. Can anybody guess when Squirt started? 1653. Sir, what are you thinking? We're talking about Squirt here. 16. You're saying Squirt predate the United States of America? I mean, I'd like to believe that for anybody that's never had one on a hot summer day, you would think. My God, it seems like centuries, but no. Oh, that's just since 1938, everybody. 1938. They've been around a long time. I mean, no 1656 over there from the.
I think that was the birthday of Charlie Chaplin.
Wow, look at that, Brian making up a complete act. Right from the get, and I love it.
I like how there's that much electricity going on here. And Joe is known for spilling his coffee all the time, so this might be really dangerous.
This is exciting. Hopefully, he spills some delicious diet Squirt. The caffeine newest sponsor, Kill Tony. Turns out McDonald's dropped us. Yeah, we got a call. Turns out they weren't loving it. And they said you have to stop saying that we're sponsoring your show. And I was waiting for it. I was wondering, like, what happened then? Like a sponsor, they have to fight back because they have to protect their own reputation.
Right. I think it started when they started sponsoring. They started drawing it to zero. They
zero the blackfish. Yeah. Which was just common right in the moment. That was no pre-written. You can't mix those. Oh, so are you texting the show to somebody who can't see the live feed? Is that what's going on right now? They got a new sponsor. It's Squirt. That's on Reddit right now. Hashtag Kill Tony. There's not even a hashtag on Reddit. I mentioned me. I don't know the internet.
Well, you're going to take Squirt and mix it with a little bit of tequila and call it a margarita. Come on.
That's as white trash as it gets right there, everybody. If you've ever wondered what white trash is for you Latinos in the room or black people, like what's true white trash? Have you ever mixed a Squirt with tequila and called it a margarita? I saw a few Mexican people pass out when you said that. They were so insulted. Like, that's not a margarita. Well, I mean, it's delicious Squirt, so it's probably better than a margarita. Fucking can't Squirt drop us. It just messed up and said Squirt would be good.
Yeah, well, just to let Joe, like, knock one over and get Squirt all over you, get you wet.
I love it. It would be the first on Kill Tony that I've been drenched in delicious caffeine-free Squirt. The Thirst Quencher is their slogan, by the way. It's not in the Squirt whatsoever. They want McDonald's. That's all that they want. But I love it. You guys dig your McDonald's.
How many people here actually know what Kill Tony is, by the way? Yeah. Alright. Who here has no idea what they're watching right now?
Wow! Really? That's awesome. Congratulations.
We do a show once a week, and we help the local stand-up comedy community out. And,
they sign up for a show to get constructive criticism from me, Writers Guild member, Comedy Central Roast Writer, Death Squad Platinum member. You might know me via my major credits. Creator of the Death Squad, and always two of our funniest friends are on the show. And this week's no different.
Yeah.
So getting perspective from two of those tonight is going to be very exciting. We have Joe Rogan and Dom Irera are with us in the house tonight, everybody. First, for those of you that haven't been to Kill Tony, you wooers out there, it all went, what? Basically means, fuck you and out. We always have a head of security with us to protect us at all times. It started off as the Iron Patriot, an autistic man, undiagnosed, in a very fancy $5,000 Iron Man suit. He would stand next to the stage and defend us. And then in the episodes, got in the 30s of episodes, he said he's gotten too big for the show. 1,000 Twitter followers, he said, I'm going to do my own thing now. I have a new following. Since then, he's lost more than 1,000 Twitter followers since leaving the show, based on the principle of the listeners. So we've always replaced him with a different Patriot each week. Pasadena, I bring you a very special treat when I bring to you one of my Patriots. It's Iron. Subscribe. Look at the reach on this man. Here he is, taking a long walk. There was only one set of footprints, I do believe. His walk over there.
There's a little girl called by Josh Martin, guys.
Put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. Producer of the show, spiller of tequila, accident-prone, speech impediment infested friend of ours, who thought he had said it on the way down when he had tequila on the table a few weeks ago. And we took it from my leg. He's looking over us. That's a great Josh Martin comic. And we have at like Jesus Christ is with us, everybody. Marion, we're gonna be genius. How's things going, man?
Beautiful, thanks. You know, the wingspan of a condor.
Heck yeah.
Throw that in there.
All right.
Okay, let's go.
There you go. Have you actually measured a condor's wingspan? Are you being serious, or is that? I don't know. You caught somebody these just now. I don't know if you heard that.
Bless you.
And I know you're just. Boom. For thousands of years, Jesus Christ. Never loses that sense of humor. Any good doesn't go away.
Happy to be back in Pasadena. My last time here, saw Jim Carrey before he was ever Jim Carrey.
Wow.
You said you used to come here back in the day and see all these Steve Martin started here.
It was actually the only show I saw. You know, I figured maybe I would never see one.
Look at you now, all about Kill Tony. Woo! Featured by Squirt, the thirst quencher. This is much more exciting than young Jim Carrey.
How do we Squirt Margarita?
Oh,
Here, I'll open up one right now.
I thought that was going to be the worst accident. I just seen him like, oh, and here it is.
What about those poor guy where you're looking at the back?
No, it's fine. It's fucking hot blocked by Jesus. You got the best seat in the house. You're like fucking.
He's a good sport. Much to see that.
Yeah, if you did it either way, you can totally do it. I'm sure what he does pass a lot of gas. He's a
Definitely not. You think a guy sat in the middle of the table in the Last Supper can pass gas? That would be embarrassing. There you go. It's unbelievable. Who said that you didn't really exist? These morons. Well, guys, we're very happy to have you back. I'm glad that you're going to be keeping an eye on us. In the meanwhile, what do you say? Josh?
ready to go.
Are we? Guys, are you ready for your guests? Holy shit. Everybody, it's the great Joe Rogan, welcome to the show, guys. Doing it. Now, Don sort of gave you an idea of what's going on.
Yeah, it's worth paying, guys. Good. Yeah. Because we're not. Would owe me $10.
Oh, we've gone off to a fucking random story.
What the fuck was that?
That's hilarious. From the jump.
Joe's first time here, he refuses to go to the Comedy Store, so we brought the show to you, Joe.
Thank you very much.
It's actually really fun. We've had for a long time to have you on the show.
Yeah, we should be doing Podcast Festival here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should. Totally.
Yeah, feels good.
But I'm a little too high to be talking to people, so no eye contact, nothing crazy, nobody get out of line, no picture fests.
I was just starting to relax, and then I took that shot of. He didn't warn me that it was that cinnamon stuff. It's like a whole different thing. My mind was not prepared for that whatsoever, and now it's like fucking big red gum.
I was thinking it was probably something with like, but I'd like to add it flavor.
I mean, that's a real surprise.
Yeah, fuck you just did after 21 hours. You know, fuck you just did.
That's Mistake City. So,
That's where all babies come from. That's the fucking leave it in the juice.
fire, that's how it starts. It's all fireball.
That's this class. 3 more of those. You can go the other way, baby. That's how it goes down there. Thank you, Joe. one of those dudes who has like a special drink. Oh, I need my Tanqueray. My Tanqueray. What are you kids here drinking the same thing? I'm just gonna sip on this. I got a tradition. I get fucked up a special way every time. You know what I like. Regular.
Tom, what's your drink?
Maybe I'm dumb doesn't affect you.
Kevin, do you have any questions for our guest?
Yeah, Tom. I'm speaking here from a microphone. Yes, so you know the question is important. You were named by Comedy Central one of the 50 greatest comics of all time. First of all, it's 100, but thank you. Can I say something for you, man? I'm very bitter about that. I'm very hurtful. I was number 79. You know who beat me out for 78? Centric Entertainment. I can't compete with any entertainer. The jokes he has people over, he has a nice spread, he dances. See what? Centric Entertainer. He's a very funny guy. Earthquake. Exactly like Earthquake.
Kevin, do you have a question?
Just to might be on the list, that's amazing. Joe Rogan, you're one of the greatest, cutting edge, smart, comics ever. Your body of work is huge and beautiful. You're always coming up with new stuff.
So the question is,
Leading up to, where's your favorite place to write comedy? To write it, actually on airplane seats. I don't know what it is in the sky, but the only place you can get higher so much. Yeah, you can't get any higher, but it's also the act of being in a plane is somewhat terrifying, especially if you're high on edibles. It's a terrifying thing. There's something about being terrified that makes you creative. So I come up with a lot of shit, like, I go, oh, no. I come up with a lot of that.
I love that.
Sometimes I put them in a loop. Well, thank you both. When that becomes like a meditation at the end of the 20th time.
Wow. You have a system worked out. That's a very specific question.
Get high and create material.
By these hard paper meetings.
I was writing like crazy. Somehow my speaker stimulates my creativity. Makes sense. It would certainly switch it up a bit. Thank you, Doctor.
Well, I'd love to just talk with you guys forever, but unfortunately, this podcast is actually about stand-up comedians doing stand-up and doing seconds apiece. And we talk to them afterwards and figure out how we can help them in any way, shape, or form. That's what they all signed up for, and many of them are waiting just outside that door for their name to be called and come in and do 60 seconds.
Okay, I said before we go out, I haven't even seen these people. None of them have a shot. Just to let you know. We're very special.
Like a Boss Level episode, Tony. You know, it's like for these guys that are in the other room, this is like we announced it just this week. They went crazy.
It really is the best of the entire Hollywood open mic that's out there right now. They're dressed better than I usually see them dressed. Like it's a Friday night for them. I usually only see them on Sundays and Mondays, and usually only Mondays. But so it's very exciting. It is like the Yankees of the.
They've been up a mic in their whole life. It's capacity. You can taste it.
Now, many of them know, but we'll let love the audience and the new people that have been here for the first time. They know that their time's up. The 60 seconds when they hear the meow of a kitty. Did you hear that? That's how adorable that is. One more time. And that's your 60 seconds. They know not to go any longer than that, or else they're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. To all you podcast listeners, I'm sorry you had to hear that. However, you have to understand that it's an important lesson in show business to not do over your time. So, we let that be harmful.
It's awesome.
So many comedians signed up and made a drive all the way from like the heart of Hollywood to have the chance to come up in front of you guys. And I thank you so much for being here, and I want to get it started. Are you guys ready? Yes. Live from the Ice House. 50 seconds, and then we're going to end up talking more to your first comedian, Kobe Grimes. It's Kobe Grimes. It's right here. I love Kobe.
So in my class, there was a student, the whole class is like,
All right, first of all, I'm going to apologize to me, Jonathan, in the room. Put on now?
yeah, it's been on.
We're really quiet. Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's your first time ever on stage? Kobe Grimes, everybody. Wow. In that case, you just brought down the house. I'm not apologizing. You destroyed for your first time.
Everybody eats shit on New Road. Part of the program. Nobody's good at first.
But I guarantee you right now, that's the first time we're on the show. Did you get a notification?
You don't count it as a set.
You don't even know how long it's been. Why were they doing the set?
Like, wasn't relaxed. Yeah, that's
the first name they get called. I didn't think I was going to get a first name first time.
Wow.
It's a very alien thing to do what you just did. It's a very alien thing. When you do it for the first time, you'll be chasing that dragon forever. It'll never be any more alien being normal. Once it starts being normal, then you'll start relaxing and you'll learn how to be yourself more out there. It's just a weird art form. And it's one that you only learn by doing it. So you did it. You did it. I sucked a fat pile of dicks my first time on stage. Dude, that was terrible. If someone had recording, I would give them a lot of money to not release it. That's not me. I'm not that dude. Shit, I can't be responsible for that motherfucker. That was a long time ago.
That's your Donald Sterling thing.
Everybody's terrible the first time. Everybody. There's no way around it. And then you figure it out. But you have to just keep doing it. And just get your shit together in the outside world, too.
Kobe,
That'll probably help.
Kobe, is it something that you've always wanted to do? Why tonight?
Fix your stove. Barely paying attention when you're talking to him right now. Congratulations. It means a lot to me. I don't know why. What to do?
Well, I want to answer his question.
Okay.
No.
How do you remember it?
So,
I mean, well,
I'm fucking serious.
it's getting really good. Look, second, it's getting loose.
Heck yeah. You've always needed a school shooter comedian. Picture that. I can picture it. There's a real niche for this.
We'll play it on the
Oh, dude, we're just fucking. Look, man, you're a young man. You can just try stand-up for the first time. It's very admirable. It's a difficult thing. You did a good job, man. Your first time on stage. You will get looser, more relaxed when you do it. I would probably never make you shake.
What was the punchline when you said that?
No idea what to do. Don't make him do it again.
It's ridiculous to say similar because this dude showed me a video of a lady who's starting this. I knew he's starting and trying to perform a gun.
Okay. Like that's we didn't hear. That mic going out was your friend Jesus Christ over your shoulder taking care of you.
Oh my god.
Jesus threw an alley from 4 feet away. Here you go, buddy. You're gonna need this. Now, audio one. All of a sudden, the main mic is just gone, and then it comes back.
Don't let this discourage you. You can still make it.
Yeah.
Just don't tell that joke again. It's part of the process. You're gonna do a bunch that don't work, and you're gonna beat your head against the wall until you figure it out. Those people were the right people. You gotta listen to them. They're the right people. You're the wrong one. Crazy. Right. Well, everyone that you kind of did it now. Technically, you're a comedian. I don't buy into this hierarchy bullshit where people get mad if someone did an open mic night 2 times and they call themselves a comedian. Because we all know guys that only did open mic nights. It's some of the funniest guys ever knew. For the longest time, Brian Holmes was one of the funniest guys out there. And all he ever did was just did spots in this car. We never saw him anywhere else. Nobody ever knew. You know?
Yeah, now he closes up the Saturday theater, and it's amazing. It fills up the back of the room with comedians. It's incredible.
And he always had a job. You know, to try to pretend that he's not a comedian. Never made it in history.
Ari Shaffir was the first person to tell me that you're a comic. Like, you just made a comic, you're a comic. I would never say I was a comic. I just tried.
Everybody tries to say.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. I'm not really a brain surgeon, but I try it once in a while. It's, you know, you can call yourself what's a big deal?
Doesn't mean they're good.
So we're going to probably get you if you pick up a flute. You start around a picture of flutist. I'm working on it right now. What, you perfect with your flute shit? Just really suck at the flute. But as long as I fuck with it, I'm a flutist. Joe, it's flouting. What is that?
Supper French.
Kobe flips to this, after this all over. Everybody saying, it's do a yoga class.
Yeah, you gotta breathe.
A little weed, take a breath.
Don't watch it, just listen to it, and just really pay attention to it. Try to show it to your friends, and you'll understand what I'm saying. I had no idea what you were saying. It was like a rainbow all around my mouth. Yeah, I just couldn't hear it. And then, but every time I tried for a second, I just became more. It's hard. Man, he's the first guy out there.
It's a comfort suit.
Shall we go for number 2, everybody? Your second comedian tonight. Oh, I know this guy. He's a funny guy. He gets on pretty often lately. Funny guy named Tyler Mesnard, everybody.
Hey guys, so I don't get the movie Forrest Gump. You don't understand it. I'm just gonna be straight with you guys. Remember that retarded people fighting Vietnam? I'm just gonna say it. Because I'm pretty sure your feet were flat enough you didn't have to go. But somehow the guy says his name 30 times in 3 minutes. Send him over. Who cares? What's really confusing about that movie though is that guy, Forrest Gump, he got a degree from the University of Alabama. He graduated, and yet he didn't understand that touchdown and stop running.
How's it going, Rabbi?
Kicking ass, taking names, watching a podcast. How about you?
I recently, I don't know how to say this, but I've recently had a dream.
What's your dream, big man?
A little similar to Martin Luther King's dream. A little similar, but a lot different.
Okay.
I don't know how to say it yet. I'm gonna put it in my own words. I'm gonna write it down, and then I'll give a speech.
Sounds like a plan, big man. It sounds good.
How's it going for you, Rabbi?
Living the dream.
Hey, are you Jewish, Rabbi?
100%.
Say that again.
100%.
100%. Me too. You know that? I'm Jewish also.
Very well.
So cool.
Where do you attend shul?
Say that again.
Where do you attend shul?
So my grandma is Jewish, right? I'm not full Jewish. My grandma is Jewish, and she passed down her all the information, to my father. And my father passed down all the information to me.
Okay.
So I've been keeping it silent because I don't know the true word of God. I still need to learn.
Yeah, no, I understand. That doesn't make you Jewish, at least from an Orthodox perspective, though. It has to come from your mom.
Oh, really? It has to come from the mother?
Yes, sir.
Not the father?
That's correct.
So am I still a Gentile?
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you for giving me the correct information.
Absolutely, but you can always convert to Orthodox Judaism, and there are some sects of Judaism that may accept you just based on your Jewish lineage. So it may be important for you to investigate those. Some of them are known as Reconstructionist Judaism. The Reform movement might accept you. The Humanist Judaism might accept you. So, if anything, contact your I would advise contacting a local Orthodox rabbi and asking them what. Yeah, absolutely. And
Thank you so much, Rabbi.
Absolutely, my man. You're always welcome. Okay. Keep me updated.
And I've been going through a spiritual journey, to be honest.
Okay, how'd you find out about me?
I met you when I was in Aiden Rothschild'S Discord.
Oh, okay, great.
Back in the day.
Yes, sir.
So I had a vivid memory of you.
Absolutely. I streamed my life in there for like 16 months straight.
Really?
Word, dog.
How was it? I spent my life for like a year in Aiden Rothschild'S Discord.
Yeah.
Like a year, 12 months. So you have a few more months than me, sir.
Hey, no worries. It used to be really popular. It used to be really popular, but then they changed the settings on it, especially to be able to stream, and it lost like 90% of its active user base.
Wait, is that why? Is that why?
That's 100% why.
They took off the ability to stream?
Yeah, that's 100% why. So they forced everybody to go into the chats, which are cool, but then when people want to go into the VC used to do, they were unable to, and there was issues because nobody wants to be.
So, is there a way to reform that server by any way, by any chance?
I mean, you'd have to contact Aiden's team and.
Aiden's team, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I have their contact if you're like super interested to do it. It's just.
Love to do that. I would love to speak up for the people.
Yeah, I mean, when you're running a server that big though, and you don't have 24-hour moderation of the VCs, people show their dicks.
It gets a little hectic.
They'll show buttholes. They'll show all kinds of stuff. So I think for the safety of Aiden and his Discord, they just said, look, we're gonna make it so that you can only chat and
Oh, okay. So he just reformed it through his own means.
Right.
Pretty much.
That's correct. But it lost a lot of its active users.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, but whenever there's a UFC or a big boxing match, I think they generally allow just about stream, and that's when it gets popping. So a lot of times on Saturday night, they'll have like a UFC or a big boxing match, and then everybody hops in and watches the match.
Hey, Rabbi, can I ask you a question, Rabbi?
Ask me if you'd like, my man.
So I started streaming, right?
Okay, great, man.
I started on Twitch, but I feel like my voice isn't really heard on Twitch.
100%.
Should I change platforms?
No.
Should I change platforms?
No play stream. So you should simultaneously stream on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and Kick all at the same time. There's a free way to.
Twitch.
Well,
can you send me a link or something like that?
I'm just gonna tell it to you. It's noted.
You'll tell it to me. Thank you.
Absolutely, it's Rumble Studio. And Rumble Studio is everything that you need. Just connect your Kick, you connect your Twitch, and then you'll live on Rumble, and it goes live on all the other places. And it has a unified chat, so that if somebody types to you on Twitch, types to you on Kick, or types to you on Rumble, or to you on YouTube.
Really, that's so cool.
Exactly.
That's so cool.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
100%. Also,
I appreciate the help, Rabbi. I appreciate it.
100%. So this will increase your engagement about 4 times, which is really great. And you can do it even more. There are other platforms as well that can connect to it. Things like BitChute and X and Locals and quite a few others. So what you want to do is, and it's all free. There are paid versions as well where you can do some other stuff too. But unless you want to pay money, like I want to keep it free. So just go to Rumble Studio, create an account,
Rumble Studio.
Yep.
Make an account.
Yep, and then you can start once you verify your phone, and you can start streaming right away.
Wow, you were a great help. I've asked other people, but like they tend to turn me down all because, well, first I start speaking about my faith, right? I say I'm Jewish, and people when they hear that, they tend to block out their ears.
Okay, well, I'm open up. So from a streaming perspective, just create a Rumble account. It's rumble.com. And then in the upper right corner, yep, upper right corner, it'll say sign up. You sign up, you create an account, and then also in the upper right corner, under where you can either upload or go live, there's a section that says studio. You can also just go to studio.rumble.com and log in directly there.
Now you're speaking my language, sir. You're speaking my language. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. They also have an app. They have an iOS and Android app if you're doing on.
Can I ask you a question, sir? Is this free to the public during like the hours that schools are closed? Or you have to get permission?
You have to get permission because it's locked up.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't.
Sorry, Rabbi.
You're good, big man.
I got interrupted. Sorry.
You're good. No worries. So you have time. You can either download the Rumble app on Android or iOS.
Okay, I'm downloading it right now so that I don't forget.
Yeah, absolutely. Then it allows for free multi-streaming, and it saves your video on Rumble, and then it will save on YouTube indefinitely, and then it saves on Kick for 30 days, and it saves on Twitch for 14 days, I believe.
Wow, really?
Yes, sir.
Hey, okay, so does your computer have to be quick? Like, does it have to be? I'll walk all the way down, sir. Sorry, I was just to the security guard.
You're good. Don't worry.
I didn't want to trespass.
You're good.
Somewhere where I'm not allowed to be.
All right, we'll make sure you follow the law. In
Yes,
answer
sir.
to your question, do you need a really fast computer? No, you can do it all from a phone.
Really, I can do it from my phone. Okay, sweet.
You could be live streaming this right now if you wanted.
Like what I'm doing, walking right now.
100%. That's good content.
Because I'm a streamer that like I want my voice out there, right? I want to get others too, so that we the people can come together as one. But there's going to be complications with religion, complications with just morality. The morality of it is it's complicated. It's complicated.
Yeah, if you're looking to connect with the most amount of people, there are 3 things that you generally want to refrain from. Those are religion, politics, and sexual orientation. If you avoid those topics, then
religion.
Basically, you're going to maximum amount of people who watch you.
Okay, so religion. What was the third one, sir?
Just really sexual orientation or sexual discussions.
Sexual orientation.
Yeah. So like, just you're an LGBTQ ally or you're more traditional, whatever it is. If you just stay away from those topics, then just people who want to watch your stream, you have people who want to catch you and they'll be like, hey, what is your stance on whatever subject, on abortion or on capital punishment or whatever. And a good thing to do, unless you want to have a debate over this, you just say that I have my own personal beliefs, but I do my best to keep them out of my stream and to be apolitical. I do my best to not discuss politics.
Okay, I try my best to keep them out of my best.
Yeah, you just.
Thank you so much. You don't even know how much you're helping me.
Absolutely, you just basically say I do my best to stay out of politics. I've got my own personal beliefs, like we do. Because if not, what ends up happening is, let's say, let's just say you like the color blue, and you're like, hey guys, I like the color blue, and somebody comes in and says, okay, what's on red? And you're like, well, okay, I guess red can be okay. And then a lot of people be like, well, I like red and blue. And you'll be like, okay, well, you like red and blue. Then somebody's be like, what do you think of purple? And then you'll be like, well, I guess purple's okay as well. And then the people who like blue will be like, you don't really like blue. You like red and purple. You just said you like red and purple. And you're like, well, I kind of do like red and purple, but I like blue the most. And they'll be like, oh, okay. Then what are your thoughts on orange? Orange is okay color, I guess. And people will be like, oh, you don't really like blue, and you don't really like red, and you don't really like purple. You like orange. You just said you like orange, and it's like you can't win if you have a large group of people to whom you are broadcasting. If you take a stance on any one of these, you're not going to please them all. There's an old phrase, an adage, basically that is please some of the people all the time, and all of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time. I hope that makes sense to you.
Yeah. It makes sense because, like, listen, you tell someone their beliefs, right, or your what your beliefs are, and that person, they will right away, they will start contradicting you because what they were taught, what they know, what they pronounce, their words, their syllables, everything was taught in their own fashionable manner, in a little bit different. It's all supposed to be aligned, right? But everyone did this, started doing that. Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting.
It is. So a good philosophy to say and use is you say I like to talk about things on my stream that unite people, not that which divides. There's so you can use to divide each other. If that's what you're into, divisive discussions, that's great. Go to those. That's not what I do. I do my best to unite people. I want people to respect each other. I want people to treat others with kindness and love. That's what my stream's about. I'm about spreading positivity. I don't want to create a platform where people argue all the time and debate. That doesn't always get us anywhere. Not saying that it can't be important, but there's a time and a place for everything, and from the place for right now is the time and the place for us to talk about love and music and art. Where else it is that interests you?
Their interests. Okay. Okay, Rabbi. Okay. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And I'm live streaming. I'm live streaming right now myself.
Nice.
I'm live streaming right now myself. So if you want to go back to these conversations, what you should do is just go to any one of my streams. In the upper left corner of this Discord, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Do you see that?
Go to it's for 7 live stream.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Click that. Then click the link in there, and you're gonna see.
For live YouTube stream. Yeah.
Okay. So go to that 24/7 live YouTube stream link. Open it up. It's gonna take you to YouTube, and you're gonna see all my different streams. I have like 25 simultaneous streams going right now. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 4 years.
Really?
I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm the biggest content creator in global history. Right. So if you want to go back to any of these discussions, you can just go back to whatever link is there, and then you don't even have to take notes.
I can watch you right here. I can watch it. Okay.
You can watch it.
Don't you have videos that you post, correct?
The podcast I'm on.
Do you post?
I have videos that I post.
Okay.
I'm on podcast. I was on a yesterday. I was on 2 podcasts this week. I'm on another podcast next week. So like I do a lot. I create memes. I created over 500 memes yesterday. I'm live.
What? Really?
Word.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I create.
No way. It's so cool.
Word, dog. I create.
So cool.
So this is what I do, which I think is really smart. I take pictures of like old school, really pretty ladies like Marilyn Monroe and Audrey Hepburn, like old style 10s. And I take their picture and I I make it a meme with just please type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live, and then with my link tree below it, and then I put it all over the internet, and then people learn about me from like they get it. They see a picture of they see a picture of a hot chick, and so they click on it, and then right below it is how to join my Discord and see my YouTubes.
Dude, Rabbi, did anyone tell you you're an amazing guy?
Thank you, my friend. I get told that
Did
often,
anyone tell you this?
but I never get sick of hearing it. Thank you.
You're very positive. You're very straightforward. I love the way you speak. You're an inspiration.
Well, thank you, my friend, and I'm here to support you. And
I want to be like you in the future, sir. Just like you.
Absolutely. Well, we'll help you to do that. So the first thing that you want to do is
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
100%. I'll help you. The first thing that you want to do is when you have time, get your well, frankly, I think this is really you want to get your logo and your brands together. So what?
I preach.
Okay, you
But
preach.
I'm starting to realize that preaching is not really getting me far, right?
Yeah.
Because people tend to still shut their ears. Because when you preach about fear, right? When you preach about fear, all it does is just scare the human to and he'll start contradicting himself, right? He'll start arguing with you. He'll start. It's pointless. Like it's kind of pointless, in my perspective.
I understand. And that word preach is a charged word. It's a religious word, generally. But
Religious word.
Yeah, so you want maybe something more neutral. So you say, I spread positivity. That's the thing that's what you're doing when you say you preach. But people are much more, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the word out to people of what you feel and how, like the good things that are going on in your life and how you want to help others, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So then what you want to do is just perhaps tailor your message instead of saying I preach, because generally people want that from a religious figure.
I speak. That's exactly correct.
Yeah, so you can say I speak, you can say positivity.
I spread positivity.
Exactly. I spread positive vibes. I want to inspire a person who wants to make people build better. And all of those are what you're talking about when you say you preach, but they're not going to be such a turnoff to people. The second that you get on social media and you start saying I preach to people, they're going to get shut off because they've heard so many people, hey, you need to join my religion, or hey, you're not practicing your life well enough. You're not doing that, but the second you use the word, then you are automatically injecting this type of thought. So what you do is you just want to perhaps adapt your phrasing. So what you say is, I'm spreading positivity. I'm doing build a positive world. I want to help goodness. I am speaking positive vibes. Those are all positive things that you can do, and then people are on board for that. Then they don't think it's a religious thing.
So my issue is I'm focusing on the religion, right?
Yeah,
and I'm bringing examples and stuff, this and that, but the whole time, like fighting against someone else's belief, right?
And you want to get away from that. Like basically,
Okay.
Like basically, everybody's got their favorite color, and you're coming in saying the best color is yellow, and it's like, well, why do you think the best color is yellow? Instead of saying the best color is yellow, you can say, I appreciate all colors. I think in their own way, all colors are special. And if you like yellow, if you like purple, if you like green, no matter what your color is, no matter who you are, you should know that you're special, that I value you, I appreciate you being here, and I want to vibe with you in the future. I'd love to meet all of my fans in the future. I'd love to meet everyone in the audience in the future. And, like that's how you make people want to stay on your stream, as opposed to you have to do what I'm. Nobody wants that.
They appreciate they appreciate when you're taking their side at a certain point.
Exactly.
They appreciate it.
Exactly. And with anything, you could be like just imagine, like, we'll use cars as an example. So you'll find somebody who's like, hey, hey, Paul, I really like cars. And you're like, oh, I really like cars too. Now, we'll say cars is like, and you'll be like, oh, I really like cars too. And they'll be like, oh, do you like Corvettes? You'll be like, yeah, I love Corvettes. Corvettes are great. And they'll be like, oh, cool. I like Corvettes too. Do you like Porsches? And you'll be like, no, I don't really like Porsches as much as I like Porsche. Cool, bet. All right, do you like Corvettes? Yeah, I like red Corvettes. The other person's like, yeah, I like red Corvettes too. So they're thinking that you're vibing on all these different levels, and then they'll say to you, do you like vintage Corvettes? And you'll be like, oh, well, I mean, vintage are cool, but I really like the newer Corvettes. And they're, oh, no, I like vintage Corvettes. Feed on that you like cars. You agree. And you can do that with anything. You already agreed you liked cars. You already agreed you like Corvettes. You already agreed you did Porsches. You already agreed you like red Corvettes. There's just one little thing that you disagree with, and they don't like you anymore. Now you're the enemy because you do every single thing that they do. And person say, I like Jews. Okay, great. What kind of Judaism do you practice? Oh, I practice Reform Judaism. Well, I personally don't like Reform Judaism. Oh, okay. Well, then are we allies? I mean, we're all, considered Jews to some extent within our different demographics or our different versions of Judaism. But like, do you have in my synagogue? No, you don't. And so somebody's like, well, I don't like that. Okay, even Orthodox people. One person may say, oh, I'm a Hasidic Jew. Oh, that's cool. Another person may say, I'm a modern Orthodox Jew. That's cool. You're both practicing Orthodoxy. However, those are two very separate strands of ways to believe. And many Hasidic world does not mesh well with with modern Orthodox world. And then within Hasidism, one person can be a Breslov Hasidic dynasty person. Another person can be a Chabad Hasidic dynasty person. They don't always mesh because they have different leadership. Like, you can always break it down. So you want to do your best to avoid these things that divide cars, whether it's religion, whether it's politics, things that are positive. And so whatever case, like the car thing, you can say, I have an appreciation for older Corvettes. I personally like newer Corvettes, but I think it's really cool that we both like Corvettes. All people who like cars are cool because it shows they have an interest in something. Anybody else in the audience, maybe you don't like Corvettes, maybe you do like Porsches. Anybody want to talk about that? Tell us about their experiences of being a car lover, and you'll find that, wow, the people who love the Porsches, the same reason that I love Corvettes, and we have a lot in common. And maybe we don't necessarily jive because I like newer Corvettes and my friend likes older Corvettes, likes Porsches. However, I understand now why they like Porsches. I understand it's the same thing that I love about Corvettes.
And I should be like myself, right? I should be myself
Who-
when I'm speaking and I'm speaking.
Who else could you be?
Like, I tend to refrain. Like, sometimes I get so deep into the religion, right? Like, I'm going at a topic, and there's times that even I tend to contradict myself.
Absolutely. Okay, so let me ask you this. What religious that have from a teaching perspective? You make smicha, which is rabbinical ordination, or have you been to religious school?
Jesus teaching.
Okay.
I grew up listening to his teachings.
Okay, so right away, if somebody, but you say you're Jewish, but yet you're having like the idea of those are contradicting philosophies, and if you don't see that, your audience will. So basically, what I'm saying,
Contradicting philosophy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we within Judaism don't recognize the Nazarene to be God. We also don't recognize that person to be the Messiah.
Contradict
Theologies, basically.
narrative.
Yeah,
Narrative.
it's really theologies. Narratives works as well.
Theology. Theology.
Exactly. So you're
Okay, I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna look into that.
absolutely. So basically, if somebody's watching your stream, they can already. You don't have the education or the experience to be able to. So they're going to move on to the next person. So you want to avoid that. Even though it's fun to talk about, you can use general. Are there some things that within perhaps different religions that may be positive, like loving your neighbor or caring about others or feeding the sick and the poor? Are those all good things? Yeah, absolutely. Just don't frame it from a religious standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that doesn't mean that that someday you can't become educated and you can't knowledge base and be able to talk on things from a religious perspective. I don't want to pop your bubble there, but you don't currently have the knowledge base to be able to speak on these things, and it's even more dangerous.
You're right.
It's even more dangerous because you don't know what you don't know. Like, it would be one thing if you had, you had more experience, perhaps in teaching on religious ethics, and you knew that at some point you may have to say, you know what, I'm gonna have to look that up, so that you don't contradict yourself. Um, religion many times though is full of contradictions, and so don't feel badly if you ever contradict yourself, because that's something that can happen. Here's a paradox: God all powerful?
I mean, they say this.
Perfect answer. Okay, so if God's all powerful, can God create a rock so large that not even God can lift it? It's a paradox. It can't be both. So if God's powerful, then God can create any rock of any size. Any size. He can do whatever he wants. God can do whatever they want. Okay, can they make one so big that not even they could lift it? It's paradoxical.
Oh, so you're mixing it. You're mixing kind of your religion, your belief with like evidence. With not just evidence, but like kind of like the theory of into your own perspective at first. Then you see the other perspectives of others, and you try to not contradict yourself, because once you start contradicting yourself, right? Like people will start saying this, saying that. Like when you want to speak, so pretty much what you're trying to tell me is, when you gotta speak, for the against.
Well, in this particular case, I'm giving.
But not to the very point where it becomes a protest. Not to that.
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm saying a point. There are some paradoxical parts of religion where you will end up contradicting yourself, because someone may say,
Okay.
"Hey, Paul."
What is the paradox? What does that mean, sir?
That's a great question. A paradox is something that is logically inconsistent. So,
Logically inconsistent.
exactly. So we're going to get the exact definition right now.
So
what is a paradox?
Right, like he would contradict himself a lot, like this, that, and that, right?
I mean, here's a classic contradiction.
The Nazarene?
Yeah, here's a contradiction. He, Nazarene's supposed to be God, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Allegedly, exactly. Okay, fine. Within some belief systems. Okay, and
correct.
Then died on Good Friday, right?
Yeah, Good Friday. Died on Good Friday.
So, Earth didn't have God for 3 days. Is that how that works? And also, how can you kill God? If God is all powerful, how can you kill God?
How can you kill God. Why would he die?
It's another reason. And then another question arises, like scientists speculate that there could be millions of different types of civilization in the world. Why does God care so much about Earth that, like, did he send a son to all the different civilizations? Like, what makes Earth any different than any of the other civilizations? And then you developed as a philosophy for people who had limited thinking and weren't as science as we are. And you recognize that perhaps the people of the past may have made some mistakes. Now, as to your question about a paradox is a statement, proposition, or situation that appears logically self-contradictory or absurd, but often reveals a deeper truth or coherence of examination. So here's one. If I say statements that lead to infinite loops or truth values, such as the liar paradox. If someone's a liar and they say this statement is false, can you believe them? It's paradoxical. Like, you shouldn't believe they're a liar, but they're saying that this statement is false. Or that right there, they don't even have to be a liar. If I just say this statement is false, it causes contradiction somewhat. Here's one.
Causes contradiction.
Exactly. So there are many of them, but without harping on this more necessarily, you just got to understand that the people on the internet may not be Jewish, may not be Christian, may not be Muslim, may not be anything. Most people are generally becoming more and more secular. So if the theme of your stream is religion, you're already alienating 90% of your audience, because most religious people don't care about your stream. The people who care about religion are going to be in synagogue. They're going to be in church. They're going to be in a mosque. They're not going to be on Twitch, if that makes sense. Generally. So what you do is you take the learning that you have, that you've learned, and I'm not saying the things in the past that you've learned aren't important. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that you make it digestible for a larger audience. So, like, what's something aside? You keep saying religion, and I understand that, but what about religion?
I like to talk about the
Can you
warming. You talk about.
You're cutting out. I can't hear you.
Okay. I like to talk about my perspective that I see through my eyes, right?
Okay.
And when I talk, now I realize, like, I can't be just looking and talking because I understand. I have my own mind and my own. But there will be people who will relate. They will relate because they have their own traumas, their own way of thinking, their own.
Exactly. You don't want to alienate them. Their opinion is frankly just as important as your opinion. Everybody's opinion is quite frankly equal, and so you don't want to alienate them. You don't want them to feel like, hey, this person is putting their opinion on a pedestal because they are not necessarily what in my feelings into account. Now, if they are there to follow you because they're specifically there because they, like, let's say you get big and you get popular and they want to hear what you want to say, then you don't have as many issues as you do. But when you're starting out, you want to be neutral as possible. You want to be as many people as possible, because it's going to be the difference between you getting one or two consistent viewers per stream and you having 0 people watch. Once you get to the point where you have 50, 100, 200, 300, 1,000 people watching you at once, they're more about what you do. But right when you're starting out, you can't be super divisive because nobody's going to want to watch you. All right. Well, you cut out, so I don't know if you're still there. I'm gonna go back to my podcast. Feel free to listen.
The bear doesn't have rationale. Go on.
The joke goes, they never been a retarded person with AIDS. Maybe they're immune. Maybe that's what that extra chromosome does. It fights AIDS, guys.
Again, Destiny is stopping you guys from your worst parts. Turn the mic off for Kobe. He made the bear come out before that.
What was your first time on stage? 6 years. 6 years.
The weather.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
Can you hear Rabbi?
I can hear you. What's up, my man?
I said my internet, my is cutting out a little bit. So I heard everything you said. Thank you so much. You were a great leader.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna try to use it more, and I'm gonna try to steer the people out more than pushing my opinion. It's like we'll do it and put it on this one.
Okay, you're cutting out again. Listen, you're cutting out again. Get to where you have Wi-Fi. Get to where you can get to a computer or whatever. Then come back in here and we'll. I hope you have a good day as well, my friend.
I almost got to get my.
No worries. No worries. Don't you worry about it. Life is full of contradictions. Don't you?
Okay.
Take care, my friend. Shout out to that guy. Shout out to Paul. You just straight up tell people they're not Jewish like that? That's weird. Why? Because they ain't, baby. But they could be. What about the other movements? No, that's not. It's my way and my way. Some rebels, let's go. Like that motherfucker in the Olympics.
So what's happening today?
You have a bit, and it's about an old movie. Like, of course, but it's your favorite bit.
No, it was a good bit. But I knew after he got the bit that he was too open-minded because he was articulate. He was too good to be open-minded. Cheating motherfucker.
That's one of the cool things about the show. No, it's quite often, there's some people that like to really starting out. There's people that are like Tyler, who I've seen do maybe, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 different 1 minutes being on the show. So some guy, yeah, he's got a total of at least 7 or 8 minutes.
And then 7 minutes, I start tapering off.
Some will come on just to work something out and hang out. No, I know. No, I love it.
Great job, big fan.
Oh my Jesus, what do you think about this whole thing?
Fuck yeah.
The Lord has spoken.
That's the 11th commandment when he just chimed right there.
It is weird doing a joke about Forrest Gump nowadays, because I mean, I don't think I can do one. Yeah, I mean, even good joke about it. Nowadays, I don't know. Transformers joke is 3 months. That joke's the famous joke ever. You probably never listened to it in the beginning. Forrest Gump started.
What the fuck are you rambling about?
Forrest Gump's like what made you decide to just write Forrest Gump joke? I used to really like that movie. I really liked that movie when I was a kid. Yeah. It's kind of always
Classic like Star Wars. You would joke about Star Wars.
yeah, there's certain movies definitely, but suspect.
Star Wars is classic. If you do a joke, you only do about Star Trek. If you had a really good joke about Star Trek with Butch Shatner old school, you would definitely do it.
Because it's almost guaranteed that everybody's seen Star Wars. And even that's not true.
But anything. Hey, what's up with you, Bob?
You're right, now that you said it, black guys can't talk about anything. That's amazing.
I'm eating frozen food. Defrost the motherfucker.
Oh my god.
God, my brain hurt. I'll be here next week with your ideas, everybody.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Alright. Yeah. No, I seriously really do like the bit. And, you know, fucking, if you can figure out a way to keep rocking stuff like that, because I think it connects. I think we all knew the things. I mean, you said that he got a degree from Alabama, but he didn't know to stop for a touchdown. I think that's as American as apple pie. So I think that if you just come across as likable and not like a Dexter villain, you could probably get that happy-go-lucky stuff to work. Like, I'm an evil fuck, but I like to talk about evil things and try to make them funny, you know what I mean? But you gotta go with something.
Yeah.
Good luck, Tyler. Forgot what my point was here at the end, and I tried to go slide my
Totally into my team.
What was my point? But yeah, Dexter villain. Anyway. Joe, a question that I always ask everybody on their first time on the show is, was there anything, can you remember anything embarrassing that you did on stage, or not embarrassing, but something that you can't believe that you did when you first started out?
One time I was okay. It was in the early days, like real shaky, like a cold, just coming out of the vagina. Have a terrible set at any, and I would be doing good, but then something would go wrong, and I'd just go right to the tank. And I was on stage, and I was doing okay, like things were going my way, and I knocked over my drink, but I tried to ignore it. I knocked over my drink, and the audience was like, "This bitch is scared." Those little monkeys, they smelled it. Yeah. This was which is a notoriously hard ass. It's cold as fuck there in the winter. You don't tolerate bullshit. And so I found there's a lot of places where you can sort of pull yourself out of the ditch and stand up. Just to let you get away with it. And sometimes we just don't. You know, once you start tanking, it's over for you. Back in this guy fucking songs. Done. So I went a good set, doing well, to in the shitter. Always in back door, and I just didn't address it.
Wow. I panicked. How much time did you have left?
I have no recollection.
Was it wild? You just
Wasn't good.
You know the whole audience saw you not on the train test.
Jokes that normally work just didn't work. I settled the same way. I have the same scared.
I love that knocking over drinks back.
I'm very like my movements, not that precise.
Wow. That's so funny. You know, like, I guess maybe listeners or audience members don't know, but not acknowledging something that happens that everybody sees.
Yeah, well, that's why when people say you should just ignore hecklers, like, oh, they're crazy, right? Crazy, right? It depends on what just reason. Like, the whole agreement that you have with an audience is that what the hecklers do is violating the agreement. It's not saying that everybody should have to shut the fuck up and one person should have to be the person that needs to talk. But when you do stand up, it works. The only time it can, like, any banter can be possible at all is if the audience is super cool. That makes for a fun time. And it's not just like a heckler, it's just having a conversation. When somebody yells something out and disrupts, it's unfortunate. It's like a violation of the little agreement. The agreement is we try to write as much shit as we can, try to come up with crazy ideas, try to figure out a way that makes it together, make you see. And when someone's doing bullshit, it fucks up what you're trying to create for everybody else in the room. It just gets weird.
Even if I don't hear what a heckler says exactly, but I know that the rest of the audience heard it. Like, you make a judgment call in your head, I'll go, what? But normally I'll hear what they say, but I'll even get back up. If I hear they're like sort of chime, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Going for it? Yeah. If I was quiet at the time, but a miracle that I would have been able to hear, but only I didn't hear it.
One of the cool things about being a show compared to a regular comedian, not only is he witty, but he can beat the fuck out of anybody. I'm always around people that can beat the fuck out of me. My other job, constantly around dudes who can fuck me anytime they want. So we surrounded by trained killers.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, people in shape is trying to maintain as long as possible. In a worst case scenario type situation. And I'm thinking about something else. I'm more defensive than offensive is what I'm trying to say. I think you probably beat me in a fight. I love you so much.
We're here. Zombie asked you what your thing that you right? On another episode. You want to remind us of the citation for Hitch?
I gotta say, I honestly have never had a band on stage. What I would consider bombing, most of their kills. Said, I had one time with Johnny, and this is not a bit. He was like, I was doing a thing, charity. My mom worked in a hospital, and this guy wasn't laughing, and Johnny wanted to fight him for not laughing. The fuck you not laugh for that? So, that wasn't a professional gig.
Do you think that growing up on the East Coast, that harder environments more wild? You grew up in Philly. I grew up in Boston. East Coast comedy, like you come out to the West Coast, people are so much more relaxed.
I mean, their heckles are softer. You were talking about Boston. I thought of Nick's comedian.
Yeah.
I begged Jonathan Katz one time to come up on a third show Friday night. I'm firing kids and things. There were all the gangsters and police made love at that place. It was like, and John Katz, he said, I don't know what the third show. They moved the back of his whole head. He didn't get on his scale. Oh, you fucking bald faggot. He hadn't even been up yet. And so what he did, when they're fucking screaming at him, he turns to the mic and goes, "Thanks." No one's off the stage.
I had one comedian tell me about the craze that he got back home, and then we'll talk because I pulled another name, but this great comic, or a good comic buddy, he's a great writer. He once told me this story about how he had this big showcase, told out how he got up on stage, and he didn't get heckled from any loud person in the back or anything like that. It was a guy in the front row just whispering, "You suck." And he knew that only he could hear it. He took his stand-up. The guy's literally in the front row every time he because you just have to inhale as a comedian. He would just hear, "You're terrible," and he would just change things. And he's like, it was a 7-minute showcase set for the show or whatever, and he goes, I'm doing it every time, and I'm 2 minutes in, and I'm ignoring them, and I'm 3 minutes in, and I'm ignoring them, and I know nobody else can hear it, and I'm having a good set, and I'm having such a good set that 5 minutes in, I take a breath in, and he goes, "No, seriously, you're the worst." You son of a bitch, why are you whispering to me? And the rest of the crowd's like, "Who the fuck are you talking to?" And all of a sudden he's getting heckled by everybody. I had a game to get the thing because he acknowledged the whispers, and everyone hears that it's a real fucking thing, but it's psychological warfare. The guy in the first, "You're never gonna get it."
I had a guy clutch his chest. I didn't get these women that they have the stars, sorries, I don't know if they're Pakistani or Indian. I said to the guy, I'll change it, I'll make it fair. And the guy, I had women crying, laughing, crying. And the guy goes up, I said something about a camel was sacred to the fat fucking cat. He goes, "You don't talk that way in front of me." And they're all fucking and shit. It's just a fat fucking cat. Yeah. And I told the guys, I don't think they want to see my act. I never had this. I remember everything went like it was like we were at the stage and the guy handed $2,500 like it was a Kim. I was going on a Kim. I jumped in the fucking car and we got away. Wow. That's fine. I don't end up anymore. That was so just saying that fucking cow. But I mean, I forgot the cow was sacred. Wow, I like how you got your God. That's incredible. All right.
Guys, your next comedian is ready to go. Her name.
Reaction. That's it. Yeah. It freak out when you say something. Just a cow.
That cow, the cow's like their thing. Where were you going?
But I was thinking about it.
It's weird for the religion of animal. I mean, even
it's dumb as fuck. Like, it's so dumb. One of the craziest ideas. When would we let that go? People starving and they want to. What if it was a frog? What if it was a frog? What if they worshipped the frog? Would we think they were fucked then? They're really into frogs. With the frog, you'd be like, whoa. But a cow, you're like, oh, you know, that's their thing. Well, you can get high up. You get high up or not. Way more interesting too. That's what I said. You get the cow too. Mushroom. That's where the mushroom grow.
yeah.
They believe it. That's the connection. The reason you think that cows are sacred is for
Is it mushroom?
yes, absolutely.
Well, in that case, I sort of believe in that shit.
That's what it's supposed to be about. It's the whole reason why they cow worshipped in Choctaw Field or whatever the fuck. It's one of the oldest known civilizations. They're all cow worship. Korea was outside of mushrooms.
Wow, mushrooms are the root of that. That's like 9-degree Kevin Bacon of the mushrooms version. The cow is sacred. We feed the cow, but the cow poop is a nice
Yeah, by the way, what I said, like facts and specifics might not be accurate at all. Just want you to know.
Guys, we gotta get your next
Somebody once said a marijuana smoking party.
Up next is 60 Seconds, the comedy stylings of Melly Baldonado. Know you hate your job when you're always barely late. Because all the forces of the universe reach out in the morning to keep you. The first force, the snooze button. Because all anyone ever asks for in the morning is that bitch gave you nothing. What you make it possible. And you can retail. Retail is the only job where you get all dressed up. But it doesn't pay you enough to go anywhere. But there was a brush fire a few miles from my job at one point. And I was really worried. I was worried about on the other hand, I always wanted to look for that. I don't know. Like a minute. Got it. That's right. Where's 1 minute? Where'd you used to work in retail? I guess I reversed.
Oh my god, you threw them under the bus.
I don't know. I love Corey Burke.
I don't even know.
Sounds like a child actor. What is it? That's a store? It's a store. What's it called again? Doesn't that sound like a child actor for some reason?
That went terribly wrong.
So what's that person's story they give? What are they selling there? She sells overpriced bags.
How you living, Pimp? Listen to a podcast. Okay, well, I'm all the entertainment you need, big man.
What's your least favorite kind of
just saw a cat step in front of a mouse and go, okay.
It's just my whole entire race. In my experience.
Let's say like millions of them. Like there's a lot of them. You gotta be fucking sure.
What is it about the exact city, Manila, right?
Keep saying that.
One, we would always have to ask them where they were from. And they were always like the people who want to get things and ask you to bring them down. They were just like, you got me this, and what a whole shelf of things. What's wrong?
Aren't they really short? Can't they just not?
She's reliving it with an anger.
Holy
What do you think? What are you talking about?
Something so like the calls like this,
No, I mean,
because I think that
if
there's
you've got some sort of handicap or if you're blind, but if you don't have any of that, you can pick your stuff and like don't sit on the couch or playing.
I think we would have to think about it. However, I thought your retail joke was funny. That was funny. You can't afford to go anywhere and eat shit. That's fine. I laughed. It's true. It's kind of fucked, really. But think about it.
I hate Cambodians.
That's amazing.
Who's the first time?
There's a lot of different kinds of Asian people, so that's amazing.
Vietnamese.
Yeah, but it's from my game.
That's why they put that more.
So you guys found the good in Filipino. Me, I can't find anything good about fucking Cambodians. Fuck the Cambodians. I'm sorry, honestly, that you ran into a bunch of people that poorly represented Filipino people. But I can't think of like if I had to pick like one race that was like almost universally friendly. Filipino.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's so
What race are you, by the way? Really like friendly, nice.
But I'll tell you this real quick.
What race are you?
My father was Hispanic, my mother is Hispanic, three versions of Hispanic.
Big racist. What is exactly Hispanic?
Like, well, okay, because like it gets divided. Okay, my mother's father is back, 100%. Her, that's like the okay.
I forgot. I don't like them either.
I don't like that. They're such assholes. No,
Forget who was so like a
but and my mom was Spanish, right? Well, there's only a few for me. Spanish and Mexican on the mom's side, and Basque, which is like they all Hispanics want to fight with each other. And I don't know why, but that's just fact.
I saw a dude on a t-shirt that said, I'm not Hispanic, I'm Mexican. And I got confused as fuck. I was like, are we micromanaging this shit?
Latin title, there's Hispanic, and I'm under the umbrella of Hispanic, not 100% Latin. I'm not 100% South American. My grandfather is Basque, so I have to stand or someone corrects me, and they'll let me know that I'm not Latin.
Oh wow, that's so crazy.
What else are you?
How many times have you?
Is that what that question was for? For you to go Andy?
That part's fucking with me, trust me.
Italian.
Yeah, that part. Just look at this guy. He's very aggressive.
Yeah, that's the black one.
It's Italians, they're crazy people. Yeah. They come from a mad monkey people who lived on a rock somewhere. That's what they are. I kind of more than Italian girl. That's mad people. Yeah. I got rid of those when I was young. I cut that off when I heard the angels like, one of these things is not like the other. I remember that show. Yeah, they just swing at you and shit.
They
They fucking swing at you.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Not all of them. I'm not generalizing. Just the ones who were willing to fuck me at the time.
No, yeah.
We're all swinging at me too.
And that's like
Bitches.
they are. That's an Italian thing.
Savages. Now my mirror, look at that mirror. It's a product. Yeah. Italian people. Look, don't get me wrong. They make awesome food. Their cars are pretty.
Yeah.
You know,
Really, really smart.
a lot of great shit about it. I love it. A lot of times, great people just too. I can't handle it.
Have you ever punched a guy?
No. I was asleep. I was having a bad dream, and I swung, and I didn't realize that I was swinging in real life, and I punched him in the stomach, and it was like I felt so wrong.
Just in the stomach? Was it pussy? If a girl hits you as hard as she can in the stomach, oh, you know, how hard would that be from like a laying position? Do you lie about it?
I have no idea.
What kind of ferocious ground and pound do you have as this dude? I'm gonna sign you up with his Josh Martin. So you ground and pounded him with like some sort of a rich hand type?
I think I actually kind of like came around and down.
I doubt you did.
I have no idea. I have no idea how it came.
I would tell you by based on what I know about the human body,
All
what
I
would
know
happen.
is that, like, all I know is that I felt my fist hit his stomach, and I woke up, and his eyes were like popping out of his head, and his hand was like, and I'm like, oh shit.
Did you get turned on by the moment? Like, shit just got crazy?
God, no, I
Just a
felt
little
so
stir up out of nowhere. Bitch, tardy bullshit. Oh my god, I can't believe I thought I was dreaming of hitting you. It's so crazy. I was in that dream-like state in the morning. When you wake up, you have to pee. It's wild, right in the liver.
If he had broken up with me, I would have understood. I looked at his face.
You would have understood. Oh my god.
Totally, like, this relationship is done. Oh
What did
my
he
God.
say?
Well, he didn't say that much.
This guy sounds like a real push.
He, like, didn't say anything after I
Sounds like a real tool. The first thing he said was he's super nice.
He was. Okay, I mean,
Like, what kind of douchebag is this guy? What is he, Mr. Polite? Just goes around
yeah,
saying
I like
people
that
for
guy.
nothing?
And so what?
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, bitch.
Happy Monday. Talk about fight stories. The old fisticuffs. The old fisticuffs when you got arrested on All-American. Wrestler on the national team. That would make me very nervous. Not for you guys. No, that hand scars gnarly. Oh, dude, and I remember when I got for anybody, when I got the surgery done, I go, how do I know the doctor goes? My best. Oh, tastes like that, so he can tell us what you care. It's like an earthworm. It's like an earthworm on my fucking thumb. Yeah, it's not a small spot. But how's your yeah? Oh yeah, I'm good. I mean, it goes like when it's cold. Those water caterpillars when you're bored and you get in your apartment. Yeah. It looks terrible. And you get that, so just I knocked them out. Did you punch them wrong? No. I knocked out this guy Johnny Curtis. I forget the name of the league. They took you to the high school wrestler. You got set up. Yeah, got set up. But when I knocked him out, I go finish it. I go like this. We have Johnny Curtis. Oh, that hurt. Is it sharp just the way it just went? Yeah, just fine. And you oh, did you go to the fight? I was a big kid too. What did you weigh? 2,000. Shit. So 2,000 race. It is. You didn't have a lot of stands in the WEC. I think standing. Pure wrestling. And old Sean, turn this up, Jim. We're going around. I'm Trevor Whitman and Christian Allen. You know what? It's a fight. So, I'm ready for anything. I think that's a big asset is for to go anywhere, wherever he wants to take it. If he wants to keep it on his feet, that's definitely my favorite. But that's fine too. When the fans are even Saturday night, they're saying, wow, he's the next big heavyweight. I love that kind of confidence. And this is a good Thomas that's 25 years old. A lot of maturity. That's sort of been the theme tonight here for these 25-year-olds. Spoken, very large, I might add, 6'6", and already 6 foot fighters, and just 25 years old, running out of the bar. Well-rounded, fights out of a good school. Aspect of his game, he's supposed to work. It's a shit. He's got the 30, he's got the size, he's got what's going through your head as you're walking up there. Here's what that athleticism will do for you. I was so young. Man, I was ready to fuck shit up. Yeah. No nerves? Oh, yeah, I was 39. Yeah. amazing amateur, right? First of all, he'd only been training boxing for 6 months and became a Golden Gloves boxing champ. Wow, has the strength and conditioning coach that the welterweight champion George St. Pierre has. Dude, it has a sick roster of players. Yeah, guy right there. So good. Dave Carl, such a genius. Dwayne, he gave like one of the skills you want. Yeah, this guy is green, no doubt about it, but man, he's got all the tools and the proper handling skills very important. By the way, bald guy in the back up there is Elliot Marshall, who is on this season of The Ultimate Fighter. Wow. My name is Johnny Ernest. I'm fighting with One Spirit Martial Arts. It's a big dude. The strategy, I'm certainly going to come out with my hands up the chin now and bring some on the feet and eventually try to get to the ground. I'm a hitch. Dave, I own a Freedom Tree Service, so it's physical. Around 6 days a week. I was trying to fill that problem. I'm 8 years old. I feel in good shape, feel strong, and good health. This is a two-time All-American wrestler out of the university we're in right now, George Mason University. Just adored here by everyone. Phenomenal wrestling, phenomenal base. Actually, pretty good submission. There is a big question mark though about his stand-up. Last time he got it, what is this wrestler able to keep it up? So that guy had much better stand-up this year. You know that shot was in the game when that golden gloves are actually tells you he's got the wrist hands. With Johnny Hillman, with Johnny Hudson, knows he's in for a very serious fight. He gets right at John. Wow, but as you said, John's got some big enough to have a shot at the NFL at 6'6". And he's in 6'6". But I'm just serious. Yeah, he's a big guy. I'm no professional athlete, but I'm 6'4", about 250 pounds, and he's performing me. That's not true. I like the height. He's a big one though, isn't he? Yeah, he's about my size. He's every bit of 6'4". He might have been wearing boots. Wasn't a good athlete? No. Not even 6'4". He listed himself as 6'2". What's your affiliation? British TSK 6'4". Let's go. It's a shitty graphic on. God, I'm pretty sure the owner of this promotion committed suicide. Oh no. Yeah, can you hear that? So this was sponsored by WCN. That's a big one. Oh boy. Hands up, let 'em fly. As fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the UWC heavyweight division. First, introducing fighting out of the blue corner. He is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu artist, holding a professional record of 1 win with no losses. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, fighting out of Denver, Colorado. Brendan But you picked up punching pretty easy, right? I mean, it's kind of like your thing at that point. His opponent on my left, fighting in the red corner. He is a boxer, holding a professional record of 1 win and 1 loss, fighting out of Russia, Johnny Hart!
How much did people make up back then? It's like I was watching old UFC 1, and there was like, what, I have 700
Yeah, it's like WWF too.
Yeah.
Line up in this matchup here, 6'6". This looks like it's from squaring off against 6'4". Brendan Schaub in the black trunks. John Curtis in the olive and black trunks. Who would have thought they used the White House? Third minute, Mike King ready to get the heavyweight start. Oh, baby. And Schaub keeping on the feet. I think he has to win. Curtis is wrestling. He's been doing this 18 years. This guy is not really. Curtis does not want to be at the end of the big long jab. Goes, wait, man. See, oh shit, Schaub's looking for me and big takedown. He's taking it super aggressive. Jesus. Also, one other thing about Schaub, this is taking a bit. Still very creative. Whoa. Very good balance. Schaub's balance. Hard for him to get there on his face. We were in a coach that we missed. That was such amateur. It's lightly. That's some silly shit. Back in his head, hit the canvas pretty hard. And I saw him grimace, but he appears to be okay here with side control. This is a good spot for him. Jiu-jitsu. It's not a typical person. That was just straight. That gets past the namby-pambies. He wants to take that, but he's not setting up too much. It's very uncomfortable to see the Schaub can keep that jab and spin it. Curtis wants to set up those takedowns, though. Curtis is phenomenal out. Oh, he's hurt his leg. He hurt his leg.
I saw it right there.
He got knocked out at the end. Curtis wants to set up those takedowns, though. Curtis is phenomenal out. Oh, God. His leg.
There's one.
And he got knocked out at the end. Schaub, Schaub just gave him the shot. He just got He got fired in. No, watch. I jumped so high and hard. Watch this. Brendan Schaub at 1 minute and 1 second of round 1 takes care of Johnny Curtis. Brendan Schaub. Brendan, don't do it. Brendan is a 25-year-old. That's gotta hurt. I think I dropped the mic and call out Frank Bear. He just hit the beat down. He just gets stopped here. You're right.
I was adding up with that third punch.
We're guys at All American Wrestling. That wasn't they can't take that. That was my shit. Sort of weird. You see people on the top, you can see people behind the scenes. Very good demonstration. Taking out tough. Do this one clearly. Take down the fence. You have the knees going. You have the hands going. You wanted nothing to do with the ground. You wanted to demonstrate your hands in the ground.
You had that Black Power Ranger hairline.
Yeah, I still do. That's fine. So it's comfortable down there. It's just really wherever I want to take it. So at 6'6" and extremely large guy, great start to your pro career here with the win. This was your pro debut tonight. What can we look forward to? And we also noticed that Josh Barnett had an excellent view there. Nice theatrics there. It's bigger and better only up from here. And appreciate UWC for what they did. And it's just bigger and better thing from here. But the deal on it. Here's the end of the fight. Talk us through this, Brendan. He went for a double leg, looked like I stuffed him, gave him an uppercut. He's out, man, and then just to make it looked like he may have damaged his knee on the way down, but you're doing what a fighter's supposed to do. You got to finish that fight until the referee tells you otherwise. Good job finishing. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do is finish it till the ref pulls the thumb. So, me or not, for that. So, good night. A fight future for you, Mr. Brendan Schaub! Oh, God, it's our ears. Look at his ears. Nothing. Nice and clean. My dad wanted to see Washington, D.C. after that. Yeah, after they get off the clock, that my thumb was throbbing. My head got like so. It was just puffy, disgusting. That fight cost me money. It's so painful. I'm sorry, is this a throwback Monday? Anything else, fellas? 18 years ago. That was a hot second ago. Hot second. Dude, boys start tackling football. I had to get them a football gear. Yeah, I saw that. I bought a football gear. Dude, the difference between those helmets and pads now to when I played. Really? Oh, not technology.
Imagine when Brian played with leather helmets.
Oh, yeah. Bro. Yeah. Dude, night and day, dude. Really? Oh, my gel and shock absorbing. Yeah. They're so much lighter, and the pads are all form fitting, and they're thin. Really, and they're way better and hard. And it's almost like this big. It's like this thin. Yeah. I know they got it. It was like hard. Like the pads were hard and pads were hard. They actually made it worse. They were big, so you couldn't like reach up. It's like they can. What do you mean? It's just better technology. Everything's thinner, lighter. It's just way better. Why didn't they have that word? Mine was made for the New York Giants, and I was fucking 75 pounds. I know, John. Especially my 6-year-old helmet, dude, I was like 50 screaming. The helmet's so light. They're so much better. The technology's so much better. Not cheap. No. Not cheap. No. And they got a good helmet run, buddy. I don't want to get into that. I'd like to know. But, so I get there, and they have one that they recommend the team buys. I go, okay, I see that. But what's that one? There it is. Well, that's the one. Well, he's like, that's the one like Tom Brady had Mahomes wears. So he goes, it actually helps concussions lessen by 20%. Like, why can't I do that? I got it. It's the kids protect. I'll take 2 of those. Hell yeah. You're that audience member that doesn't put their phone on vibrate. What? I'm like, I'll take 2 of those. 2 of those, yeah. Not cheap. I'll say that. Really? Not cheap. But for the kids, I don't even think about it. But can I get a number, please? I need to know. Okay, let me guess. I'm gonna guess. Yeah, I'd say $200. I would say 201. Who's closer? Wait, okay, hold on. Because this is technology. Now I'm gonna actually say we might be $320. We might be getting up to $350. $800. Wait a minute, hold on, what? Trying to buy a new kid for a helmet. For the helmet? Yeah. For the deluxe one. The light Apache right there is $480. Damn, even the new including the specials, fucking almost $200. Altogether $800. Yeah. $800. If you go to Rydell, Chip. That's how this works right now. Wow. But you're right. You gotta get. Now, what are the big helmets they have now? In the front, oh god, that the bitches wear. It has like the Megamind sponge on it. Just don't claim it that big of an inch. You know? They have those at digs. I was like, Tiger's dead. It's like, if you wear that, you're not playing. See, I'm a more, I thought maybe they were having like microphones in there or something like that. No, it's just an added protection. Now, I understand where maybe practice, but if you're the quarterback, you don't want to take some head damage as a quarterback. I mean, I guess, man, just don't play. Just don't play? Just don't play. He's like, Dad, I need a visor. No, you don't. No, you're not. No, you're not. So cute. Dad, this visor. I see him. He's like, you wore one of them. I did. Yeah, I did. He got hurt that way. You're not getting a visor and back thing. Get the fuck out of here. Tell me these Jordan gloves. No, I see him. But this is a $400 helmet, brother. Yeah. When I was a kid, my helmet was $40. Yeah, that's not it. It was used from playing against sports. It smelled like shit, buddy. Dude, this is when you got hand-me-down iPads. Oh, that's the other thing. The leg pads, now they have like a girdle that's like spandex with all the pads built in, form-fitting. They're thinner, harder. Just 17 years of children sweating. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And now they have like, when your pads, you have to like air them out in the summer because they're really cold. Now there's like dry fit in there. The sweat can't stay in it. It's amazing. Yeah, but I told him, I said, you gotta wear the helmet all the time before we start camp because you gotta get used to having it on. So everybody come in and watch the ball and sit down with their helmets on. I told him, dude, I was woken up this morning. Hear this rough on someone's breaking the house. Nope, it's Tiger Boston at 3:45 in the morning. Come on, with their helmets and pads on. And I walk in and Tiger's in the 3-point stand. Not the fucking truck is looking around. I don't get my own. What are you doing? He's all so excited about our gear. They thought I was going to be mad. I'm like, let's party. Let's take this outside. You guys get up when you get that. Oh, yeah, I told him. What time do they go to bed? 8 o'clock at the latest. 8 o'clock. I mean, they have a joint. I have kids on super suits. They're in bed by by 7. What time do they usually at 5? No, fuck no. No, for school they have to be there at 7:20. They're about 6:30. Okay. But I told them, I say, hey, I'm all about whatever getting used to your football bags. Dude, your guys' day is so bad. Yeah. Now I'm driving to school at shot. Get ready. Shot. I'm not at it. I think most dads are like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, that's party. You were wrong. Yeah, dude, so fun. Yeah. Fuck yeah, hell yeah. Let's do it. All right, let's take a little break, guys, because Mother's Day is coming up, and you know moms love flowers. Yep. Give my mom some flowers. Flowers are the number one gift to give on Mother's Day. What else are you going to do? What else you do? I don't know about you, but I've been using 1-800-Flowers because I made it in the last minute. And for 50 years, 1-800-Flowers has been helping people send beautiful bouquets. Mom will love it. Express it. And all the gratitude, you know. Dude, this is what I'm going to do. And right now, listen to this. Listen to this. When you order 1 dozen roses from 1-800-Flowers, double that. So you're actually sending 2 dozen for free. Twice the flowers for your mom. That says, I love you, Mom. Like 2 dozen roses. For more than 50 years, 1-800-Flowers has perfected the details that matter most. Right? It's carefully packaged and backed by a freshness guarantee. We got you, man. Listen, Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th. Applications are selling out fast, so do not wait. Get your double roses offer before they're gone. Visit 1-800-Flowers.com/TK. I'm doing this, by the way. I'm doing this because I'm going to put it off the last minute. 1-800-Flowers.com/TFTK. There it is, 1-800-Flowers.com/TFTK.
Making sure we're talking about before this, you were telling me, because you're a conspirator, you're a murder mystery guy, and you were telling me about the killer at Lady Bird.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about the Lake Austin killer? Yeah, but he's one killing gay guys? Yeah, I've looked into it. Have you, though? Yeah, and ever since I looked into it, okay, I did because they just, it's just not enough evidence to suggest, because a lot of it's like, vagrants, people that get drunk. It's not enough of that. It's not at all gay guys. Well, gay guys go down in a bag, right? So sometimes they're high. They fall in love. Yeah.
They can't find it. Is that big? Are they black gay guys?
No. I'm not answering that question. But the answer is yes. Now, yeah, I would say that the thing is, when you tend to be a little delirious, all into the one operation. Yeah, when you got pop shooting, how many people have died at Lake Austin?
Are they mostly gay?
I think they're all gay.
So if they're targeting,
now Brendan is being Brendan.
They're targeting gays. Me and you should not be out there because we look like.
Yeah. The serial killer's like, I guess.
If he's about to get me, like, dude, I'm telling you, I just dress like this and I have body dysmorphia. I'm not actually gay.
Yeah, exactly. So there's like cases, no evidence of a serial killer. Yeah, just Google. That makes sense. Yeah, it's over 3,000. Since 2022, 38 bodies have been found. Yeah, that's normal, though. Yeah, it is actually fucking. It's actually not a lot at all. And this should be all white in their 20 game. No, I talked to a cop about it. No, you fucking. I did. I did. And he goes like this. He goes. I mean, he goes, cop. He was like this. He goes, I go, but what they find bodies, he goes, if any body of water in a city, you find bodies all the time. People kill themselves, vagrants die. The 19th person we found dead in the water in 3 years. Street Ripper. I love it. Ripper's wild and terrible. We haven't had a good serial killer name in so long. Right. Rainy Street Ripper. Nobody's making merch, bro. That's a good name. We found that paddleboard. 5,000 signatures last July. Beg, please consider the deaths part of the wider issue. Keep scrolling down, Jen. It was titled Austin Police, where they said that the Austin drownings may not be accidents. Maybe not, but. What do you think? I don't know.
I think you have a lot to worry about if you walk down that block at night time.
I do.
Because I think I've seen your act.
Because I'm victim weight.
You're victim weight. Yeah. Questionably gay.
Unfortunately gay. If one can hold you down, things just do fuck you. Yeah. Now, I'm just out there looking around, guys. I'm fishing. How many active serial killers are actually? Is that still a thing? I don't think anything about that. It's like 53 currently. Yeah, the whole time. But yeah, serial killers are starting, right? 3 or 4 killed the same. Yeah. Seconds with one guy who saw 3 people bang his girl. What'd you type into? How many of them were gay? Oh, no. Type in how many current active serial killers in North America. The big one's in Yosemite. How many people go missing in Yosemite? It's wild. What do you mean? You ever looked at how many people go missing in national parks? National parks are kind of crazy. It's fucking wild. Is that theory that there's aliens or something like that? I don't know about that one. I don't know. I don't get into the alien shit. I just think people get beat by bears and get lost and shit. The one thing, if you are a serial killer, dude, just camping out, killing. Yeah. It does happen in Appalachia. Appalachian people go. So look, FBI estimates are between 25 to 50 active serial killers in the U.S. at any given time. Here, yeah, this number's likely higher on a worldwide scale. No shit. Jim, go to how many people go missing in national parks. This is, I don't know. Is there a connection? Oh, I'm going to pay this attention. Is there a connection? It's weird. Many people just cold case in this history. People read it. Here's how I know that this could possibly just be people disappearing. Have you ever seen Brian trying to find his car at the end of the night? Every day. I cannot go into a national security. I was a half hour late. I looked for my fucking car. I've never been with you. Where did you lose your car? I looked for my car for 40 minutes. Remember when I came on Monday? It's wild. I usually don't believe it. I get it. Dude, I don't know how this isn't a thing. It said, it said 600,000 people go missing in the United States every year. And you don't worry about COVID. Every year. Are these missing people are recovered annually? Yeah, both dead and alive. So let's say it's 30%. That's fucking bananas. Just like 10,000, 15,000, 60,000. Yes. I remember they're probably like animals that eat you. It's hard to chalk it up to zero. We gotta, that's crazy. Small kids, 600,000. I mean, we're just like, yeah, every year it's like, what? We have a national park. A ton. A lot. But is there one where it's like, this is where it happens the most? They're massive. All right, so we're reading. So the headline is how many people have disappeared in America's national parks, and then it goes, Amos has said that more than 600,000 persons go missing in the United States every year in all circumstances. So they're just saying the total of people missing every year. And if I go down here, that's a city. That's a city. National Park Service says it has 424 national park sites and 63 national parks. And then it goes on. They came with a number. Let's go here. It is in 1.9 million visitors. 34 of them missing. 34. That's all they're going to do. I was in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. And wait, hold on. 1,100 missing persons report dating back to 2018. How does one? It's not good. That's pretty scary. 3 out of 12.9 million. 600,000 will be. I was like, we gotta do something. So, Grand Canyon National Park had 4.7 million visitors, with at least 56 people reported missing. Yeah, not much. I'm already bored. Not a big deal. Yeah. Speaking of big deals, you guys avoid Joe at the White House. That's crazy. Hey, wow. How I became shit. But I don't have, whatever excited to see your friends. So strange. My brother sent me, and I was like, yo, when was that? Last week? He's like, today. I'm messing with, he's there now? I was just talking to him. He's there now? But my thing is like, it's to save veterans, it's a good cause. So no matter what side you're on, left or right, saving veterans isn't a political thing. And thank God Joe has a relationship with Trump where he can tag him, and he responds and goes, oh yeah, I'll look into this, and we got it done. I don't understand, again, anti-Trump, pro-Kamala, whatever the fuck side you're on. Veterans, it's a good thing. Saving lives, it's fucking awesome. I'm not an advocate shit. is an unbelievable track record. Like I was shocked. So let me watch this because he makes that. This is actually pretty funny. It's only refreshing. I'm cracks me up. It's funny. For sure. For 28 years, stock prices went up, and I got it down 1/4 or 1/8%. I was so proud of myself. It's the only one that in 28 years got down. And I had a news conference to explain how great I was. I said I'm the greatest there ever was. I got it down 1/8%. I was very proud because it only went up for 28 years. It went up. Now I got it down a little bit. In my first.
Does this hero like cotton candy? What's that? This hero looks like cotton candy, doesn't it?
That's how you know there's no hope for dreams in here. Yeah, it's all the money in the world, all the resources. There's stuff.
Yeah, you know my favorite thing about
That's from Lung's brother. That's what's his name, Marcus Latrell.
You know my favorite thing about Joe being there is he's wearing the same outfit he would be wearing if he just got knocked out in the UFC.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's no.
Does he have a closet of just those black shirts?
I'm sure. Yeah, people like get upset. They get upset. It's like this is not political. This is good for veterans. I don't understand. What's wrong with hate? Your mind is making like such a difference.
I've seen some people.
Well, they're so dumb. He's literally going there to like use everything he can to get people to have help.
To save lives.
Opioid addiction is such a major problem.
I've lost a lot of friends.
Yeah, Ibogaine is actually a lifesaver. Apparently, I had no idea, but I knew he had Governor Perry, that guy on, who is I guess a soldier. I don't know, but.
And what is it? It's a hallucinogen.
Yes, I think it's so. Marcus Latrell, who had major pain from that, Lone Survivor, yeah, and he had major pain from all of his stuff, and he had to go through. I think Ibogaine helped him. So
it's for more than just that. It's also like what PTSD as well.
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, but Ibogaine, it's psychoactive, It's amazing.
PTSD. Bring it home.
Yeah, but thank God Rogan has that relationship to get it fucking done. Who gives a fuck? Just Rogan find him in his office, Kamala, no one couldn't give a shit. It's not about
people complain that like, oh, Joe said he's politically homeless, and now he's fine. But it's like, it's not a very politically homeless move to go, hey, I want to help out everybody.
People.
That's not a party line to be like, I want to save veterans who are dying of overdose.
Yeah, how can you be upset at this? He's not doing this. It's like people are so compromised. They're on teams. He gives a fuck what team you're with this.
It's weird to think like if my team is not the one saving people, then I'm
against it. It's so dumb. Yeah, especially for this. It's not political. This is helping people who are addicted to Trump's a disaster. President Trump, some information. We have a gigantic opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are addicted to opiates right now in this country. With one dose of Ibogaine, more than 80% of people are free of that addiction. With 2 doses, it's more than 90%. I sent in that information. The text message that came back sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it. These drugs are illegal, not because they're harmful, and illegal because of the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that was passed by the Richard Nixon administration. They did it to target the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. It's not because these drugs harm people. And for 56 years, we've lived under those terrible conditions. We're free of that now. Thanks to all these people that received clean and thanks to President.
That's legitimately the coolest thing Joe's done. Yeah, it's so fucking cool.
One of the most powerful things.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's take a little break here, boys, because the NBA playoffs are here. My Nuggets are doing the damn thing. They're the Achilles heel, they're the kryptonite to the Minnesota Timberwolves and New York. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, boosts every game day, the whole postseason. When the lights get the brightest, the best players in the world show you exactly who they are. Like my boy Jokic, playoff stars turn it up round by round, and DraftKings turns it up too. With a profit boost available every single day, from the first round all the way to the finals. Your sportsbook customers, yes, see, this is good. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get 300 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code FIGHTER so you're ready for the moment. That's code FIGHTER. Turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crowd is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-BUY-RESET. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccbg.org on behalf of Casino in Kansas. With your tax pass, you may apply in Illinois, 21 and over in most states, void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Must only receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer.
And if it's like, people complain about who he has on his platform. The fact that he uses his platform to actually save it's so amazing.
It's incredible.
Yeah. That's badass.
So, as somebody who's known him for 30 years, whatever you want to say about him, I can tell you that if you talk about he is a truly good person, he means everyone, everywhere, and all the best, but he also is somebody who is very honest with himself and everybody around him. He's jacked.
Yeah, he's big.
Yeah, he's a thicky. I tell you, Trump, look how big Trump is. Trump's a big boy. Trump's big. 6'3". 6'3". 6'3".
I think me and Joe are the exact same dimensions, too. Like we were talking about the mothership point, the exact same height.
I think Joe might be a little bigger, right? I think he's actually a little bigger. I think your arms are bigger.
Joe's legs are, and his feet are gigantic.
Yeah. Ultimately, yeah. I think Joe's thinking that. It's pretty thick.
I think upper body with his legs.
What do you weigh right now?
Right now, 209.
Yeah. You're bigger. You're taller than him?
No, I think we're like the exact same height.
Yeah. Yeah, he's both big. When everybody around him is pretty tall. Latrell's 6'5".
How big is RFK?
6'3". Is he that big? Deep. They're wearing shoes. He's lean and mean, too. Yeah, he is. Wait. That's guaranteed. I'm glad we're talking about this.
On the record, people always like, oh, Nick's always bringing up steroids when he comes on. I don't have steroids.
Yeah, and I was like, so I guess it fucks with your estrogen a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, if I gotta go get my shit checked, I was like,
are you getting blood work done?
I'm going to now. I have to go because I'm almost done. But I was like crying over everything that I saw.
Yeah.
Bro, for real. Like, I'm not an emotional guy.
I told you this story about me, right?
Bro, I've been sick. And I was like, but I'm watching YouTube, and I would see something, and I'm like, and I'd be listening to something.
I told you the story about me, right? So back in the day, back before there was like TRT clinics and stuff like that, you would just meet some guy who was jacked in the gym. So and he had me on like 500 milligrams of test and 500 milligrams of equipoise.
Oh my
God.
God.
Back in the day, and then I came up with EQ, which EQ kind of helps with your estrogen. And so I'm just on 500 milligrams of test. So my estrogen must have been going through the roof, right? I didn't know anything about it. So I remember one day in my apartment watching America's Got Talent, and someone got the golden buzzer, and I just started crying so hard. And I called the guy, and he goes, "Oh, we gotta get your estrogen checked, dude. This is a problem."
Yeah.
My estrogen must have been, I was crying.
That was the best golden estrogen. It's so weird. Yeah, it's gonna be day. I can't believe day. Well, I'm just new to it. I'm doing a low dose, but every other day it's barely not that low.
So estrogen's good for, you don't want low estrogen. No, you don't. Because low estrogen, you'll feel dried out, you'll feel tired, you'll feel weak, and then it's also bad. Like having a healthy amount of estrogen is also good for your immune system.
Yeah.
Right? But you also don't want too high, because that's when you're going to start getting symptoms like you get chills. That's the crazy one.
I know.
Yeah. I know your day starts.
Oh, I wish you did that. You want to get I would stop right away. I'd stop right away. Whenever the kids I did, I said, what the fuck?
Dude, I remember this one kid at my gym back in the day, because he was taking like a gram of test a week, which is like, that's a lot. And he ended up getting legit, not a bad, I remember he was like, dude, feel my nipples. And I was like, what do you mean? He was feeling, and it was an actual golf ball behind his nipple, like an actual golf ball. And you know what happened one day? He was on bench, and he was at 6 feet balls. And while some kid was benching his max, he squeezed his nipple up, and brown milk went all over the dude's
get out, right?
He never did. He still has nice health. He didn't tell him. He has a nice health. Yeah, and he's got such a sick physique, but then you look at it, it's just like a lady tit fucking up in his back.
But it's gross. Yeah, you can't have that.
Yeah.
But you think that's smart?
Well, like, it's crazy. This not like, because back in the day, you go on bodybuilding.com and just trust some guy who is on a forum. Now you have actual doctors helping out like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for now.
Yeah, back in the day, you had like 500 milligrams steps was like the base. That's what you would take.
But you haven't gone long enough where you get like great side effects.
No, I'm
Get a blood check, and then get a blood check to diagnose you, good shit.
okay.
Do I have to take something else? Just a
No,
pill.
you would take Arimidex or natural.
Just lotion, estrogen.
And I mean, I'm surprised at 80 milligrams of test that you're getting. Maybe you're just hypersensitive.
Or you can just be an older, man. It might just be
Because usually you don't get that until you're like,
it might just be a girly boy. You were crying before this, though, yeah. A little bit. No, never.
The only time I was crying was when I was taking that Propecia, and they go, your estrogen levels are raised because of that shit. I was like, and I stopped, and I went right back to being dead. They had the eyes. Now I'm taking tests, and I'm like,
you might just be an emotional guy.
Maybe we're getting older.
no, fuck you guys, okay? That's not true. It's not like I'm all of a sudden sensitive because of time. I'm fucking my endocrine system.
You're on 80 milligrams of test.
Yeah, it's not
That's
much.
low, right?
It's very low. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not very low, but like,
0.2.
yeah. Like, honestly, usually
It's that much.
when you start crossing like 200 milligrams of test a week, then
Sure, that's just a little shaky.
you're sensitive too.
Should we bring up the show, Day in My Body? A Day in My Body? Yeah,
You think
I'll say Rain is sharper.
I do.
Yeah.
I think I have more energy, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm back to that kind of
Go
ability.
to images. My wife maybe watches shows. Too.
Wow.
So it's called One Day in My Body. You see the guy?
No.
So he was a strong, healthy kid. He's working a forklift. Forklift runs over him. It takes his entire lower body, his wiener, his ass, all his legs. It takes his right arm and his entire lower body. His wife stays with him. He has infections all the fucking time. I look at my wife, I'm like, just roam down the side of the road.
I was literally about to say, before I say what I'm about to say, just know this guy is a hero, right?
Takes you.
That being said, if you have no dick anymore, how long you last?
First of all, I don't want to be around.
Well, that's what my wife was like, hey, if that's me, just pull the plug. And then there's another guy, I don't know, I'm sure it's
These are fine.
well, there's the guy, that's what I said. They flew him and it's some sort of,
You ever see that wrestler dude that has his own man for it?
Yeah.
He's a wrestler?
Yeah.
Does he still have a piece?
No.
Yeah.
It's that way, though.
but then there's another guy on the show where I don't know how he might have been, I don't know, but he's missed his entire lower jaw. He's a black guy. He has no, I look at my wife, I'm like,
Dude, this is, I can't unsee this now, and you kind of know. Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, nothing else was going on.
time to time.
It took me a second to make a picture,
That's wild, right?
and now I will never be the same.
It's an interesting show. Go to the guy missing the whole jaw.
What the fuck show is this, dude? How is this why is this called
He's
TLC?
a black guy on the bottom left.
I do.
So he has some syndrome, but you can't eat or nothing.
No, you can't. Don't say. Great. So this is not what I want.
Is that his girl?
From this.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, God bless them. They both have girls.
Is he even talking?
No, man. It looks like he does have a little bit of
Washing jaw. I don't mean to be mean, but it looked like she was kissing him hard.
You know, I'm so
just because of like the.
I just
Sucking lip.
yeah. This is such a bump.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is.
You know what's gotta be crazy if you're just a guy who's just walking down the street.
She's pretty hot.
Like I was about to say, if you're a guy who can't get pussy and then you see this, that has to be your 13th.
There are some women that adopt dogs with 3 legs, and so I just can't help it.
No, I don't know if that's this. Right? I hear you, but a lot of them were with him before this happened. Like, the couple that with a guy with missing the lower body, they were together way before that.
That's great.
You're trying. You're being like, there's some women, this is their kink. You're discrediting these
thing. Some women just they're caregivers. They just want to take care of
Well, they're good people, and their fucking husband lost his jaw. They stick it out and take care of
was trying to warn of it.
I don't know if he was.
He was born without a jaw. And
This is one.
so what happened was,
Well, she knows she's not going to talk to
she
the women.
met him, and she said, I like when that mustache said,
I don't know.
man, I'm just telling you what happened, okay? I'm not. I'm trying to explain to you. She goes, you have half a face. I'm going to take you under my wing.
Yeah, I get it.
And that's fine. But there's something going on there. Okay? And I want to quit everything right now.
And I don't know what the lady like with the small head. I don't know what's going on. There's another lady with some skin condition. It's just you watch it and I look around for like stressful.
It's a disaster. Okay?
How about the kid on the fork?
Healthy, that's a disaster.
The kid, he was driving a forklift and he went to go move this big like gallon of water and it just tipped over and he flew out and then the forklift said, hold on, rolled down and boom on his legs. Took it all out. Yes.
Have you seen that viral video of the guy in the forklift at the store? And he's trying to hold the box up and he's screaming. It might be the funniest video I've ever seen.
Wait, what is it?
It's this I guess they sent this frail dude up to go lift one of the boxes off the pallets, and he's slowly getting crushed.
How would I do it? Forklift?
I don't know. It's so fucked up.
That's the guy. Which one, top? Yeah.
Oh.
Keep coming down, man. You got it.
It does, he got it though.
There you go. You get me scared. Roll with it. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. You're doing good.
Is it crushing you?
He's being a little dramatic.
Come on.
Just
Yeah, that's not helping.
No one's helping him.
Well, he's trapped.
this guy not doing all under pressure. But also, it doesn't seem he's mad at him.
No, it's not. It's kind of moving.
There's also metal bars, so just duck under it.
Unfortunately, something went wrong, and the employee got stuck up there with the box.
What is his reaction when he starts screaming?
The box does not seem that heavy.
That's probably like a
I
70
think
pound
this
box.
video is a great reminder of the hard work that goes on behind the scenes at stores like Lowe's, and the risks that employees sometimes face in their jobs.
That's
It's
just real fast. Go back to screaming. That's hilarious. So fun. Go back.
Yeah, he panicked.
I bet he got down. The guy feels like,
But you gotta leave that job.
Oh, man.
Thanks for watching.
Jesus Christ. That's an OS selector. I actually ran over someone with that. I ran over somebody? Yeah, once. Because imagine being in the aisles. That's like on the outside of the aisle. But imagine being inside the aisle. They're like narrow. Yeah. So I'm like stocking these boxes on the top. And you're supposed to tell someone if you're going to walk underneath it to go into the machine. And this guy, he purposely went under my machine. And I ran over his foot and he started screaming like that too. So he could sue the company. He tried it multiple times. Oh, the guy moved, but he got it. He got it, and he's like, but he has a permit. But he's like a millionaire.
Well, yeah, that would be like if you're gonna be permanent, you gotta see some money.
He has like, I think he made like 8 million. Who were you working at? Anchor Micro. And now I'm in the manual now too. But I didn't get in trouble. He got in trouble. Yeah, but he had 8 mil. I know that sounds like, give me some, dude.
not doing a lot.
See a car off on one of these things that you have here, and then it'll just fall off.
Not doing a lot for that Asian driving stereotype shit.
That was an Asian dude that walked in there, so it was like perfect. It was two worlds colliding in the Asian world.
Stay on the aisle.
Yeah, that TLC show is just Texas is the heartbreak.
The original TLC is under exclusives. It's going to be a dick. Freakish.
Yeah, it is. Like all TLC does is they find somebody big on YouTube like that girl with dreads, the girl who's going trans, the big fat chubby sisters. And there's like, hey, on the show.
I was just the learning show. What is anyone learning about?
Oh, that's right.
TLC is the learning show. What the fuck am I learning? These are all the people you see at Walmart.
You know what? You don't want to learn. That shit sells. That's what happens.
Like, it's just like, you're at Walmart at 2 in the morning. Yep, these are all the people you see.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
I have to pay right now. So far. True Work. I want to talk to you guys. True Work. TRUEWERK. I own 2 articles of their clothing. Wish I owned more. Jacket, pants.
Dude, have you got the T2 work bands?
Yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome. Everything they make is, most workwear is made from cotton blends, so it restricts movement, gets soaked after it just raindrops. It's heavy, it's hot, or wet, or cold. Well, springtime is the perfect season for the T2 work band. Get you comfortable over a wide range.
Yeah, they're great, man.
Yep. They got 4-way stretch for bending, kneeling, climbing, or street fighting like I do. Water resistant, finish to shed rain. 9 intelligent pockets to keep tools or those snacky foods for me.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do if you're working hard is worry about your pants ripping, tearing, they're getting wet. That's why the T2 work band is just different.
Well, they got 15,000 5-star reviews.
Yes.
Say it again. 15,000 5-star reviews. They're doing a good job.
The work doesn't stop just because the weather changes. Upgrade to the T2 work band and stay comfortable no matter what the day brings. Get 15% off your first order at True Work. That's WERK, TrueWork.com with Coach Fighter. That's TRUEWERK.com, Code Fighter, True Work. Built like it matters because it does.
It does.
Where you at, Jennifer?
Alright, so this guy's going viral. This volleyball player, because he has a little sugar.
We got 2 scoops of
Yep.
sugar.
You got type in signature. You got some hops.
Bro, he's so zesty. But he puts it.
Oh,
Girl.
look at that turn.
Do you think it's too much? Like, he would tone it down like that?
Have you heard about the Ladybird Killer? He's an athlete, I'll tell you that much. No, apparently he's like really good. Yeah. Intense. And gay. Oh.
He's nice with it.
He's a little light in the loafers, but damn, he's good.
Yeah, he's fucking pounding. Someone said this is AI. I don't think so.
No.
I saw his interview too.
This looks too real.
From Brazil? I'm the worst from. Jordan Lucas.
SoCal.
Yeah, that kid's American. Fucking hot.
Baby. Let's hear him talk. You have so many tabs open.
Yeah, that's it's an actor sometimes.
Please. That guy should be, I'm surprised nobody has topped him. Nobody said it. For his antics. So like break that down, like, call your antics. Your way, right? It's just
Interesting terminology to use, especially for a men's level match. And
got that shit now.
something that I can see how it can be perceived, but that's kind of always how people have learned since I've been 14. So it's something that's not new to me. I've always been true to it.
14's young.
Love this kid.
So he don't talk about assassin. No, he's not zesty with his lingo. He just he has a zesty flavor when he's out on the road.
He's an athlete. All right. Everybody's been put on notice.
Let's go.
I do that every time I serve.
This is a. Do you guys remember that footage? Like these 2 girls and this guy kept coming to like a pizza place to start a fight with this chick. Yeah, the guy who fucking people up.
Yeah, it's a girl. She
It was a girl. Oh yeah, that's right. A girl. Hopefully I have the actual video here, but so this is the. Well, I'll just play this one. So this is the inside security cam, so you can see the whole thing. And dude, you're gonna. This chick is incredible.
Meeting was like something you'd see in like a BET movie.
Yeah, what we saw was already cool. It was on like a little tiny bit, but this is the whole thing. Check it out. So they filmed to beat up this girl.
They came in ready to beat the shit out of this girl.
16-year-old girl with a
Bracelet shot having it.
She's like, cool, say less. I get my crazy man. Just, friend did nothing. You should get it too. Girls beating her. Oh, damn. Dude, the stamina on this chick. Oh, damn. That other girl's no punk either, though. She's beating every one of them. Everyone. Now they're hitting her, but she's still going after the same girl now. Even as a gay. Yep. The blonde girl is kind of giving it to her, though. No, so that's another thing. She had a wig on her. Oh, is that? Oh, is the blonde girl the one? Yeah, saying, oh, she had a wig on. I was about to say the blonde girl can fight. It's the same chick. Same chick. You know, these girls are trying to pull her off. Yep. No, they're trying size. And three girls. She grind upon like the way you grind upon that Curtis. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to calm her down. Boys, like, be cool. She's out of bitch. The way she swings around is crazy. She beat all of them. She gets in here. The guy just puts his hands up and I don't know what to do. Yeah, the guys obviously can't mess with him, but the guys got the girls. Is that fucking girl? What the fuck is going on? So what you do as a dude, that's your girl having hair like that. You should know her. She's talking shit to other people. I hate how girls grab up here. I love this. This girl's been taught a fucking lesson. That was so. That initial swing was great. It's great. Yeah, I mean, let's just watch out. Day White Contender Series. All of a sudden, her hair looks like such a wig now that I notice. Why did you do that? Hair snap down was sick. So, yeah, bitch, Judgment Day. Takes her slippers off. She's like, say less. Let's do this. She knees her and then, oh, what is that? Oh, that's like judo girl right there. The girl in the red's like, okay, this isn't good. You know, girl fight, it's like everyone comes on there. You know what I mean? Because they grab onto. Dude, that girl is a problem. The other girls just stopped and went, holy shit. Yeah. I love this. I love it. Now the other girls are like, oh my god, dude. Good job. Hey, it's fun. I think it's fun did an interview about getting her ass kicked. Well, the three girls don't know what to do. They're just like, all right, maybe stop. Okay, just hang. So that girl on the outside is like, I'm just going to hang out here. Chill. This other girl's an asshole. She's got her phone. She doesn't know what to do. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think after watching this, would it make sense for if girls are going to train to train gi? Because it's basically very similar action. They grab on the hair. I don't know what the fuck you do. Right. Shave it up. Yeah, I guess if you're a pilot, you shave it up. Or go into a cornrows or something like that. Yeah. That's what they usually do. You don't see a girl with long hair. Not really. Yeah. Long flowing hair. Yeah. Like when Jimmy Jordan has their cornrows. Rose Namajunas, that's just shit. That's Papillon style. Yeah. Yeah, so the three girls actually got charged for a felony assault on that 16-year-old girl, but then she's still, I think they're still suing her for some reason. She didn't get in trouble or anything? Yeah, but the girls are suing her for getting their ass whooped. I don't know. And then people were saying, like, oh my god, the drive back home must have been freaking awkward. For the entire car. It was so glad, like, oh shit. She was fucking George St. Pierre with him. Are you guys familiar with Ice Spice? Yeah, totally. Yeah, there's another fight at McDonald's. Ice Spice, a rapper. She got in a fight. She was minding her own business. You can see her in the video. This is at McDonald's. That's her right there in the blue. She's big time, yeah. Yeah, she's right. So this girl walks in. Quote-unquote fan. Tries to sit next to them. What does she say? She's a big girl. I'm from Chirac. Where are you from? How's Ice Spice not have security? Right? She was a fan? I don't think that's a real fan. I think it was just someone trying to check her. Oh, her friend got the boyfriend's like, what the fuck are you doing? The white girl got shoved so hard. I've had enough of this. Really, I'm not about this life. Yeah, not an exciting fight. They did fight outside as well. Such assholes. I didn't see him outside. But it's such an asshole. I She tries to find her outside.
How about that?
If you're Ice Spice, then it's like, alright, it's over. Ice Spice, the one they said that looks like she has mosaic. No, it's in the right. Get you this video's not perfect.
Yeah, that just drives me nuts, man. This fucking scumbag.
That girl's big. Who fell? Oh, man. So long story short, the girl said that she came up to them to meet you to say that she's a fan and she likes it and all that stuff, and they're just like, we don't, go away. We don't. She was trying to sit at their table. Yeah, well, what are you doing? Obviously, this is her take. You see that girl? Yeah, dude, she was nuts. Oh yeah, but she also has the Mexican mustache.
And we earlier that night, and we decided to go walk around Hollywood or whatever. But before we did that, we decided to stop by McDonald's because we all had to use the bathroom. So then one of my friends, she comes out and she was like, oh, I think that's Ice Spice over there. And I'm like, oh, for real? So I go up to them and I'm giving her and the other girl, she was like, compliment. And then immediately, Ice Spice was just being rude. She was like, why are you here? You can leave. Bye. And I'm like, why are you being rude, pretty much? And she was basically saying, like, you could just leave. Bye. Like, I don't even know why you're at my table. Then that's my first thing to ask her, like, you don't got to be rude. I'm just giving you guys a compliment. And I'm like, you know what? Where are you from? She's not from New York. So I said, let me tell you something. I don't care where you're from. And I'm like, you in LA, you in my city now. You can't be out here disrespecting people. Like, if you wanted me to leave, you could have just politely said, oh, I'm not in the mood or something, right? Instead of just yelling at me. So she kept going on, and she called me a bitch. So after she called me a bitch, I hit her. So I hit her, and then so I got escorted out of McDonald's. And then so after they escorted me, I'm like by my car, and I hear Ice Spice in the middle of the street. I'm like, so where is that bitch at? I don't want to find her. So I come back down the street, and then
I hear her stuff because I'm kind of like, she's alright. That's terrible. Like, I'm hearing her sound in a whole lot. Hey, Ice was me. But now you can't be in. Yeah, just leave. Yeah. It's just immature shit. Everyone's like, everyone in the comments just saying, like, she goes, oh, she should have just told us, but, she wants to be left alone. They're like, that's what she did. She literally said, go away. Like, you can't sit here with my friend. And the way she rudely tried to scoot it out, yeah, she's. Charles, that is not weird. How did you see this? This parachuter guy tried to go into a legendary game at Virginia Tech. And look. Jesus. Oh, that's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, but it's like, I don't know. He's safe, but I don't know how they got him down. But he's like, yeah, it's from Bears. Probably not going to be the best season for me, Tech. Imagine just sitting there up there, just like everyone just watching. That's embarrassing. Yeah, one job. You had a whole field of it, right? Believe it or not, it doesn't fall down. People have been doing this a lot too. In games, it's rarely like good. There's always some sort of like crazy fall. Doesn't Broncos do it? I don't know. I'm pretty sure Broncos do it. Yeah. They get the entire field away. Let's go to synopsis comments. Do you guys remember the principal that tackled out the shooter? He was now at the homecoming dance. He was because he got out of the hospital. He just shot the leg. He's now the homecoming king there, so that's what they're honoring. Anyway, very sweet. So cool. He deserves it. Yes, he does. What? I knew you. He just not much of you're doing. Thank me, because this episode of the Fire Kid is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Auto Parts. Dude, they're in the business keeping your freaking car on the road, man.
But I'm a novice. I'm not an expert like you.
Dude, they got everything you need. If they don't have it, they order. It shows right up the next day or the same day if the store is closed. The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto.
What if I want windshield wipers, or I want to replace a brake light, or I want quick service?
Dude, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today, or just visit them online at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
Like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghost. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
And just you could just tell by that line here. Safari Park owner who once said he'd rather be killed by an elephant. The elephant said, "Say wow." So yeah, he was leading a tour, and one of them just charged him and just snapped it.
So there's a lot. Let me tell you a story about that. Like in Africa, there's a lot of lore around. You know,
such a long time. You have so many cool stories.
There's a lot of lore.
It's not pretty big.
There's a lot of lore around elephants, right? And so in Africa, this donkey, this guy had this donkey in his farm, and the elephants would come into his, crops, and then they would scare them off, shoot like salt rock at him, like, get the fuck out of here, right? So the next day, the fucking guy comes back, and his donkey has been stumped to a fucking pole.
Yeah.
Still tied to the, like, stomped like
what a terrible way to go.
I know, and they were like, well, that's because the farmer was disrespectful to the elephants. So they were like, okay, we're going to come back tonight and stomp your fucking donkey to death. And apparently, they do some vindictive shit sometimes.
It's like Joe Pesci from Goodfellas.
Yeah, so there's this whole...
Just like Shy Mike. Keep him here. Keep him here. We'll come back.
Get Joe Pesci to...
Why don't you go get your fucking shine on?
They Joe Pesci.
They don't shine shoes no more. Yeah. Keep him here.
It's so funny, by the way. It's so true.
The elephant's like Joe Pesci. But this guy, he refused to fire a shot. It's like, dude.
That's
I had a gun too, yeah. What an awful way to go.
I would shoot an elephant in his face, calm down.
Put a bullet, take an elephant down. You get those giant slugs that have a big wall.
Yeah.
There's no way you can get one shot an elephant though.
There's like, it's the right gun. The bore is that.
They have an elephant gun? Yes, they do.
Yeah.
How big is that bullet?
You can use it for hippos, rhinos, and elephants.
Is it bigger than 50 cal?
No, it's just a big.
So those guys are little 90-pound balls. The arrows get fucking fucked up. Really? Yeah, they have a lot of them.
What?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a big boy.
Yeah.
That was kind of small.
The bullet's always about as much
Dude, the bullet's not the thing. Look at the guy's fucking dick. Look how big his ball is.
It's a big.
What a gorilla? What the fuck is that? Yeah, that's
a big.
Where does his hand and his finger hang? Yeah, this gigantic. It looks like 3 dicks holding a bullet. It's just like 3 packs of dicks holding a bullet. Oh, yeah, fuck. Get the bullet. Show your hands. Oh, I'm fucking disgusted. You know something? Yeah, there's actual elephant gun, 50 cal elephant gun. Well, yeah, that's a guy. Yeah, that's a guy. She also said this. I don't know what this is, but we can look at it together. I guess something's. Hopefully, don't read the people on comments, but it says something's wrong with this. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. What's wrong? If the brain skips over it, so there has to be some. Does everyone agree that it looks normal? Hold on. What is it, Jim? It's gonna be something stupid. I don't know. We're doing this together, so let's see. What's wrong? The calm hard, the easier it is to find a mistake. Take a breath. QRST. I get that better. Oh, never mind. Just look at the bottom one. Now that makes sense. And they die. Oh, fuck them. Yeah, that's we couldn't see it. I don't think that when I was going for the first pictures, I was like, what the hell? That's fucking stupid. She's no dumb, dude. I would have found that the second you put the second picture on. It's so easy. I thought it was the alphabet. It's the first time I'm seeing this, too. I didn't know which one we were looking at. Oh, my God, that's easy. But this fucking Alice on the internet. I wish there was no comment. You didn't even need to comment. But still, you guys sometimes would just see the comment. Whatever. I found it right away too, so I'm just saying that. Detail, hiding in plain sight. One of the letters is trans. 9 out of 10 blind people struggle with this. My fake IQ test that I did on you guys about this shit. Yeah, that's great. Jesus. Boy, that was go. This is what happens. Sorry, Sinaz. This is what happens. Any of these tickle your fancy? Would you like the restaurant, how they're banning phones? I took this restaurant, I won't call the restaurant, it's one of my favorites. But it wasn't that busy because Tiger had a big lab between games, so we went to this restaurant he likes. And so there was a lot of people there, but every single employee, the manager, the cooks, everyone's on the phones. Yeah. I told Terry, you know, one thing I do if I own this place, I go, I would ban phone with what you're at. I don't see the setup talking, they're all just like this. I'm like, look how that looks. You walk in there, you want people to on the phone. But there's a speakeasy in Austin that you have to leave your phone at the door, and you actually have to converse with people. It's great. Look at what happens in the mothership. You gotta check your phone. So the audience is right there. It's the best. That makes every comedy book so much better. That's why restaurants don't do either. Like, well, you can't be on your phone. Right. Well, this one isn't, or some are doing it. And they said that more people order, you know, appetizers, converse more food, more drinks, all that stuff. So it's good for the restaurant. Remember in Scobie that it's easy to turn your phone in? That was great. Old school. I don't know why. Maybe I'm fucked up. Nothing turns me off fast to a restaurant when you have to take your phone out and scan to get the menu. I'm immediately turning the phone. Just try to fucking order and talk to someone. I hate it. That's like, yeah. Alright, boys, I think that's it. Is that it, buddy? We did. We have this weekend meeting. No one. Oh, you have the weekend off. Which day in Florida? Hawaii and Honolulu. April 30th, May 1st. But other than that, good. And then you got a little run, Nick, and then also your show finally debuted. Yeah. Fucking no leg days. I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped. The next episode is we got Dr. Mike Isbertel. That's next. That one's gonna be when I tell you it was the most sore I've been after a workout. Really? In years. Why did you guys work out? In Miami. On an Elevate gym. What was he? Just the details. It was the form, it was the myosets, it was the way that he trains is just so much different than the way that I train. That's cool. I train there. Yeah. You know, and he just does that way. Everything for him is perfect. He was killing us. To the point where we were bodybuilding. But this way, yeah, at the end we had to do girl push-ups and we were failing. That's how fried our chest were. Aren't you does Israel want to do stand-up? Yeah, Israel's gonna come do stand-up. How about that? That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. He already showed us he's right? No, he's great. He showed us some of the stuff that he wrote, and I gotta give it to him. The guy is a funny guy. But he even said, he goes, I don't care if I crash and burn. I just want to do it. His idea was like, I would try stand-up. Kind of. We were going back and forth about what other content we could do. And then now I've gone back and talked to some of the other guests, like big guests we've had, and seen if they would do stand-up. And it shows like Mike Israel has no ego. As like some of these other guys are too, because they're like, I respect what you do. And they're like, I don't want to do that. I'm not ready to bomb. Because like, some of these people are such that type of personality, they don't want to put themselves in an environment to fail hard. Because you're going to fail the first time you do it. You could like maybe give them, you figure out a way, it's like, you could write for them a little bit. Well, that's what we've been doing some writing with them, like showing them like, and we're going to do that on the episode where we like show them like the ins and outs on like how to write the joke with what he's like. tickets to watch one?
Yes, at Sunset Strip. It's going to be
Saturday?
Yeah, I'll be there. Come through. Yeah. Come do some time.
I'm doing a podcast on the 24th, so go watch No Leg Days available now on No Leg Days.
Let's go.
Yeah, got some big guests coming up, dude.
We got some real
You're on the road a bunch, huh?
just a little bit this week. I'm in at the New York Comedy Club in Stamford, Connecticut, which doesn't make sense, but and then I'm at Atlantic City Comedy Club this Thursday, 8 p.m. And I go to Hansen's, which I've never been to Canada before. Yeah. Yes.
It's in August, so you'll be fine. No snow. We get in August. I guess that's it. This is a fun kid. Wow. Oh, what's happening, fam? It is Monday morning, April 20th. How we doing? How's everybody out there? How was your weekend? A lot of rain here in Texas, kids. A lot of rain. Kiddos playing some rain baseball. They start tackling football in July, straight up tackle. Bosty's going to be playing as well. We'll see how that goes. I'm about to do equipment. These crazy bastards woke up at 4 a.m. this morning. They woke me up. They were tackling each other with their new gear on. So, I'm mad at it. Hey, get your work in, dudes. Get your work in. But, boy, you're going to be exhausted today. They fucked around. We're about to find out how tired. Like, I'm at 4 a.m. this, especially when you're 6 and 10 years old. They're screwed. They're screwed. They're screwed. And in the fight world, you know, the night was, it was solid. It was solid. Especially with some of the other contenders for 51 Contender Series. You had some first on the scene making their debuts, basically. Charles Jourdain fight, Kyle Phillips, probably my favorite. Mike Malott, did you know his older brother was a professional hockey player? Yeah, who also fights. He's like an enforcer. Yeah. Perfect. The family's a bunch of studs, man. And Mike was a coach. And then he's like, yeah, I should probably start trying this. And now, you know, Gilbert Burns is kind of that guy. I hate this term, but he's like the gatekeeper to get into the top 8, top 10. Like, you beat Gilbert, even though he's a little weather, you beat Gilbert. That's a big win. That's a big feather in the cap, you know. Dude, this is how long I've been in the game. I met Gilbert at Black House in LA, and they introduced him as the jiu-jitsu coach only. He had no fights at the time, nothing. He was just the jiu-jitsu coach to help the pro fight team out. And now, how long has he been fighting MMA? That's how long I've known Gilbert. Wow. And dude, this tournament's still around. He's a good dude. He's a nice guy, dude. Gilbert Burns doesn't have a mean bone in his body. Yeah. He is the nicest freaking dude on the roster. It's like him, Wonder Boy, first team, all friendly. And he just burst onto the scene, dude. His profile was 2012. Yeah, first fight 2012. You know what I mean? He's just a jiu-jitsu guy. But what you said, how everyone loves him, it's so true. Everyone says he's the nicest, the sweetest guy. Everyone supports him big time. Dude, remember his fight against Hamza? Yeah, which he did pretty well. Bro, he did the best out of anyone. Like, obviously, little inexperienced Hamza, this is, 4 years ago, little inexperienced Hamza, for whatever reason, decided to just go Mexican style boxing and go toe to toe with Gilbert. It's like a Mack truck. You're like, oh shit. Yeah, and he could really get Gilbert down. And forget that people sleep on Gilbert is a monster. And he dropped Hamza on a wall with him. Definitely connected. Yeah, now he's lost. He's lost 5 out of his last 7. That's, what was that, 5 in a row? 5 in a row. Yeah, and he retired. That's the right thing to do. And here's the thing, I'm sure still do it. And when you spontaneously go, that's it, I'm throwing it away. They just like, oh, we don't have any retirement package, we don't have a package. So hopefully they bring him back to one of the big cards and give that whole video tribute and all that. Two more things that done a lot for the UFC, a lot. Like been around lots of the biggest names, beat some of the biggest names like Jorge, Neil Magny, Wonderful Wife, Willie Lee, Davey Maya, Gunnar Nelson. I mean, he's beat some tough dudes, man. Tough dudes. Really tough dudes. Man, just one of the nicest guys. Like that guy deserves a proper send up. But when you don't give the USA a heads up, yeah. All right, man. Mike, Malhot looked good though. Yeah, really good. Again, this is how it goes. You're a contender for a lot of years. Then you come out 4 losses in a row. You still got a name. You're a tough guy. You get the term gatekeeper. Mike Malhot's coming up. They toss you the uniform. His brother just happens to be an enforcer, I think, for the LA Kings. Kings motherfuckers are tough too. You said Kings like it was a foreign term. Is this LA Kings or no? I think it's a different animal. It's like Mike Malhot. Oh shit, he is from LA Kings. Yeah, he is. Because they're from Canada, right? Well, yeah. That's dope. That's big time. That's big time. Yeah, Jordan 85 was just entertaining shit. Dude, how about John Herbert, Mendel, Nalo, everyone, super dangerous dude, was lighting Herbert up. I was like, Herbert's cooked. And then Nalo just, I don't know, man, just got a little over his skis and just got slept. Barbosa's KO's filthy. Yeah, he had some good fights overall. There's a funny thing with Jasmine. Jazz issues. She had like they caught on camera with this. Hell yeah. During the fight. Hell yeah. Dude, I was a black belt moment. I know I'm saying I hate it. Oh, it's all Soviet and gay. I hate it. Just not my thing, dude. But they're popular for a reason. Yeah, boy, you guys kept on the dark side, man. My dark mean black. Yeah, it was a good night, man. It was a good night, entertaining. Watched from top to bottom. It was a good night. And then, I would say the biggest news of the weekend. The biggest news would be the announcement that Patty's gonna fight on the International Fight Week. That's by far the biggest news. I guess kind of expected if you're around the water cooler enough. Now the rumor is it's going to be Benoit Saint Denis. Yeah. But then there's also rumor this fight is essentially confirmed. But this is it's called Crash on the Name. A lot of times, these different outlets, they report news as in almost confirmed, and it's nowhere near confirmed. So, yeah, or they make shit up like Saint Denis said. He teased that the next fight is against the Englishman. Might need him some last beefs. Which is a playful French slang term for English people. This is a stretch, man. This is a stretch. He went on a list of people if he's fighting anytime soon, especially if he'll fight, we gotta be the fight. The rumor mill that it's Conor McGregor. As I was driving, I was thinking about it. The fight, as far as stylistically, the winner of that is on the right path. They need either Patty or Conor on the right path, the winning path, right? For both of them, it makes sense. And all the Nellies in the world, if you go back, I mean, you're talking months ago, years ago, I was saying Patty will fight Conor. That will happen. The only issue with that, when you go through it, it's like, well, it's not going to be a 55. Patty's a 55, a huge 55er, so really could be a 70. Coming off a loss at 55, it's not like Patty's, it's really his first technical loss. Most people thought he lost to Gordon, that's different. He did it on paper, but the fan base thinks he did. But so he has one loss at lightweight, but he was fighting for there was a title fight against Justin Gaethje. If he would have won that night, he's fighting at the White House against the Topuria. So it would be weird, even though it is the Golden Goose. It's Conor McGregor. It's going to down knees if they do it. It doesn't make a lot of sense for just the semantics for the divisions. There's a fight for Patty at 170 because Conor's not making 55. So if the fight at 170 and you match it Patty and Conor up, and just say Patty wins that, like okay, you beat a Conor as it fought in how long? And it was even in the division, and then you go back down to 55. It's kind of strange, you know. It does make a ton of sense. And if it was Conor, wouldn't they be blasting him like crazy? No, really, it's not yet. Not yet. No, they would never blast him this early. No, you gotta get through some of the bigger events. They usually wait for this big news for a numbered event. I figured they would announce Conor or Conor Patty at the White House, but that's way too late, I think. Now they could do it, it's in a different regime. It's just things are different now, so they could do it. But prior, they would do it at a number of big news or data. Wants to be the first to break it, so that's what he is. Instagram Live and shit like that. He wants to be the guy to break it, nobody else. So, especially if it starts to trend towards leaking, where it starts to get picked up by the legit outlets, not like these random ones, like the legit ones start to leak it. That's when you see data and company get ahead of it, and then they just blast it out. I just don't. It makes all the sense if you're not a purist. Like for numbers and to get eyeballs and to highlight Patty and Conor, like this is all the things. And I always thought they'd do Patty versus Conor. Always. It just doesn't make a ton of sense logically. I get it. They're both massive stars. The build up to it, just the amount of views that makes. But if Patty were to win that, I think he'd be favored in that fight. It's like, okay, sweet man, they're more popular than ever. And then do you give him a title shot at 55 based off that against Ilya? If Ilya is massive just engaged, it's kind of weird. Or does the UFC know something we don't know, and Ilya's planning on vacating his belt at 55 after this White House fight and going up to 70 to fight Islam? There's a lot of variables. The Patty, I don't want to say Denis. Okay. Let's get a fight for Patty. Again, they need Patty to win. So they're going to do a favorable matchup for Patty. PSD is a pretty favorable matchup for Patty. We can avoid the fucking dumb slugging, like you did against Justin Gaethje. The Conor fight, he would definitely be favored in that. So he's going to be favored in whatever fight they toss him. I just, what does it do to the 55-pound division if he beats Conor at 170? I don't know where you go from there. UFC could just be like, yeah, it's just a one-off. Yeah, it's two huge names, one of the biggest fights of all time, especially for European combat sports. That's why we're doing it. I get it. It's like, does Patty win that and then fight Marvin? There's just a lot of random shit, a lot. Or they just build a Patty star, just Marvin built his star. He's built his massively, and we'll get to this, and just fucking skyrocketing the right favorite into the crowd. But nobody's done more for the brand than Drew Given. I mean, that's like 100%. Yeah, the past 6 months since he got suspended, nobody's done more for the brand. He's massive now, so he said they're probably going to give a title shot next, so then he fights the word on Ilya, so they want Patty to work on his star. It's just all jumbled up.
It just becomes this
I'd say Patty has like an overwhelming chance of beating Connor. Or is it pretty? Yeah, I would say knowing what we know so far, you wouldn't bet on Connor. We're huge Connor fans. They're not as shenanigans outside the octagon, but as far as this fighting goes, yeah, we're huge fans here, but you don't know what version you're gonna get. Patty's been relevant, he's been fighting tough competition. The stylistic makes sense. Now, Connor can get down to 55. This is a shoe. Of course you do it. When you think about it, it's like, well, Patty's gonna have a tough time taking Connor down. His wrestling's not great. Connor's takedown defense is pretty good back in the day. All this predicated on what version of Connor would get. You would never want to bet on that. You want to roll the dice on that, put your mortgage on Connor coming back just as good as he was 4 years ago. So, but if I'm the UFC and you want to shake things up, they've been doing some random shit lately. This would do it. This would do it. This would put Patty over, as they say. Because he's massive, top 8 stars in the UFC. But for the casuals that love Connor, like, who's he fighting? Like, oh, dude, he's fighting Patty. And they're like, oh, they look at the hips, oh, Bill Patty star. They know Patty has, who knows, 8, 10 fights left in his career. Connor has maybe 2, maybe 1. So it makes sense. Yeah, I'm going to be stoked for it. I'm sure everyone. I've been asking for it for a hot second. What else do you have on there? Alright. Well, you mentioned it already, but Sorokin wrestling draft favorite and basically throwing, like, this is a cheating move, right? But basically throwing him out of whatever that's called. That platform for wrestling. Yeah, they're up on a platform. You're just listed. If you see RAF, so they're on like a lifted platform. It's a wrestling mat. So everybody's eye level with the wrestling mat. So it's probably 4 foot. You at least figure it. Let me see. Well, there's one angles. Damn jail catch from Bubba. Did I already say like my bad or sorry or anything like that? You're Armin. Yeah, man, I don't know. He's a wild boy, man. Did you see that kicked off his flight? Yeah, we got so too much. He's a little immature. Honestly, he's kind of a douche, man, to be honest. He's kind of a douche, but it's like, it's great for, being popular and famous. Yeah, the phone stuff. They just gets on a private plane, and you're like, yeah, it's hard, even, I'm an Armin fan, but just like, you gotta grow up like tad. Yeah, dude. We can look at that plane stuff here. So this is like just quick footage. There's not much here, but you can see him talking to the staff. And then there's some walking out here. But then there's footage of him talking to the flight attendants. There's the athlete. You'll see right now. Yeah, it's a little douchey. Yeah, just like, you're on a flight, you can put your phone away, put it in your plane mode. You get Wi-Fi as soon as you get to fucking 10,000 feet, I guess. Let me have him explain exactly what happened here.
At the airport, what did happen that they escorted you out? So I had the team lead, 11 of us. We just get in the plane. It was like 3 empty seats. I asked the lady, because my seat was next to my friend and he's lower me, and I said, okay, maybe there is an empty seat. So I asked the lady, can I sit here? She doesn't say yes, no. She said, where's your seat? I said, 29A, go there. I said, like, why are you rude? Like, and then and then I see like 30A because it was empty, and then someone called to my friend, he picked up the phone, and my friend, he had opened his table, and she came and said, close your table.
which he took the phone, and then all three of us they kicked out from the plane, and the other seven they flew, and then we got the jet and they said, oh, why didn't tell me you're flying jet? After that we would like to get out too.
Yeah, it's just like playing etiquette. Like, it's basic rules, yeah. Yeah, it's shit. Can you imagine 11 of them in their team just doing that shit? Like, he keeps moving seats and they're telling him, that'd be done. Yeah, right. Airline office. Yeah, it's like shit. I get it. It's annoying, especially again, they have a job to do, like the American Airlines, so it's just tough, man. You know, it's like you can't be on your phone. You gotta sit in your seat. You know, they have to track people. Usually, especially if you're not like once you're in the air, if there's open seat, you can ask to move to it. They usually do it. But if you're just randomly, be like, no, I'm sitting here, like, no, you're not. Yeah, like there's etiquette, dude. It's just they just need to grow up a little. I've been on board with all his antics, everything he's doing. It's all been great. This one also don't film it. Yeah, don't film it. You know. This also shows you, like, this is the side of him where you can kind of tell he grew up pretty spoiled, like, got away with it. Yeah, you know, where you can be like, wow, I'm sitting here. It's like, that's a pretty rude. I can get out of the scene, all of a sudden, just, I get everyone, you know, like, I'll be like, fire, and everyone be like, dude, you know, and Armin Airlines, American Airlines, no, it's like, I get it, but it's, you know, I love Armin as much as the next guy, but it's like, don't do that, yeah. That's how you be a dude, like, don't be the guy, like, those people, their job sucks, it's tough, dude. It's your kid, you know, it sucks, they delay the plane, and, like, people have shit to get, connected flights, like, this ain't the way to go. And everyone actually, yeah, just fly your private jet, it's like, man, it's a weird flex, dude. And that's just during takeoff. Imagine how much of a headache they might be during the flight. So they have to be like, guys, we gotta bounce back. And the other 11, the other 10, what do you say, 11 total? Yeah, the other 10 you're flying with, you need Armin, so why are you acting like that? Even Armin should be acting like that, but those other guys, what are you doing? I mean, it's funny. Are you basically undefeated? Your one loss is to just Islam? Are you that young? You're not? Shut the fuck up, put your phone away. Why are you acting like this? And even if you're associated with Ari, what are you doing? We don't pay the same fucking money here to be on these flights. Why? You guys think you're special because you fly with Ari? What are you doing? Yeah, put your shit away. What are you doing? It's like, oh, great, here, picture this. It's late night, you're scrolling through your feeds, when all of a sudden you see it. For me, it's a car part or a cool car shirt. I'm like, man, I got to have it. My wallet's downstairs. Like, what am I going to do? I want to hit checkout, but I got to fill in my address. I don't have my credit card. What am I going to do? Then you see it, that little purple pay button. It has all your information shaved, and all you do is click, and it shows up. Cha-ching, that's Shopify, baby. That's right. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. from household names like the big boys, Drive Fast on Gas, Buy the Kid. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. We got you. Get the word out like your marketing team. They have great customer service. It's 24/7 customer service support. And of course, they got that little purple button, dude. It makes things so much easier. I use it all the time. They got you at Shopify. See less carts go abandoned and more sales go cha-ching with Shopify and their Shop Pay button. I love that Shop Pay button. I order so many car parts that I don't need from it. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase and SHAP. Go to Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. That's Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Cha-ching. Let's get back to the program.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
Like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghost. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
I didn't. Listen, I'm all for Armin. I've never leave a comment on there like, yeah, fuck American you're like that's just so weird, you know? It's like, yeah, I like Armin, but don't do that. And everyone's getting them props and stuff. It's just like, you know, imagine that that's like go deep into it, but yeah, that's just not cool. And then, so this is how he did it. He made a video afterwards. He's like, yeah, I just went with what's there. I look coded. I know, for what? For me to teach you how to dig the fucking 9-to-5ers running around. They just want to get things out of the league or whatever. How is that like? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not down. Yeah, I don't get how it's cool. That's the best question. Why didn't you just fly this in the first place? You know? Yeah. Cool, man. What do you think about that move, though? Like, even though it went viral and everything, and him throwing your favorite out of the whatever the platform, in your mind, what do you think of that discipline issue? But that's really fucked up. Yeah, discipline issue. Yeah, so you have to discipline. Again, I like Armin. He's a wild boy, so it's a reason why a lot of us like him. But it's like that stuff. And you're such a big favorite. You're right, he's a legend, and he's older. You know, you show up over with Armin, I'm still a fan. Tossing your eye onto the concrete and then doing this to American Airlines, like, this ain't it, Papa. But again, you're not going to bet out 1,000. You know, he's trying, he's streaming, you're not going to bet 1,000. I don't think he's a bad guy or anything like that. But a lot of times when you're getting all this feedback and all this intel, and you're crushing this, you know, sometimes it's a thing. You can get your head, it's an ego thing, and then there's don't toss your eye around. Oh, but it's a dope highlight. No, I know, but he's older, dude. Like, you should dominate him. Like, he was kind enough, you know, thank God Albert took the fight too, but the rest of the match was also like, and your eyes older, he's a legend, like, show respect him. Pile drive into the cement. Yeah, but he got views. No, I know. The fuck are we doing, dude? Don't pile drive your favor in the cement. That's a discipline. Don't take down the fucking drink tray, or take out, sit in your seat. All this is discipline. All this is discipline. And as good as he is, he's amazing. He's amazing. As good as he is, and I'm not saying this for a fact, but when you have discipline issues outside of training, you can't be crazy disciplined in your sport and then just crazy on discipline outside of the sport, and then it all works out. It seeps in, and he's so talented, so good. He works really hard. But if you're, again, who knows, this could just be a weekend thing. I don't know. But I'm just saying, if you see a guy who's doing undisciplined things online, there's no way he's checking all the boxes with his regular life. It's just not. It doesn't work that way. You can't turn that on and off. I mean, you can either do things the right way, or sometimes you do things the right way, and sometimes you don't. There's some people that do things the wrong way all the time. What was I saying? It's just even in professional, like he was doing this stare off with the Anoka and fucking headbutting on the nose. Like, you can't. That's what seeps into his professional. And all these people like cheering him on for doing this kind of shit. It's kind of like, where do you draw the line? You know? Yeah, it's almost like you need different friends. But again, if he's the cash cow, so I'm sure with his entourage, he's paying for everybody. He's doing so they're not going to question the guy who's leading the charge. They're doing it along with him. Yeah, but if you don't have the friends like, come on, dude, just sit in your seat. Just sit in your seat. Let's get there. And then when we're there, let's ask lady, that's nice. Let's see if she'll let us move. At the end of the world, so your friend's bigger, or you're just tiny. It's not like you have two big dudes sitting next to each other. You know what I'm saying? It's not like me and Jelly Roll sitting next to each other. Both big dudes. Are you like you're that hard. Okay. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, I'm usually on board with all his antics and all that shit. This one, like, hard miss. Hard miss. Yeah, don't be a dude. But again, live and learn. Don't make him a bad guy. Doesn't make this, but if you see a tendency of this discipline shit, it's gonna bite you in the ass because you know who's not doing this. Because they're doing right. Islam pocket check. Do you ever see any of this stuff with him? Ever? Do you ever see any issues? That's who you gotta take the help from, you know? Good luck, but again, Marvin's so talented, it's working right now. And we'll see if it still works, you know, if he keeps doing this wild shit, we'll see. And Dana not giving him an opportunity to fight for the title right away. It's like, I'm getting now, I'm kind of getting a little somewhat. Like, you guys don't know the shit we deal with behind. It's just wild shit. And it's fun and built the fan base, stuff like that, but maybe this is one. Yeah. Thoughts on this? Conor Ben getting another. Well, he signed now a multi-year deal with Superboxing. The whole thing is weird. It's just like, if you watch his fight, you would be like, oh my god, you gotta see the guy fight again. I think we were talking about Conor Ben versus Ryan Garcia. Yeah, he said that's. My only thing is, did he sign a? Well, it's his multi-year deal. So did he do a? Did Conor just sign a five fight deal? Is that $15 million? I highly doubt it. Well, you're not gonna go from $15 million to $1 million. Maybe that's like the bonus because he signed with Zuffa, so he's like, boom, here's a whole bunch of money right now, but then if you want to be with us, we'll give you this much afterwards. But go through it. Think about how much more he gets paid than any fighter in the UFC. Again, give it a chance. Because you're not one fight for $15 million. That's not a bonus. He fought that fight on Netflix. I'd say you cut that to, well, what, dude? Let's say it's $10 million. Okay. They say, supposedly that's what Alex Botan's getting. $10 million per fight, yeah. You're talking about the guy who's about to be a fucking 3-division champ? Conor Ben, make it make fucking sense. You tell me this dude brings more eyeballs, he's more valuable than Volkanovski, Ilya, Islam, make more money than Tom Aspinall. Do you think he's doubling down on the whole, like, Eddie Hearn thing, like, this is what I'm doing for your board, I'm getting this much more, blah, blah, blah. Because he has the funds through that Turkey shoot, I'm sure he's going to do this. Yeah, let's throw lots of that. Just to show off a bit more. Even if he's not thinking that Conor Ben's like this incredible star, I think anything you can get, you'll pay for it. It's just bad. You know, here it is, Anthony Joshua. Seems to be very, very low, so. But it's also, Conor Ben's good. He's good. He's good. He's not fucking $15 million good. He's not. There's no way you make your money off this guy. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Where's this fucking return? Again, I know it's a different sport, but the rest of it, it's like, what the fuck? This guy, he kind of hit on those. He goes, David is no longer that well because he believes man is one of the best today when he's only a UK domestic level star. He is. Yeah, it's weird to tie the injury wagon and Conor Ben. Again, solid, good fighter. I really know somebody's boxing, it's boxing, so these guys can demand that sort of money. But again, the base of your company is paying this. It's a mid-level star boxer. You got a chance to make as much. Nobody says anything. I mean, people, the fans are not the fans, the fighters are upset, obviously. Which ones? UFC fighters. It would pay them. What do they do? Of course, like nothing. They're trying to go somewhere. That's crazy. But I understand, it's like nobody's saying shit. Get in line. It is what it is. Good for Conor Ben, though. I'm not about his getting money. It's more of just bragging. UFC stars. So, it was confirmed that Carlos Ulrich has an ACL injury, and it's going to take like 9 to 12 months or something like that. Yeah. This is what the ON says in his future.
What do you do until 5? I mean, it's going to be a while.
Yeah. So one of the good things about it is that he was at Power Slap last night, and I was talking to him, and he's going to stay in Vegas. So he got the surgery. He's going to start working at the PI. He apparently where he lives in Australia is in a remote part of the country, so there's a lot around him. And what we used to find before we built the Performance Institute is we would get these guys surgery with great doctors, then they'd go back home and wouldn't do anything. They didn't do any, physical therapy and recovery. So now at the PI, that place has saved more fights and help more athletes prolong their careers, and we'll get them in there and see how fast he starts to recover. And we always figure it out.
I know Holocaust has been talking already about interim belts and whatnot. I assume you guys haven't really had that conversation.
We have not. The Carlos is still getting set up here, but we'll figure it out.
So there's a possibility that they'll have to do the interim. They might do an interim belt. They're not going to strip Carlos, but also the division's just a fucking shit show. Like, there's no prominent, champ that they would want to, take away from Goldberg and designate. It's just the division shit is not actually helping Goldberg out like an instrument. Yeah. Also, there's bad time, like BC 157, anything, a bunch of shit. All that stuff we didn't really know about until recently, too. And fairly recently, it's 3 years old, but there's some that were, I remember there were some that was okay. I forget which ones, but yeah. If you're injured, all that, all that shit. Toss aside. Yeah, we can get back, and once he's back in the competition pool, then you start testing. I was like the one that had some sort of loophole that you get to get out and get back in. I don't know. Alright, so Sean Strickland heard this interview with Hamza, and Hamza said something like, if we, something happened on the streets, if he dies, he dies. Like, kind of, anyways, if something really did happen, he could die, right? So this is Sean Strickland's reaction to that interview. Hold on. How did it start, though? This is what sucks about this thing. I have to refresh something. Hold on. Let's see. It might start with it.
I really don't know where about it. I'm ready to go into a match. I'm like, but I'm serious. Let's get this shit popped up. I'm ready to like fire, say, you try to fight me, you kill me in the streets. So you'll do it. I don't know where to do that. I was like 10 minutes from the gym. I was dropping tags on pieces all day on my your homies that train with you, all of you. They received my story. You had to know where I was at. 10 minutes from your gym, bro. I was probably right down the street from you. I thought, Target thought you should. But as we all know, it's constantly work your car, hold me back, hold me back. Man, I'm like the last dude in America you should run. I guess if you don't show up, you don't show up. So guys, I joined the Oklahoma qualification.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know. It's weird to put with guys in the back. It's like, wait, what's happening? He's trying to posture like, yeah, I got it. On the last video, you're gonna shoot him. He feels the fight though. It'd be great if Hamza showed up. Dude, I cannot wait for this fight, dude. That's such a good fucking fight. Like, it's on sight if they see each other. That's why I love the fact that Dana was like, no, we're not putting them together. We're going to pretty hang. They're not actually yourself, especially during the press conference. But it's just crazy, dude. This fight's so fucking good. Yeah. So Hamza also signed with RAF. This is Dana White's reaction to it, which is not. This is how he does, dude. Before he plays, I saw something. This is how Dana got paid and he's checked out. But if a jiu-jitsu league, boxing, kickboxing, when Dana, this is 15 years ago when he's coming up, would try to poach any UFC names, he fucking put his knee on their throat, dude. There was not a chance he would either just make him go out of business or he would just fucking take him. And they asked him, he goes, yeah, cool. Wow. Was that? Yeah.
wrestling announced that they had signed Hamza Chimaev to a deal. I'm just wondering if you knew about that, or if the wrestling promotion. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, okay. Chimaev to a deal. Okay. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that, and just kind of, or if, you know, what they've done over the past few months, and, you know, they've been putting on a lot of events with UFC talent. Yeah. What do you make of that?
How's it going, Rabbi?
Taking names, how you living, Ken? Yes, sir. What's good, son? Absolutely. All right. So, did you create a Rumble account? All right. I'm gonna walk you through. I'm gonna hold your hand like you're a toddler, and we're gonna watch you grow before our very eyes on my stream. Sound like a plan?
Good, sir.
Excellent. All right. So, let me know when you've created the Rumble account. Okay. You're welcome. Do you already have a YouTube channel?
Well, I have like YouTube accounts, correct? But like I don't really post it.
That's okay. It'll take 24 hours for you to be able to stream on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Should I always use the same username?
Yeah. So let's talk about that for a second. You want to be a serious streamer, right?
Correct.
Okay. What's your username?
My username is just Poshi.
All right. Is it that on TikTok?
I mean, it is, but like I have a different name, so I should focus on changing the name to one, right?
That's the thing. That's what I'm able to do. That's what Aiden Ross is able to do. Hey, go to Aiden Ross on on YouTube, on Instagram. We're all the same thing. I'm Rabbi Rothschild everywhere. That's what you want for yourself.
Okay, sounds good.
So, the first thing that I would do, even before making your Rumble account, is so do you have just Pashi on Instagram?
I'm pretty sure I do. I have everything on my computer already. So
All right. Well, take your time, check it out.
okay, should I also like should I always be authenticating all my work so that no one can access it? Through like authenticating apps, like you know, like
Doug, that becomes such a pain in the ass. You've got to say you. Oh, dude, it's become such a pain in the ass. Phone, you're fucked. You can't get into any of that shit. Okay, so here's the thing with that. Right now, nobody cares about you. No offense. Nobody wants to hack you. When you become bigger, yeah, then do all that shit. When you have 100,000 followers on something, or maybe before then, even just 1,000, okay, then do all that shit. But right now, you're gonna be authenticating your ass all fucking day if you do that. And every time you log in, I think it is. Because you're gonna like today alone, you're gonna create like 30 different social media accounts. And if you get into the two-factor authentication on all that shit, okay, that's cool. What happens when you drop your phone, you break your phone, you don't have access to it? Like basically, when you get into that world, your entire career is in your hands. And I see how you are on a phone. You dropped your phone earlier today.
I'm really I possessions, like I need to be more careful with my possessions.
Do you have a phone case?
No, I don't.
All right, you got to do that, man. I mean,
I gotta get my phone case right. I gotta get it.
word. Get a selfie stick and a phone case. Those are two big things if you're gonna do IRL streaming. They're really cheap and they're important. But that's not that big a deal. Literally everything I tell you, we're doing for free. So don't think that you're gonna have to buy a bunch of shit. Okay, so answer my question. Did you are you the same name on Instagram?
No, I have different names.
Okay, that's all right. You want to commit to this, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, then you're gonna have to change your name on some of these. I don't know if you what is your name on just what?
Pashis, that's like my childhood nickname.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So just see if you can make your Instagram just Pashi right now.
I just did it. It worked.
Okay, excellent. Do the same for TikTok.
Okay. Okay, I can't do it on TikTok. This is only lowercase. I don't know if I'm just reading about that.
You're good. I do that shit all the time.
Hey, word.
Okay, excellent. Let's go. It's right. All right. So those are the two big, like probably two of the the hardest ones to get. So you should be good on everything else, especially because you're not just going with a common name. Your name isn't John Smith, and you're trying to get John Smith everywhere. You know that kind of stuff's going to be taken. All right. So now what you want to do? Let's go to Linktree, linkttree.com. Com. Yeah, there's that too. That's fine. But just linktree.com. Yeah, linktree.com is going to be the site.
Okay. They started for free.
Yes, sir. And you're gonna
sign up for free.
And you're gonna get just Pashi on that.
Yes, sir. Just Pashi on that. Yeah.
No. Scroll down. It's like free for life or whatever.
Yeah. Free. Yeah. Including my link in bio. I'm sure to discover content creators want to grow my audience.
Excellent. And again, everything I tell you is free, so don't.
My link in bio. Okay. So that's my first step right now, right?
We're gonna build.
My link.
Yeah, we're gonna build out your profile.
Okay, so let's see. Just do something like simple. I know people don't.
Do whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. Because you can change it. You can change that stuff later.
Well, I need to change my YouTube, right?
You may not have a YouTube. I mean, maybe you do, maybe you don't. If you haven't created a channel, then you don't.
I mean, I've had this channel for a while. says view channel.
Okay, yeah, then you do. Then you go to edit channel and make it just Pashi. Are you able to change it to just Pashi?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Good word.
That's great. All right. So now you're starting to build your brand, and I'm gonna give you all the tools that you need to be successful. And by the end of today, like you're not gonna leave this call for a few hours. If you have to, you can. But I mean, you're gonna be like making accounts and making logos and all kinds of stuff. And you're gonna be making your bio and stuff. But by the end of it, you're gonna be a force. You're gonna be a company. So be ready. And the name of your company is Just Pashi.
Just Pashi.
Exactly.
Now I have YouTube.
Which is a really great name, by the way. It's connected to you, and it doesn't have numbers in it. There are no underscores. Is it JUSTPOSHE or Y?
JUSTPOSHI.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. So it is kind of just how it's spelled. There's nothing like IE or anything like that. Like it's pretty easy to pronounce. It's not easy to make fun of. The worst somebody's gonna say is just pussy. So whatever. Like you know what I mean? I'm looking at I'm looking at
Not too harsh.
yeah, exactly. I'm looking at all the stuff that people are gonna use to make fun of you online and all that stuff. And you're pretty solid with that name. Okay. Did you create your link tree and make it / just Pashi?
I am currently also, so I see that there's different, like I have X, I have Facebook, I have this, so I'm just trying to change my name.
Yes, do that.
See it?
Yep, you
Or I
can.
can do the link for, you know? Create profile.
You're already.
Your professional.
Oh yeah, okay, do that.
Just try again later.
What said
Just try again later.
What said please try?
Okay, I guess. I should say it again.
What said please try again later?
Spotify.
Yeah, no big deal there.
Okay. I was just trying to change my email. It wasn't working.
That's okay.
Let's see on X. That's like for people to find you, right? Link tree.
It's the thing. It's the link that you put in your bio so that people are able to connect with you on all your social media. Yeah. So like, if somebody's like, Rabbi, where can I have stuff? Like, keep in mind, I've been doing this live 24/7 for more than 4 years. Like, that's a huge amount of time.
Really.
It's more content than any person's ever created on the internet in global history. Okay, so we're talking like giant amounts of data.
Giant amount of research and data.
Right. And I have a lot of accounts. I have more accounts than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual in global history.
Let's go. Next word. I got my name, but I need to change the username. Or should I keep my X private or no?
Should you keep your X private? No, everything's going public now. You're a brand now. Now, have you tweeted anything in the past?
Just join FaceTime.
No,
I deleted all my posts. I deleted.
Good.
Yes, I did.
Good.
I did say some contradictory stuff.
No, shit happens. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. Just so long as it's clean now.
Yeah, now it's clean.
Excellent. Okay. So you got your X, do Facebook, that's a big one.
Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Do you use AI by any chance?
Dog, I use it dozens of times a day. Dozens of times.
Oh, really?
Dude, I've been using AI since before large language models were available to the public. On camera, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user when it launched on November 30th, 2022. My stream covers all that. I've been streaming live 24/7 since 2021. So like I have the whole story of AI and its connection with humanity live on my archived on my stream.
Wow, I'm gonna check that out, sir. I'm gonna check that out. That sounds so cool. I did get into AI myself a little bit. I started learning how to do that. It was more of a like a want than a need, you know.
Well, it's becoming a need.
But it's becoming a need. It's becoming a need.
That's right.
Which may I ask, what AI do you use now?
All of them. I use Claude. I use ChatGPT. I use Gemini. I use.
Are they all a little bit different? How does that work?
They're all basically the same. But what I like to do is like I'll write blog posts, and I will take one of them, like ChatGPT. I'll write the blog post, then put it against Gemini and say, Gemini, make sure this is 10 out of 10 logical soundness, or evaluate this article for logical soundness out of 10, and it'll be like 9.8. And I'd be like, okay, how could this become better? And it'd be like, well, you could do this, and there's a weakness here, and perhaps there's a little bit of overstatement here. And I'm like, okay, make those.
So basically, you're comparing and contrasting.
Exactly. So then I'll say, exactly. So then I'll say, make those changes. So then it'll make the changes. Then I'll take that new article and I'll send it back to ChatGPT and I'll say, hey, what do you think of these changes? And they'll be like, oh, those are really good. Those are really good additions. Like, I'm glad that you provided me with that. And I'll be like, okay, evaluate this out of 10. And it'll be like, it's 9.9. Like, how can it be better? And it'll be like, well, looking at it now, with like new eyes or whatever, I think that you could make these changes to it. And I'm like, okay, make those changes. So then it'll be like, okay, we think it's a 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Gemini. I say, Gemini, is this a 10 out of 10? It'll be like 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Copilot, and it'll be like 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Perplexity, and it'll be like 9.8 out of 10. I'll be like, Perplexity, how could this get any better? And they're like, well, there's an overgeneralization here. And I'll be like, okay, we'll fix it. Then it'll give me a 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it back to all of them. Not saying they all have to say it's a 10 out of 10 because that's not always possible. Sometimes they'll make little changes, or one of them will be like, to have this opinion can't be a 10 out of 10 for some reason. But I'll get them all in either 9.5 and above to 10. That any normie who is reading this on the internet is like, this is the best thing I've ever read. This has all of the logic that I would want out of an essay. And then I'll publish it. So I use them against each other. Additionally, I'll make pictures with it. You're going to make pictures with it in not too long, like very soon. And for your logo. And I'll say, make my picture XYZ. And it'll make the picture for me. And I'll be like, okay, edit it this way, edit it this way. Maybe it's not editing it the way that I want. I'll take it and put it into one of the other ones and be like, edit it this way. And I'll be like, okay, we edited it for you. What do you think? And then I'll get it to the point where I want it.
Using it to your own benefit, but not to a certain degree that you're doing, like, people, they have their own opinion on AI. Like AI is helpful. I don't see why we can't use it. And that's my opinion.
Sure, dog.
Thank you so much, bro. The information that you tell me is straight on, bam, bam, bam.
Absolutely.
Bam.
Well, you should.
I've tried streaming myself, right? I've tried doing it myself, and it didn't really give me that far.
Yeah, no, nobody's gonna watch it. especially if you're especially if you are not if like you just create your account and you don't have a biography and you don't have a logo, nobody's gonna take you serious.
Yeah, if you just saying just to say things like no,
Yo, your microphone dropped down a lot. What happened?
is that a lot better right there when I'm speaking like this?
Yep.
Okay, I turn on the station. I'm just trying to configure some settings to see if like right now I'm not really satisfied how I was looking right.
Okay.
I tend to focus on the details.
That's a good thing.
What's a good pronoun to use?
They them.
They.
The reason why is it's just easier. If you refer to people as they, them, as opposed to he, she, you don't have to think about it, and you'll always be right. Unless you get somebody who's like, you have to call me Z, Zay, or something like really weird, which like that never happens. Like, nobody's gonna correct you if you're like, if you call someone who's transgender they, them, they will appreciate it.
Really? Okay.
100%, as opposed to misgendering them. 100%. You don't want to make somebody feel bad. So,
Right.
another thing you can learn is just call people by their name. So, like, let's say somebody's in your chat and they're like, um, "Yo, go check out the UFC fight," and you can be like, "This person's username is, let's say, Sammy1234." You don't know if Sammy's a boy or a girl, and you'll just be like, "Sammy1234 wants me to watch the UFC. Should I watch the UFC? Should we do what Sammy says?" And they'll be like, "Yeah," as opposed to saying, "Should we do what he says or she says?" I don't really know who it is because you can't see them or anything, and you don't know what they, you
So
know.
you're giving the people like a voice, pretty much.
Yeah, I would say so.
Like that.
Not so much a voice. You're keeping things very neutral.
Oh, it's like you're controlling it, but like you're just asking the chat if they want to do it or not.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I understand what you're saying because you're thinking because of my example. I'm saying like let's say you have someone in your chat whose name is Sammy1234. You don't know if Sammy is a boy or a girl, right?
Yeah. You don't want to identify them. You don't want to identify them incorrectly.
Exactly. So you can either say, whenever you refer to them, Sammy1234 wants us to watch the Super Bowl or the NBA championship or whatever. Or you can say they want us to watch the Super Bowl or the NBA championship. If you just say they them, you're never going to offend them.
What do you think about the server tag Aiden's Planet? Is that a good one or a bad one?
Server tag pages, but that's fine. I mean, just use whatever you want. That
Because that's where I originated from, from Aiden's Planet. Like that's where I started talking social socializing with people.
Right. Well, I mean, you're gonna have your own.
Oh, I'm gonna have my own.
You're gonna have your own Discord. But no, you don't have to disassociate because that costs money. You have to boost your server and stuff. You're not gonna get that right away. So, you can keep it for right now. Again, everything I tell you is free. And then if you have some money that you want to spend on some cooler shit, we can get into all that. But for right now, don't worry about it.
Oh, so right now I'm just trying to look good. Like, oh, what am I doing? I just need to get started.
Exactly.
I'm spending too much time on the computer.
No, you're good.
Because then in the future you can always get, you can always get like Nitro Plus, and with Nitro Plus you can, there's a lot more categories where you can update this, update that. You can use this there, you can use that. More features.
That's correct.
Okay, so in my bio, right? What are some important things that you keep in mind?
Yeah, so we're gonna do that in a second. Are you ready to write your bio?
Let me get to that link. I'm sorry. I'm getting that episode.
Yeah. Did you change your Facebook yet?
Change the. That's the one thing I didn't do.
That's okay.
Oh wow, probably so empty.
Yeah, it's gonna be for the time being.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's see. Edit profile. Can I have my Facebook just as my name and my last name?
Yeah, that's fine. But
you want it? You want it? So then you can. I understand.
yeah, the username is different than your name, your first name and your last name. So you want to make the username just Kashi or whatever. Okay, so then you just ask ChatGPT to tell you that shit.
ChatGPT, yeah, working on. Do you use Sora AI?
Yeah, dude, but it stops in 5 days.
Oh, it stops after 5.
No. They're stopping it.
Oh, it's really? They actually are?
Word dog, and it was amazing. I used it all the time.
That thing was so clean. I still have it right now. Like, I have a code. I used to have a code, right?
Yeah.
I used to make videos with it.
Right. Same here. They said it was too expensive, so they no longer.
They couldn't maintain it.
I mean, they just said it cost like $15 million a day, which was just too expensive.
So then, what happens to the active users?
They're just dormant.
Dormant?
Yes, sir.
Is that what happens when like companies shut down? Like
the company's not shutting down. The company's worth like going to be worth trillions of dollars. It's going to be one of the biggest companies. It's already a giant company. But that project, Sora, was started by ChatGPT, and it's too expensive for them to run.
That makes so much sense. Thank you so much.
That's what I'm here for, big dog.
I'm gonna sign up with ChatGPT. After, I'll do that in a bit. But my main focus is the Facebook.
Yeah. So just you don't have to sign up to ChatGPT. You can just ask it a question without signing up. And the question you want to ask is, how do I change my username in Facebook?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So is that how you guys started streaming? You just started using the AI to help you?
Oh.
Or that's one of the things that you did?
Now, I was streaming before AI was a thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How was that? How was streaming before AI?
It made shit a lot harder because you had to like hand type everything and like hashtags and all that shit and biographies. Like when I write something now, I can write it so much faster, and um, I can uh, make it in different languages and all kinds of things. The push of a button. It makes me like 1,000 times more. I don't want to say 1,000, but like 10 times more efficient, I would say.
Okay, can I give you a question?
You can ask a question.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely, you just did.
Let's say you have not the best social footprint, right?
Yeah.
How can I improve my social footprint?
That's what we're doing right now, man. We're gonna make you a nice logo, a nice biography. Everything's gonna be linked. We're gonna create a bunch of different social media accounts. You're gonna connect them all. By the end of the day, you're gonna have a huge footprint, and then that's gonna start getting crawled by Google. And in like a week, when you Google just Pashi, you're gonna be the top 10 results.
Wow. Okay. Listen. Okay, I figured that out. Okay. I don't know. Maybe that. Facebook, I have. Website, I don't have. That's not. WhatsApp. Should I do WhatsApp or that's not important for now?
Yeah, you want to do all that stuff. Here, I'll send you the list. I recommend getting the top 30. Here's why. As you get bigger, you'll get some punk who will just steal your name, and you'll be like, darn it, I should have gotten that name when I could. And then you have to pay them to be able to get your name. It's known as username um, squatting. So you want to avoid all that. Do you have just Pashi at gmail.com?
Wait, I think I have just Pasha 7.
Yeah, that sucks. What about just Pashi?
Let's see. Yeah, it's just Pashy 7. So should I try changing that first?
No, just try to get a new one with just Pashy. You probably can't, but just try.
Oh, okay. My username on my email is a bit different. There's an A instead of O. I'm gonna try getting that. That way you were saying.
Just create a new Gmail account and try to get just Pashy. If you can't, then don't worry about it. Then don't create a new one.
I'll try to. I don't know if right now. Do I do for my work or my business?
You can do for business. That's fine. It doesn't really matter.
May I ask, where were you born, sir?
United States.
Nice.
I'm based out of Irvine, California. What about you, big dog?
Well, I was born in Russia originally, in a little city called Taganrog. But I moved when I was 3 years old to the States, to Portland, Oregon.
Baller.
Yeah, okay, so that username is taken already.
All right, don't worry about it. Go check check your Discord messages. And I sent you the list that you need to go through.
Okay, you sent me all the things I need to find.
Yes, sir.
Telegram is next. I already have Facebook, I already have Instagram, TikTok, I already have Snapchat, I have the. Okay, so I have like half the list already.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
So connect all your shit to Linktree, and then also I'm gonna send you. Like I've helped. Oh man, probably at this point.
What about Pashy Just?
It's no big deal. You got just Pasha 7. Okay. The next thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send you somebody else who I helped, and I'll send you a couple of them. It's whatever you want, but take a look at it. You're gonna want to make your logo look something like So look at what I sent you. Now these are just some like I met.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. But you want it to be at the top, just Pashy, and then at the bottom your link tree. Right now, you're just a random Discord. Like honestly, I'll tell you this 100%. I did not give a flying fuck about you, even though you were really nice. Like I mean this like kind of heartedly, because you just had that random Discord emoji or whatever avatar. And if you're like you judge me by my avatar, dude, I get so many different message requests a day that all the people who are bots or have brand new accounts have what you have, just that random green Discord dot. So what you're going to do is you want to create something that's you, and then it'll make people pay attention to you. Like, oh, this person gives a shit about their account. It's not just the default thing that everybody uses. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Excellent. Now for just Pashy, you see the one that I have, like it says Giant Judge or whatever. For yours, I would probably make it a capital J in just, and then a capital P in Pashy, and no space, so that when a person reads it, they read it as just Pashy, not just Pushy or whatever. They don't think it's one word.
Like people are gonna mispronounce my name, like regardless, right? It's like,
no, it's pretty easy to. No, it's actually really easy. But if it's all one word in lowercase, then they're gonna have difficulty with it. If it's capital J, UST, and then capital P, OSHI, they'll recognize that it's two words together. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. So it's simplifying it.
Exactly. So what you want to do now is go to ChatGPT. You want to log in. You have to. This is a feature that you need to log in for which you need to log in.
I have an account already, but should I change my profile stuff, right?
Uh,
Name, all that.
you want everything to be just fine. Exactly.
Okay, do that. There. Okay, I got the right. I'm in. Change this email to security. So like the first step in the content creation is just like putting yourself out there.
People find you in order to follow you. Let me put it to you this way. If you created these accounts right now and didn't touch them in 10 years, you will have 1,000 followers on every single one of them. Just randomly, people will follow you. If you don't have the accounts created in 10 years, you will have zero followers.
Algorithm, huh? The algorithm.
Exactly.
You're a very intellectual man.
Word, dog. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
What's good?
So I put in, you know how you gave me all those different social media platforms?
Yeah.
I put them into the AI and it categorized them by different, different, like where like media, audio, microblogging, communication, social media. It separate them a little bit.
Right, I got you.
So if you're trying to go to the link tree in a personal
No, but you don't want to do that. Right? I mean, that's fine. But okay, what you want to do now?
it overwhelms people. Okay.
What? No, it doesn't overwhelm people. No, that's what you
No,
want.
that's what the AI is telling me.
You want to overwhelm people. You don't have a social media footprint right now.
Yes, sir.
You want all your shit in Linktree so that if somebody's using, I don't know, they like to use Snapchat, and they know you're on Snapchat, they're going to connect with you there. If they like, you have to go to where the people are. You can't force the people to go to where you are.
Right.
Okay. Moreover, if you meet with somebody, like I met with somebody the other day, we did a podcast together last week. They're in England, and they're like, "Hey, um, will you follow me if I follow you?" Absolutely. After we did the podcast, and guess what? I didn't have to be like, "Oh, well, I don't have one of those accounts." I had every account. They were able to connect with me on everything. Think of it like this: if you don't have the account, nobody can follow you. If you have the account, people will follow you. They'll organically look you up.
You're right, sir.
All right, so here's what you want to do, though. Okay, so you know how I sent you two examples of um, pictures or logos or whatever?
Yeah.
Do you have a picture of your?
I have to put my name out there. Like I mean, by I have to create a profile picture so then people can, once they see the profile pic, it's gonna they'll see my name on there, and that it will click to them. Okay, he has a name. He's a professional. Boom, 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 boom. That's just like the first step, right?
Word. Okay, do you have a picture that you like of yourself that you don't mind sharing with the world?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. What you want to do, you want to take that picture of yourself that you like, and you want to take that example that I gave of Giant Judge, and you want to say, please replace the person in the middle with my picture, and at the top make it just Pashi, and at the bottom make it Linktree just Pashi. And you want to make sure that you don't have everything all capitalized. It should be capital J, small U, small S, small T, capital P, O, small S, small H, small I. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. And then at the bottom, you want the same thing. Capital L for Linktree, linktr.com / and then capital J, small U, small S, small T, and then capital P, and then small O, small S, small H, small I. So that it reads at the top, just Pachi to anyone, and the same at the bottom. We didn't need to do that with Giant Judge because they have they use an underscore, so it's pretty clear anyway. But with you, you don't. So we need to make sure that's clear to people. And then you want to, and then what's your color scheme? What do you want? What do you want? What colors do you want your stream to be?
Probably like red, white, and blue.
Okay.
I like the red, white, and blue. But I do like the configuration of the different colors. So like it could be red, blue, white, or white, blue, red.
Do whatever.
Really have to be in that order.
Do whatever you want to do. I would say for yours, whatever you want to do. That works because it's the Russian flag. It also works for the United States flag. It's a cool blending of who you are, and it shows patriotism in the United States. So, how would I do it? So, you're gonna want to tell Chat GPT make the ring red, the text white, the yeah, I'd say make the ring red, the text white, put a black border around the text. So I said make a red, the ring is red, the text is white,
Ring red, text white,
black border around the text, and then I would say uh, the inside of the circle should be blue, and then your face in front is going to be whatever that looks like. So red ring, white text, black outline of the text, and then a blue center circle with your face in the middle. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Now it's not going to get it right exactly generally on the first try, but it'll be on its way.
So, ring red, text white, black border, text border around the text. Inside the circle should be blue. Face in front of it.
Oh.
The inside of that circle should be what color that where the face is.
So do you see how Giant Judge's
Inside of the circle should be blue.
yeah, exactly. Giant Judge's face is on white. Yours is going to be on blue. Now, blue might be a difficult color because it's depending on the picture that you use. It may work perfectly. We may have to make some changes to it, but let's try that. That gives you your red, white, and blue.
So
And when you've got a version that you like, send it to me. You can send it to me on Discord, and then we'll get something that you're with which you're comfortable. All right, well, I'm here if you need me. I'm going to continue watching this podcast.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I needed just the right amount of information.
Everything's right. It's pure. It's from a good place. Collegiate wrestlers, Olympic level wrestlers, and guys with high caliber wrestling pedigrees have a place they can go on a major platform. Fox News, whatever the Fox app, but it's getting a ton of clicks, and they're heavily. These guys are making six figures.
I used to be a wrestler.
So the worst possible
There you
thing
go,
that
big
could
dog.
happen is TKO, Dana go, that is getting big. It's actually doing better than Stop Fight or whatever bullshit we're doing for boxing. It is. It's beating both of those. We're going to absorb this. We're going to take it. Because then what happens is then the suits get involved. Name a company, name a band, when they go mainstream, they get better. Name a company, when they go corporate, it gets better. No, it's about the bottom dollar. It's about the shareholders. Look at UFC now. It's been great lately, but just compared to 10 years ago, it's a shell of what it used to be. And it's making more money than ever. But as a fan, do you care? Yeah. You don't give a fuck. You want the fights, the exciting stuff. You want passion. You want somebody steering the ship who wants this as bad as you do. The worst thing that could possibly happen to RIF for the future of wrestling is they get bought out by TKO. Which, if the rate they're going, it's probably going to happen, kids. Because what happens is then the suits go, cool, thank you, we'll take it from here. How much are you giving these guys? Oh, no, that's not happening. We're going to do a flat fee across the board. We're doing this. And then the compensation and the elite wrestlers don't have a place to go. Oh, you guys have sponsors and stuff? No. Not anymore. You're going to wear this singlet. We're going to do these matchups. It'd be a disaster. Because right now, for the most part, some of the matchmakers like Mick Maynard, Ozzy Shelby, they don't fight it. They're passionate about fighting. But then you look at some of the matchups, some of the cards, it's like those are the suits doing that. It's just the bottom dollar. Right now, we have people who are passionate about American wrestling, collegiate wrestling, freestyle wrestling, folk wrestling, who want to make this an avenue for wrestling. And it's fantastic they finally have one. Do not sell out. Do not sell out to the UFC. Do not. You bring on sponsors, big sponsors, I'm sure they're doing this. You bring on big sponsors to support accepting sponsors and this and this and this. Do not sell out to a corporate. It's going to ruin that entire thing, especially this early. But as a business owner, you get it, right? You guys who created, man, think about it, man, we're doing this, this, and this. And then TKO comes along hey, here's, I don't know, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million to buy your company. Dude, we started this thing with nothing. So you get why they do it. But if you're a purist, if you're gay, and I'm sure they're being compensated, they're being good, but you're fucking over wrestling. And those guys will have nowhere to go when they finally have a spot. So please don't sell out. Please don't sell out. Yeah. At least for now, that guy Izzy, that the coach Izzy, whatever, was it Jackson's? Was he Flow Wrestling? Yeah, he was at Jackson's. He's from Izzy School of Wrestling in Chicago. So he's one of the founders of RIF. And even he knows that Marvin's tapping, whatever he still goes by. He still goes. I still don't like it. I don't care if it goes by. Wrestling, yeah, it's not. It's good that he's still there. So it looks like he's gonna be staying. Yeah, there's really only like hockey too, but hockey, baseball especially, and wrestling are like there's a code of conduct behavior. Where they don't get down that flashy bullshit. Every other sport is probably. Alright, so speaking of which, I see this. Everything Josh Hudson says, I think with this so the first part seems real, but the second part obviously is joking. But it says, you see it? Here's my coach Greg Jackson when I beat Corbin coaching me on the White House fight for personal reasons. So that sounds like it was Greg Jackson's issue with the White House, which I didn't look into it. But I don't know. But I have no clue. I don't know where Greg's at on the political scene, or I give a fuck. But when I read this, my coach Greg Jackson will not be coaching me at the White House fighting for personal reasons. It's a Sunday card, so you don't have any other fighters. Personal reasons would be maybe he doesn't agree with it, which, dude, that's such an issue. I don't know. Also, it's Josh Hogan, so who knows what's going on. He goes, I don't have a coach now. Will the ring girls score me, please? Tag them. I just don't know what's real. Greg's ready to say anything. I don't know. Here's the thing with the White House stuff, too. Just my whole thing in all is whether you're left, right, in the middle, whatever you are. Let's put the show on the other foot. And let's say this is whatever, when Biden was in office, or even before that, which was, you know what I'm saying? So just any time there's a president in office, it's controversial. It just so happens that the guy who more than half the public voted for happens to be friends with Daniel White. So he's using that relationship to put this special event on for the fans. Political, the UFC is a right-wing organization. Or he just happens to be boys with this guy, and if he wasn't, there's no UFC White House card event. So paint this politically however you want. Take your hatred for Trump out of it, take your hatred for Dana out if you want out of it. The fact that there's a fucking octagon on the lawn at the White House is unbelievable. Yeah, but Trump, we should be in this war. I hear all that. Yeah. Take all that out. Yeah, he did what I hear you. All that. Fuck all this noise. The fact that the UFC in 2026 is hosting a steel cage at the lawn of the White House is unfathomable. It is mind-blowing. It is a win across the board. Any other, the NFL does this, NHL, MLB, insane, dude. But because Trump has ties to Dana, and obviously, Trump's controversial, it becomes this, you're telling me this isn't just propaganda for the right wing? No, dumbass. If Biden was in office, who I don't agree with, who I don't like, I don't give a fuck who's there. The fact, if you're a fan of mixed martial arts, and you can't get over your hatred for the political party who's in control at the White House right now, and just put all that to the side, and cut through all the bullshits that your favorite sport that we've all come up with, we've all grown up with, if you're hardcore, we've all grown up with. Remember it's a big deal when they were on Spike? Remember it's a big deal when Forrest Griffin and Stephen Bauer were trading blows, and the casuals were calling each other, saying, you gotta watch this, oh my god, you gotta watch this. Remember it's a big deal when they put on Fox, there's Junior Dos Santos, knocking out Cain Velasquez. Remember how big? We all felt so much pride in that. Do you remember when they signed the ESPN deal and we're on the sports ticker? And you got George Scott breaking down the fucking UFC. Do you remember some of this stuff? And because we got political stuff, so political, I get all that, I get it. But if you're an actual fan, the fact that Dana White has taken this organization and he's put an octagon at the fucking White House. If you can't drop your hatred for whatever hate you have for the president, the right, whatever it is, and realize that this just will never happen again in our lifetime, and just appreciate it for what it is. Yeah, but it's just propping Trump up and it's the agenda. Shut up. They have other means to do all that bullshit. But your sport that you grew up on, that you've been with this whole time, you're letting fucking politics get in the way of what's actually happening. You have a great fucking card. An insane card. Yeah, and I hear it. I criticize them for saying it's the greatest all time. It's the greatest card I've ever seen. No, it's pretty fucking good for the current roster, man. It's pretty tasty. It's pretty tasty. It's a better card than MVP Netflix. Get real. It's more relevant than excited clubs. And how we were told something else, all good. They still delivered a fucking steel kick. You know what famous is? Do you remember when the politicians used to call it cockfighting and it was illegal? Remember when that defined on Indian reservations? Do y'all forget what we gave them? And now it's on CBS at the White House. If you can't put your political bias to the side and just celebrate this as far as a sport, I know the right's doing this, the left's doing it. Cut all that out. The sport that you know and love is having a once in a fucking lifetime event at the White House. It will never happen again. Stop the bullshit. This is like the people that don't talk to the parents because they voted for the left or the right. What? You're letting that stuff get in the way of your relationship with your friends and family? What are you doing? They've won. You've been compromised. So these people who are in my space, whether they're MMA analysts or whatever, who are anti-UFC, anti-Trump, oh, this is a far-right propaganda. Oh, you've lost your way. You've lost your way. Remember when you guys were fighting for the UFC to be mainstream? Remember when you were fighting, not getting views on your website, not getting views on your podcasts or your shows that get canceled left and right? Remember when you were fighting for this to be mainstream? And now they pull off a fucking event at the most famous house of all time. It will never be done again. You don't want to hate them. You don't want to appreciate that. Because you don't like that Trump's doing this or that. What presidents you agree with 100%? Which one I'd love to hear? But you're letting all that get in the way of what they have accomplished. Do I have my issues with the UFC? Yeah. I have my issues with the MLB. I have my issues with the NBA, NFL. Yeah, sure. But I don't not watch it. I'm not that big of a pussy where I get it. When the UFC puts stop racism and they're taking knees and doing all this woke shit. Okay. When Disney's putting out this woke weird shit, which I don't agree with, I don't care. I don't not go to Disney. It's like it affect my life. It's not that. What? It's crazy. It's crazy to me. People are letting their political polarization take away from what is going on. Can you criticize the cabinet and what Trump's doing? Absolutely. But you gotta realize where the UFC's come from. And there's no, and it's mind-blowing. If I would have told you 20 years ago, if I would have told you in 1993, hey man, this thing's getting so big, they're going to do this quote unquote cockfighting at the White House. You're like, oh, dude, you're smoking crack. And y'all want to hate on it. Y'all want to criticize it. Because you don't agree that Trump's money is doing data favors. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Your sport that you love, that you make money off of, criticizing or celebrating every fucking week, is put the bet on at the goddamn White House. Shut the fuck up. The fuck stops there. Yeah, but Trump, I'm not talking about all that. All I'm saying is the sport you love is holding a event at the motherfucking White House lawn on a Sunday. How about this? Yeah, but his rules on international. Shut the fuck up. I'm not even getting into all that. But on Sunday, June 14th, but it's the president's birthday. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It could be anybody's birthday. I don't give a fuck. They're just doing it because it's birthday. Cool. If that gets it done, fucking do it. Your sport that you've been fighting for how long, fellas? How long? How long? Mainstream, bitch, we're at the White House. Fuck the pouch. We're at the White House. And if you can't put your eyes to the side, I can. I can easily. If Kamala was president, if this is the Biden term, the Obama term, I don't give a fuck. Fuck who's at the head of the table, whose birthday it is, why they're doing it. All I know is a sport I fucking love has an event at the White House on a Sunday. Yeah, but they're just propping themselves up for 2028. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, man. Shut up. Is that a check? That's it. Let's go to some fan questions. Let's go to questions. Yeah, it's one thing that sparks the fire, Chin, and then I'm on a rant, buddy. That's what I do, dude. Get into it on Thursday. Aljo has a tower in the Rocket Devil. My God, it's a tough fight for Aljo. These older heads, they're trying to kill off, dude. I'm a huge Aljo fan. Shasha, my God, that was my dude. We have Dolphin and Shasha on the same card. Ooh, heavy jiu-jitsu royalty on there. We'll keep into this card on Thursday. But let's get to some big questions. All right, let's get to these big questions. Chin. And for you guys, on Mondays, you can DM me the questions. I see them on there. I post every Wednesdays or Thursdays for the fan questions. The best way to get your fan questions answered is in the YouTube comment section. So submit there, Chin, and they can see them. And when you put fan question, it makes it super easy on us. So love you guys. Let's get to it for Monday's episode. This is Devin33. Who's the most slept on performance trainer, MMA trainer that you'd like to see get more behind it? The who's who like Jackson's, people like John Wood out there in Vegas. I'd like to hear thoughts on some of the low key guys. Wayne Ludwig, yeah, Rich Wendell, yeah, Easton BJJ in Denver, yeah, everyone knows that. We're going to talk about Pat Roche. Everyone knows him though too, big dog. Who's the most slept on? Thanks for all you do, Dad Gang. Yes, sir. Man, I'd say the one who didn't become like the household name was Mark Henry, it was Fred Yeagers, a lot of guys trying. They've been confused with the WWE giant black guy. Mark Henry's at New Jersey, and it's a joint. For the Krokop fight, he was Chris Weidman, basically. Zabit's guy. Oh, he was in Chris. A lot of badasses. Mark Henry, all of my answers. Mark Henry for 5,000. This guy said just says Ryan, but it's underscore Ryan dot underscore dot 07 underscore. Yeah. What's up? Are we interested in Ryan for things? When they find out, I'll give it to you. We've been really critical of UFC, but now they're starting to pick up some steam. Yeah, Now with Seattle, UFC 326 week, it's been tough. And next week before, tough, but it is what it is. Do you think Miami card was sensational? UFC 328 is amazing. Then the White House card is great. They have the International Fight Week, which we already know will have people most likely counter. Does the staff at UFC get to drink the coffee now? Do they say coffees for closers? Yeah, they can have a couple cups. They have a couple cups. I don't know if all of them can, but they have a couple cups. Especially after Seattle, UFC 327. This week's, the main event, Neville and Aljo. It's hard. The following week, you got JD and Prantas, which is a fantastic fight.
Hey, thank you, Rabbi. I got some things I gotta take care of right now.
Take care of you, baby.
I'll join back in a minute too. I got hacks before, right? And I don't want to get that one done. So I want to take care of all my notes.
Here you go, big man.
Thank you, sir. Thank
You're
you for all the
welcome.
guidance, Rabbi.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
So the fight nights, it's like cities are back year Apex. Because they have to fulfill so many cards. So they're back in regards to 2026. I'll give you that. It's a good time to UFC. CDIGG8. How do you think Hamza will do against Cal Snyder in RAF? I think you'd be surprised. I've seen him go against big time wrestlers, Americans, national champions, and he absolutely. Snyder's a different animal, but so is Hamza. I think you'll be surprised that not saying he ragdolls him, but he'll do very well. Jackroll Dad HK808. That's AGRL Dad Have you seen the King of the Streets on Instagram? Is it real or am I getting too like Cal to AI? Also, Shield 2 wanted to fight it. I'm watching it. It's cool. It's not as appealing as Cage fighting. Your thoughts? Never seen it. King of the Streets. No rules. No limit. No rules. Are they in prison? Oh shit. Oh. Is it like gay versus gay? Just two on one side, two on the other side. I don't know. Yeah, I guess 2 on 2. Let me see another one. Kind of into it. That one, it looks a little AI, right? Yeah, there's no subscribers. It's real. Also, it's fake, but it's just a show. It's fake, right? Yes, yes, right. Seems fake. 2 versus 2. That was real. I think the problem is they're messing with AI too much, but it's also real, so you think it's all fake. But you gotta be careful with AI. It's just a trailer or something. It looks like the movie Lionheart. I'm all for it. I wish we could just fast forward, but I don't know. I'm in straight up fight club. But if it's all of these guys, or no, that's what I want there. Oh, that guy who was doing all that just won. Yeah, there's some rough dudes. I'm not mad at it. Yeah, if it's real, then it's pretty dope. I think some of the ends of introducing that. I'll definitely follow that page. That's a good piece. Tachi _Luchaka. Hector Jose. Do you think more MMA get or any other league because they're getting paid more money, or do you think it's better to fight UFC for less money? The thing with other leagues is, I assume you regard like a Netflix MVP thing. You gotta be big name. They're not building your name same to grind with UFC and have success and become a fan favorite or the big boy money from Netflix MVP. So it's a weird route to go. But you got like KSW, you got Cage Warriors. You can do some work. They're heavyweight forever. Once I can't say, it used to be the UFC. Typing Case Law and Philip the Freezer. Lost it. Outlaw. Like, that's the toughest fight for Fred. As far as guys outside the UFC, that's by far. Yeah. His record, dude. And he trains with Tom Aspinall. Like, he's a pro. All you have to go, he was in the UFC. He has a different animal now. His records. He hasn't won. His last loss was 2017. That's almost 10 years. Fighting tough guys. Saki, 16. Tom Duffy, he's just this. If I'm KSW, go down to him. He is a holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, keep going. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, keep going. 13, 14, 15 time defending champion, heavyweight champion. I don't give a fuck what league you're 15 time champion. Yeah. Isn't it crazy? For whatever reason, I'm here too. You're telling me he wouldn't be the top? KSW, I'm sure, like, yeah, we got him a contract. She's gonna feel our brand. KSW, 15-time defending champion versus Francis Ngannou on Netflix. Just builds KSW. I don't know why this guy. Yeah, he's a problem. It's a huge problem for Francis. By far, Francis' toughest fight outside the UFC. By far. Philip DeVries. Look him up. Daddy Ram Rose. Should Morrison go stop wearing suits? She's too sexy for that bullshit. I don't mind this suit. I still think she pulled it off. Now she had a wall on face. We're talking about a different thing. But she's pretty all the way around. She looks dope. So stop wearing that suit. It makes her different. Big Doc 01. Fan question for Monday's podcast. With MMA being a melting pot of all versions of fighting, making it a true test of skill, if you were to get the current world champion from individual disciplines, boxing, wrestling, BJJ, have them fighting their style against each other like UFC 1, which discipline would ultimately be crowned the champion? Fighters all the same weight class, just like third child on Friday, keep the dad chats being realist to the podcast and 2 part takes, but I appreciate it. Shout out to your kiddos. If this is like back in 1993, it's all disciplines. Wrestling, dominate. Boxing would be the worst. BJJ would well either. Wrestling, a high level wrestler, and the wrestler know nothing, just their specialty. Wrestling dominates. That's why I dominate even today with all the different, kickboxing, boxing, karate, jiu-jitsu, wrestling dominates. You gotta have the wrestling foundation to get you. Scotty HD. Fair question. Brock Lesnar just retired from WWE. Yeah. What are the chances we see a Beast versus Brendan? You're saying Brock Lesnar was ready to come back in 2027 after both of you stop melting the urine testing cups, of course. Dude, I'm talking about some crazy stuff. I know I'm like big right now. I'm nowhere near what Brock or these guys. Nowhere near. I'm on test. And I'll take tests on Moreland. I want to creep. And all my kids, I'm not on a bunch of crazy shit. Not at all. I don't see Brock fighting me in MMA. No, that shit is sailed, but I'd be down. You would be down. I'd be down for Brock, yes. Wendy Beth Soft. Do you think RAF will have longevity? What are your thoughts about changing to the tournament style? The tournament style wouldn't be bad, guys. What you're saying, especially wrestling. If you're thinking about wrestling or you understand wrestling, it's usually tournament format. You become All-American, you got place in the top 8. So I think it'd be great. It would help people understand wrestling more. But I think you do a tournament, but also have the super matches. As far as longevity, yes. If they keep doing what they're doing, as long as they have the funding to keep paying these guys, what you don't want to have happen, like I alluded to earlier in the show, is you don't want them to sell out to TKO. Because that will make it corporate and Sudi, and then it's a nightmare.
Do they do tournaments on the same day for wrestling?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
They want to retire though? I feel like
Yeah, that's wrestling. Yeah, sometimes you have 3-4 matches in a night. Big Buckeye 24. For the newly renamed Big Brown Breakdown, we have everything. I got the graphics today. We got the theme song. We got everything. We're relocating studios. So we're in the same building. We're just going up a floor and much better setup for us. When we moved here, we moved in pretty fast. We look around. That's why the studio, we're changing everything. We know the lay of the land now. The new studio is much better setup. Yeah, I love it. All right, so this is Alien Superior Fast Track to be the absolute GOAT. Submit Spice Mitchell, Jiu-Jitsu Stud, Pizza Emmett, Gales Volk, Gales Holloway, Gales Charles. Other than him taking a couple hard shots, he literally has no weaknesses. Yeah, not that we've seen yet. Is it too early to say right now in this moment, in his prime? He's the best fighter we've ever seen. I think it's reasonable given his resume. No, still has work to do. Let's see how he does against Armin. That's a big one. That's kind of the one hanging over his head right now. Everyone wants to see him versus Armin. I think it's his most toughest fight to date. I think he'll get it done against Gaethje, even though, I'm rooting for my boy Gaethje, but it's a tough one for him. And then I think what would really submit him as the greatest all-time is Islam. So he has some work to do. I can allude to it, but he still has work to do.
But yes, Rick and Islam, I think he's like,
if he beats Islam, there's no debate. But even if he never fought Islam, but he beat Armin, it's up there, man. Cooterlicious. Bro, can you bring back Food Truck Diaries? Pretty pleased with Ring's giant nuts on top. Yeah, we do this all the time. But Food Truck with the gas and all that, now with Showtime, it's a lot, man. I'm already, this show comes out 3 times a week now. I'm trying to do twice a week. I get Golden Hour. I feel like I'm overdoing it on the content. Less is more in a certain aspect. So, if I got more time, I would do it. If for whatever reason, I stopped doing Golden Hour for a kid, then maybe I'd just fine. Between that, I got my TV show right now, I got other stuff, so never say never, but it'd be tough right now. There's a lot of food trucks off the market.
you're someone who wants to see me on it.
Yeah. Cruz_OC. Do you think people, including yourself, put too much stock in Tom Aspinall? You have to bring up strength of schedule, but this doesn't seem as tough or compared with John Jones in a different time. He can't push you when it comes to facing fighters in the prime. Yeah. Also, do you think Aspinall will be able to beat DC's, Steve Bates, Gabe Velasquez? I don't know. I just feel like Aspinall hasn't fully proven himself yet, especially with how good the heavyweight division seems right now. Yeah, he's the king of the Kevin bullshit heavyweight division. Again, if he was born at a certain time period, it's not his fault. But on paper, and then also when you see him compete inside that octagon, his movement and his technique and his athletic abilities, that's why we're so high on top. But unfortunately, he hasn't had a chance to prove that. So we'll see. We'll see how he does against certain guys in Cyril. But even if he beats Cyril God all time, compared to like real heavyweights back in the day, that's not going to do it. If you're going to take like Francis, maybe that one. His issue is he's just fighting at a terrible time to be a heavyweight. There's not the DCs, there's not the John Jones, there's not the Barnetts and the Arlovskis and the Frank Mirs and the Verdues and the Canes and Steve and JDF. The list goes to Travis Brown. The list goes on and on. It's not his fault. So, but causes a lot of problems, but I can't prove it for Dame_624. Do you think Dana adding the Lewis Hogan fight made notice validates what you have been saying about Dana not really being interested in the UFC anymore? I've seen Dana on multiple platforms saying he has had multiple meetings with Trump and his team about the card specifically. It also seems like Trump hasn't seen the card until recently. Agreed. That's no one. I think Trump would have doubts about Derek not being on the card almost immediately. Agreed. Maybe I'm reading too much. The whole situation seems weird. Dana knows Trump's favorite fighter is Derek Lewis. Lewis should have been the first call about the White House. From the way Dana told the story, sounds like Derek was never called until that night. Again, could be wrong. No, I agree. Dana's just not that involved. Yeah, but he's the one who's, I'm not outing him or even, I don't blame him. He made all the money at the UFC to fight at the White House. But the night, Dana or Trump's at UFC 327, he said, hold on, where's Derek Lewis? Let you know, you really haven't got over that. What does Trump know? Fighters on that card. Yeah, don't do it. At Chase Fuller, the Chase Fuller. Patty saying International Fight Week, known as alluded to International Fight Week, could it be? Again, I'm all for it, and I talked about it on the show, I broke it down, but I'm all for it. It makes all the sense. I would have said Patty's going to fight Conor. I didn't think it'd come to this extent, but I just don't know what you do because Conor's not going to fight at 55. If he's at 55, no brainer. This is fight they're going to make. But if Patty beats him, he goes to 170, then he's coming down. What's it really do for Patty's career besides a whole high level fame, beating the unicorn and Conor McGregor? But at 55, and rankings what to do. But again, we're in the UFC 2026, so it doesn't matter. I do think you get Patty versus Conor. I think they're waiting to announce it once more White House news comes out. They don't want to steal the spotlight from that because that's bigger than any fight on the White House card. Okay. Nolio Khan. So this guy's a big fan. Number one fan question. I may be one of your biggest fans straight up. Appreciate you, brother, from the old days when you guys were on Fox to now when you're out here taking over the game. Yeah, we're trying. I don't know you personally. I'm proud of you as a fan of the recent crew with the OGs, obviously with Chin, Callan, OG Nick. But the new Nick is great too. I love Harrington, PDs and wrestling. He says, okay, enough lazy. If you, Bishop, were an MLB athlete, what position do you think you'd play? You're right, pitcher or first base. Yep. But I'm curious if you'd ever consider that as your boys play ball. I grew up playing ball, but boxing was in my blood, so I ended up being my main pursuit. I was always wondering what fight would be the best at certain positions. For example, I think it's going to be a good pitcher, same as Botox. I think guys like these maybe the catcher, the stick. Can you make any comparisons of fighting playing specifically in baseball? Yeah, I think fighting in baseball are very specific talents, and it takes a lot of work. So, just because someone's a good athlete isn't going to make him a good fighter, or isn't going to make him a good baseball player. You're not going to go very far just based off having a fast 40 or a crazy vertical. Like, it takes specific and takes a lot of time and discipline to execute them. So, like, for Maximonti, for instance, what other sport could Maximonti play with his height, his weight, right? He's a little chubby. Football, not a chance. Basketball, not happening. Soccer, not happening. Track, not happening. But he has a specific skill set, his hand-eye coordination, and his glove work, and the 10,000 hours he's put in to hone his craft makes him a very special baseball player. He's one of my favorites. He ain't playing anywhere else. He's just not. Then you get some Bryce Harper, the Utanis of the world, these freak athletes, Dela Cruz, right? Those are athletes that put the work in and become really good at baseball and then become great. So I think baseball and MMA, they're not the best athletes. It takes a lot of discipline to get really, really good. So it's one of the few sports in the world that you can't just show up in because you're a good athlete, you're going to have success. You have to work very, very hard to get good. Fighting, you got to work very, very good. Baseball, you got to work very, very hard to get good. Not to get by and just shoot athletic similarities. Riley.Curtin. Hey, Brendan, this podcast has been a great listen for me over the year. Big UFC UFC fan from Australia. I'm joining the army starting next week. I won't be able to listen for 3 months. Damn, dude, they only listen to podcasts. Any tips or nerves? I'd be greatly appreciated. Tips or nerves, whenever you got nerves, breathe. And what's making you nervous? Probably we can't control that. So try not to assume what's going to happen or assume what you're going to do. Just take it day by day and breathe. Anxiety comes from the unknown, which you can't control. So there's no reason for it. You can't do anything about it. You don't know what's going to happen. Just take it day by day. Don't overthink. And literally just focus on the task at hand to start, and then we'll deal with what else is coming up. But that's when your anxiety and nerves come about. Like you're fighting, your nerves are like, you get knocked out, my gas out. Okay. You know? And there's no saying we fear more in imagination than exact reality. That's where anxiety comes from. It's the unknown. That's it. Yep. Hey kids, thank you for the questions again. If you want your questions read on the next 2 episodes, just submit your questions in the comments below. Put a fan question. Nick and Chin will see them. I will answer them. That's it. I love you guys. I have to go shoot a commercial in LA, so the episode might come out late on Friday, but I'll make sure you guys have one on Friday and one on Sunday. All right? Love you guys. If you see me, can say what's up. Good luck to all the dads this weekend in your baseball tournaments. I got one myself, so good luck. I'm out. Everybody. Well, you're like, yeah, fuck them. Good point. You know, non-Manila Filipinos have to hate Manila Filipinos. Yeah, but they hate white people way more. Like Manny said, yeah. They're the best pool players in the world. Did you know that? You know what I'm telling you? Yeah. Effort Reyes, the greatest pool player, arguably of all time in the Philippines. Manny Pacquiao is one of the most likable guys. Every time I see him on TV, he's singing karaoke for some reason. Every Filipino I've ever met is like super friendly. They're the most friendly, family-oriented people. See how many good things? Yeah. Look at that second title. That's amazing. Who's the first so that's amazing.
Vietnamese.
Yeah.
That's why they put that one.
Had to ruin a moment.
You guys spell it in Filipino. I can't find anything good about fucking Cambodians. The Cambodians.
I'm sorry, honestly, that you ran into a bunch of people that poorly represented Filipino people. But I can't think of, like, if I had to pick like one race that was like almost universally friendly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So
what race are you, by the way? Really like friendly, nice.
But I'll tell you this real quick.
What race are you? What is exactly Hispanic?
Like, okay, because like it gets divided. Okay, my mother's father's back, 100%. That's like the story, okay?
I forgot. I don't like them either.
I don't like that. They're such assholes. No,
forget who.
So like a bunch of different Latin countries.
Well, there's only a few for me. Spanish and Mexican on the mom's side, and Basque, which is like they all Hispanics want to fight each other. That's just fact.
I still do know the t-shirt that I'm not Hispanic, I'm Mexican. I got confused as fuck. It's like, are we micromanaging this shit?
Well, there's Latin title, there's Hispanic, and I'm under the umbrella of Hispanic. I'm not 100% Latin. Like, I'm not 100% South American. My grandfather was that, so I have to be Hispanic. Or someone will correct me, and they'll let me know that I'm not Latin.
Oh, wow, that's so crazy.
All the rules. My dad's Italian.
How many times have you
That question was for
that part's fucking with me, trust me. Yeah, that part in terms of this man is very impressive. It's Italians are crazy people.
Yeah.
They come from a mad monkey people who live on a rock somewhere. That's what they are.
I have more than Italian growing.
I got rid of those when I was young. I cut that off at an early age. It was like, one of these things is not one of the other. I remember that show. They're here too. Yeah, they just swing at you and shit.
They what?
Fucking swing at you.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Not all of them. I'm generalizing.
Right.
The ones who are willing to fuck me at the time of it.
Yeah.
We're all
They are
swinging at me too.
And that's right. Bitches. They are. That's an Italian thing.
Savages. Now, America, look at them there. It's a product. The Italian people. Look, don't get me wrong. They make awesome food. Their cars are pretty.
Yeah.
You know,
Really, really smart.
a lot of great shit about it. I love it. A lot of times. I can't handle it. I'll go around.
Really?
I was asleep and I was having a bad dream and I swung and I didn't realize that I was swinging in real life and I touched the stomach and it was really painful and I started and I felt so wrong.
Just in the stomach? Was it?
I just punched.
A girl hits you as hard as in the stomach. Oh, you know, how hard would that be from a laying position? Do you lie about it?
I have no idea.
What kind of ferocious sound do you have? What's this doing? I'm gonna sign you up. So you ground and pounded him with like some sort of a ridge hand type?
I think I actually kind of like came around and down.
I doubt you did.
I have no idea. How it came.
I would tell you, based on what I know about the human body, that would be happening.
All I know is that I felt my fist hit his stomach and I woke up and his eyes were like popping out of his head and I was like, oh shit.
Did you get turned on by the moment? Like, shit just went crazy? Just to go out of nowhere, bitch, turn it. Oh my god, I can't believe I thought I was dreaming and then it came. So crazy. I was in that dream-like state in the morning. When you wake up, you have to pay. Just wailed right in the liver.
If he had broken up with me, I would have understood. I looked at his face.
You would have understood. Oh my god.
Totally, like, this relationship's done.
What did he say?
Well, he didn't say that much.
This guy sounds like a real push.
He, like, didn't say anything.
Sounds like a real tool. The first thing he said was he's super nice. Like, what kind of douchebag is this guy? What is he, Mr. Polite? Just goes around thanking people for nothing? Thank you. Oh, hello, good day. How are you? Please don't punch me in the stomach. I'm trying to get some sleep.
Oh shit. size. That translates to small freckle cock. Hey, anybody else hungry? How many times did that stand up? Fourth. Okay. Sorry. How long have you been doing it? I have a question. I'm sorry. Oh, wow. Is it hard to do?
Yeah. If it's not a martial horror show, then I should get on a mic.
Did you start in LA? Well,
Logical, but not this smart.
you can make us laugh for sure. You'll get better at it. Just do you record yourself? That's one of the best tools. Record your sets, focus to it. And it's hard to be critical. You have to like it and then figure out the noise. Like, you want to hate those old recordings. It's really important. Recording yourself is usually important. Being like really critical of your sets. But you got the most important part. You make it laugh.
Yeah. Melanie Baldonado, everybody. She's on Twitter at Melanie B Comedy. Thank you so much, Melanie. Oh, that Filipino.
I feel like a reverse Simon Cowell.
It's like it's a sign even actually help people that it is being British.
Oh, yeah, no. That was the worst British accent. Yeah. You know, we're going red man too long. He's starting to fuck with your head, son. You gotta cleanse yourself up. Hey, you need to drink spring water. Go on a walk. Spring water? Fucking head, son.
I love it. Is there a, I get it. Piers Morgan. Am I right? Is Simon English, right?
Yeah, Piers Morgan is the guy that used to be on CNN that used to do the uncomfortable interviews. And then Simon is the guy who's on American Idol that mostly thinks so.
Yeah. It's a lot of the American jobs.
It's fascinating with
It's kind of like American Idol.
with a British accent, though.
CNN, that's America's News, and American Idol. Oh, hey, welcome to America. It's like it doesn't make any sense.
It's not the same show.
But I mean, I'm saying that's even crazier. Yeah.
CNN is another show.
Why are all the American red, white, and blue shows being hosted by English guys? It's like
Helicopters. Nations at sleep right now. In the time of Rotterdam, what's the world doing? What is going down? What helicopters trying to get you?
what makes
The alien babies, the plans, the NSA, the documents,
I can already
trails. Bigfoot was a CIA implant. They put him in the desert to lure out susceptible hikers.
I didn't know about any of this. I didn't know black helicopters were a thing until right now.
It's very important to know. You gotta protect yourself from the chemtrails.
That would be
all cotton.
chemtrail absorbing.
All cotton will absorb the chemtrails. That nylon stuff, it just slides right off you and into your pants.
Let's get another comedian up here, everybody. He goes by the name of Brad Sachs.
My guy, sorry about that. I always want to get a first line license plate on my car. You know, where you get it from your plate when it's wrong and wrong with this plate. I was in this fucking boy killing that big string on the plate. My very next officer. You might as well put kid in trouble. It's the same thing. Everybody going to me, and they do it so many times after a while. That's happening to me right now. There's this guy that always calls me Russell, and my name's Brad. And he's always excited. He's like, hey, Russell, come here, Russell. Good to see you, Russell. Over here, Russell. Sit down, Russell. Dude, just call me Russ. It's cool. It's awesome.
Yeah, I probably could.
Both are important, man. Everybody's love for you. Make it a little bit. He's trying to make it zero, Dominic. You got 3 seconds to kill. She was great. And then perfect. True silent professional.
Now, Brad, we talked before, and you mentioned in a couple minutes that you have a wife. We haven't seen you in a few months. How's that been going?
We're still together. Yeah, we're still together. Actually, have big news.
Oh, what's the big news?
We are having a child.
Whoa!
No. She's having a shit.
I saw that on your podcast. All right, wait one time.
What is setting something up?
Wait a second, OH. You, in the time we saw you the last 2 times, you were talking about how you don't think you want to get married. Yeah, like, did she listen to any of this?
No.
Why you're having a baby, or I mean?
No. I actually after doing the shows, I kind of really thought about it. You know, I thought about it.
Wow. Here right now, like, what's going on?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if this is a bit.
No, he was talking about on just a month ago about how he doesn't want to get married.
This was like I like it when shit changes in a couple of days. I like we have to do with this show. It's like we have to do it in a minute of comedy. I got a lot of time on my hands. Maybe I'll have a baby. Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Brad Sachs. There's going to be a Mrs. Sachs, and it's because of our sack.
Yeah.
You just knocked her up. Now you don't have a choice.
No choice.
How does she feel about being a Mrs. Sachs? I mean, your name is really Sachs. As in ball sack. So those of you that aren't completely getting.
Let me ask you this, Russell.
Yes, sir.
It's a callback for great things.
Wow, Brad, how far along is she?
I got literally 3 weeks to a month, and she's gonna deliver a baby girl.
Wow.
Yep.
Wait a second, it's a bunch away?
It's been that long since I was on the show.
Oh my God. She's at 8 months?
Yes, so I need to try all the beginning, what does that do?
Let me ask you this. Do you think the baby is going to take on your look at all, that Ghostbusters 2 bad guy? Oh, Beagle! What do you have going on?
It's possible.
Beagle, come alive, Beagle!
You have the face of a comedian, sir. Don't let him fuck with you.
Of course, definitely. No, he definitely is the face of a comedian. Brad knows what's up. Congratulations. Your daughter is going to be a funny guy, Brad. And hopefully that changes.
Really pregnant. You get a judge. Stranger things about it.
It's been 8 months.
That's crazy. I'm trying to tell you how long this has been on the show. I'm having a fucking baby. That's how long it's been.
Brad, congratulations.
Thank you.
What are you going to do? What's the biggest change that you've made since finding out that there's going to be a new Sachs?
The biggest change is I've been eating a lot more medical cannabis since I got. No, I'm just kidding. I started to save more money for since.
Wait, were you really kidding, or was that the
I do both.
Well, then next time, don't do the laugh and say I was kidding. Follow through with it.
I got a groan here.
Oh, whatever. You gave up on it. You just, the changes that happen from things that you can do now that you're living in all that crazy shit.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So have fun with it. I can't believe I didn't know that you're having a baby.
Yeah.
Who's the godfather of the baby? No, I'm kidding. I don't want to be a godfather. I wouldn't even know what that has to do with it. I just heard the music and I thought it'd be a funny place to go. But Brad, I'm going to get another comedian up here. Thank you so much. Brad Sachs. He's on Twitter at Brad Sachs. SACHS for you listeners out there following along. Oh, how fun. Should we get one more?
Let's do one more.
All right. Normally we would move on to our two lovely regulars, but instead we're going to pull one more name. Traveled so far.
You guys are a great crowd, by the way.
Heck yeah, you are. We're going to have your next comedian. It's Dennis Wilson.
Once murder right across the detectives came out and blew a truck around the body. So it was like hopscotch. Almost got arrested for identity theft of a horrible criminal. I thought identity theft is all right as long as I'm going to. I thought a Cadillac had no problem. And I apparently like people bought Cadillacs. The next day, they called police. I guess black people bought Cadillacs.
Good to see you back, man. I've been out fascinated.
How long did you get for that? 4 years. So 4 years. When you're back 4 years.
Yeah, I am a good human. I just came back. I came back in 2018. And I left it. I take how long I left it, so I got a job. And we got the race. Oh, wow. That's old school. I did that because I wanted to break silver so bad. God damn, I love that car. Yeah, you were the only dude I knew had one. Should have kept that fucking thing. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the car. I love Chevy Ray.
Yeah. Great rocks. The true great rock.
He's not either. That's the beautiful thing about him. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. He's funny, right? First of all, I love you. I wish you the best. Thank you for taking care of your daughter. It's not your wife. There's nothing funny I can say. Just good luck. That's precious. God, you got big fucking hands. You can file a bed score, right? Oh, shit.
Yeah, Dennis Wilson. All right. I love it. He's on Twitter at DJ. He's on Twitter at DJ Sunset BLVD. DJ Sunset Boulevard.
You know what? Let's do another quick one.
Let's do it. We got in and out with him quick though. It's not got one more.
That's the way to do it, right?
Put your hands in the way, but
That's the way to do it, right?
yeah.
Hard practice.
Yeah.
No
you signed up as?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What chance you have for breaking bullets, everybody?
So I started off my university money presents me with my own. Now that I've been on both sides, I understand. Having a stepchild, loving your stepchild, it's like loving your community. Someday else, you go to the doctor, and doctor's like, you know, like, woman's like, you better just act like it. Yeah. Plus, your stepkids, they don't smell like the real kids. They don't smell like the real kids. They smell like turkey bacon. I'm just saying it's been good saying that you go kiss them goodbye. And they're going to salt. Yeah, I got 3 bullets. Good job, buddy.
Heck yeah.
Thank you. Wait, have you been on stage? Just kidding. I knew it.
Wow.
First time, guys.
First time? Wow, that was really good. That's really good, man. For a first time, that's very impressive.
That's awesome.
I support that. What you did was it's the art of saying fucked up shit to get a laugh. And it's art, you know, and you gotta know whether there's a real legit psychopath or saying something fucked up because it's funny. And there's a fine line there you walk in. You never know. But like some of my favorite comedians ever that made that art of saying fucked up shit. Like, you know, the guy doesn't really mean most of the shit he's saying, but it's fucked up shit. And people, like, it's a real problem when people would take something that you would say at full face value and say, well, these are statements he's made. Right? You're probably a very nice guy. Right? So you just try to say fucked up shit. Right?
How long did you prepare that minute? Did you know that you wanted to come here to start, or like, were you gonna?
No, I had actually given a concept that I did for a while. It was actually a lot more delicious than it was chocolate. It was about 6 weeks.
So dark. It's funny, but I'm like, oh shit, they don't smell like your kids. I'm like, oh, that's so funny. Oh,
Chicken. You know what's right?
so true. It's funny, man. It's funny, dude. It's dark. I'm on a date.
It's hilarious. You know, I'm sorry. On the last Thunder Pussy, you yelled that out as a topic too. Who was the first? Yeah, Jimmy. It was hilarious. Congratulations, man, for your first time. We got.
Yeah, that was very, very good. Good job.
Is it all brick and bullets? Is that right? Bricks and bullets.
Especially for such a dark subject, man. That was really good.
Don, what do you got for bricks and bullets?
I honestly think that it was amazing for the first time on stage. I mean, I know the Indian theater around, which doesn't have a stage, but I gotta hand it to you. For me, it's like I would have thought it was your second time on stage. Come on, I had to come in with a zip. What's good? You're so much nicer than me. I realize that kinder and gentle. I'm sorry. I don't know. But it's funny, keep digging out.
Bricks and bullets, congratulations, man. That's so much fun. He's on Twitter at Bricks and Bullets, popping his Kill Tony Cherry.
It is certainly available on your mom's house podcast.
No bullshit, because it could go horribly wrong for him at any moment from here on for the rest of his comedy career. But that's a stellar start.
Is that
as far as like starting?
Did you start off dirty right away? I started off dirty right away.
Oh,
Yeah. Nobody you really influenced that, and it was just dirty.
Well, I think that when you start now, man, you don't know anything else. I mean, you you know about like fingering each other and shit? You're 20 years old. What the fuck do you know? You don't know shit. But you go up there and tell people about life. Bitch, shut the fuck up. You're 20 years old. But if you're 20 years old, you got a crazy blowjob joke. People will laugh. And like, you don't have anything else that's really relevant to talk about other than like dirty shit.
I felt like my first set though, I had to go
Dirty and as extreme as possible. Just because
I wasn't influenced by, as much as I was influenced by other guys who were in Boston and talent. Really, like the companies they're trying to win. A lot of guys trying to win. So I was really insecure about getting dirty jokes. So I probably tried to morph my act into something that other people liked a little bit. I don't know how long I did that for. But like even in like my second year, I was still trying.
so when you say when people say like when you're dirty, you're
I figured out a long time ago that those are people that I don't want to talk to. So I just go whatever, saying bad words and talking about real shit, and somehow or another it's out of the intellectual reach. What is it? So it's the place where you don't know it's dirty. Why? Because Disco said so. You're selling crackers on the Tonight Show. You do goofy fuck.
Because it's easier, it's harder to be brilliant dirty, like Rothschild'S or something like that, because you think, fuck it. You know, like anybody can be a business one that can make it really incredible. Like, you know Rothschild'S? Yeah. Fucking dirty jokes ever.
I never saw that.
He was a sweetheart.
You know, my favorite thing is a black dirty comment because anything they say, you're like a pussy.
That pussy was funky. Oh, baby, I love mama. You got a word in that word.
At the end of every episode of the show, it's every time. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's my favorite. Why did I get it? How does it go? You don't remember? I actually remember. Seven.
About, it's like, I don't know. How do I guys do your bit? These setups without punchlines? I was at the bus stop that day. The bus didn't come. Why didn't go on the motherfucking bus stop when the bus ain't even stopped? What's up with that? Venus line comes in. Like you can do it at the restaurant. I said to the waiter, bitch, oh, you motherfucker with your papa, the cup of coffee. She bring me 7 sugar. 7 sugar. 7 sugar. 7 sugar. What she trying to give me? Dial because I'm gonna call up the police on that bitch. Joey Leaders and I'll be here next weekend.
To close out every episode of this show, do a new minute every single week. Now, this is actually their second minute this week. So we get to watch them create, and it goes out there, and they're constantly working and writing on that level. And a minute a week, or at least trying to. They're pushing it that hard.
Almost have an hour worth of material because they've done a minute every single week.
Right.
Don't talk to them.
Coming up first tonight out of the two, she went on stage for the first time, much like a couple of guys did tonight, right here on for the first time. And that was many, many weeks ago. She did University of Florida and stayed out here and said, I'm going to keep doing stand-up.
So she just graduated classes away.
And here she is, the college dropout, and Kill Tony Queen and Kimberly Condon, everybody. Kim Condon, everybody, come on!
Hey guys, I'm from Compton. I read the other day that a guy went to prison for 4 years for leaving his child in the car, in a really hot car. Way to judge the car on its looks. Great.
changing style. I don't know how many of you listen to Kill Tony, but I've been listening to her for 50 some weeks, and she's never been a one-liner comedian. What's up with this little test?
I was just trying it. When we tried one-liners,
It's interesting. Weird image of it. She was two real natural comedians on the show, and with one-liners.
That's okay, right?
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's very, I just find it interesting.
It's very interesting you do it a whole minute a week. What is that? How challenging is it?
It's really hard. It's really hard because when I go to open mics, I also want to work on my material that I'm going to show. And not in the minute that I have to do this extra real everything.
How much time do you usually get at open mics?
I do 2 a night during the weekdays. Hey guys.
It's weird enough.
What's up?
And all the time. Stuff that you've worked on is all talking about real stuff.
Take those jokes and
Oh yeah. Say one of them again. Quickest one.
in the school shooting. I never hired a photographer outside. You know me, dog. School. Well, I'm from North Bergen, New Jersey. We know how to hide in the bushes. Let's keep going. It'll be fun.
Yeah, you
You'd be like, what? That's school. Shall we laugh at the school shooting?
I just
We just can talk about anything in there. That's funny. Come on, it's playing shooting the lead school.
It's great. I feel like we just had a good point of, what you want to do is you just want to let it rip.
No, listen, I don't think you did anything wrong. You're doing a minute a week. It's fucking hard. Some of those jokes aren't good. I would go back to normal stuff. We're making some more. So it always is. But if you're making
Nobody else is talking about you. It's on the Hollywood in no time.
It's great for a Barnes company. You can do it. I'll sit on these left, watch President. No. Hello. Hi.
because I'm just thinking kind of story where it's not naturally and I'm just talking about, crazy girl.
See, that feels real to me when you say that.
I know.
It's like I feel like
You're actually going to give surgery to a piece of plastic. However, you being a crazy girl totally understand in a heartbeat.
They're giving you a hard time.
a year, right? A little bit over a year. There you go.
Do you take all that stuff and go over it? Like money?
I'm just starting to learn. I record every set. I'll start and then I'll start training.
Yeah.
For a company.
You gotta treat it.
I knew that was coming. It was like watching a drunk friend get knocked out. Oh, shit. Jesus, what did you think about that?
I don't talk about it. Oh, there you go. That was a callback to BC right there. Kimberly, that was very fun. What do you think about this one-liner thing? You gonna keep rocking it, or
I might try to
try different things out?
Switch it up. You can do a little. Do whatever you want.
It'd be fun to see you do a minute of crowd work sometime. That might be fun.
I was gonna do that last week, but I
You're just trying to steal my idea. Anyway. Kimberly Collins, she did it again. Live from the Ice House for the very first time on Kill Tony. And the other regular and your final comedian of the night, another one of our regulars and favorites. She is a regular on Kill Tony and the Dysentery podcast. Very funny, goofy, sensitive. You usually take something small, a topic, and blows it up into big proportions. And you always do the funny.
I feel like coffee table should just be called. Are you serious? You could not be serious. Like, hey, that table over there.
Anything that's smashing matches with things that you don't like.
Coffee table. Let's play coffee table.
US Open, my first serve hit a plane, causing it to go tragically off course and get a bit.
Some people's coffee tables have more than a coffee table.
My second serve wasn't open.
Who has enough coffee to make it through an entire book?
My mother gave me a little.
Coffee table books are really just picture books. And who the fuck is letting their kids drink coffee?
Yeah, 55 seconds of coffee table. Many people were wondering. Last week it was corn on the cob holders. The week before that, everything's beginning with C lately. Crock pot, corn on the cob, coffee table.
Oh, coffee table.
It's a frustrating one.
Yeah.
You know, one thing that I thought of that I think might be able to actually help that in a way is redefining it for people that might not have the clear vision of what exactly that is. I feel like well, that's a short in height table, normally in front of the couch type of thing, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're all picturing something different, then that's my point exactly, is what I'm saying.
When you get kind of like twice on that shit.
Dude, it was a lot of coffee.
It was like, what is this bitch talking about?
Well, no,
Like sometimes it's important to not have like not make things to spell out
right?
vegetables.
Yeah. If everybody knew what she was saying, then I get it, but I just don't know.
Commenting on this because I take it very personally. Because my grandfather died of I know it's a big joke to you.
I'm just killed by a Cambodia. Obviously,
He's reading a book about
trying to figure out what this.
Cambodians who moved to Manila. Ordinarily, I think you definitely would be right. But I think a coffee table is such a common reference that it would be totally unnecessary to waste extra seconds.
Yeah, that's like saying you don't know what a living room is.
Yeah, see, it's a little silly.
Well,
But if it, yeah, I believe it.
why would the kid get coffee? How would he know?
The pictures
It's a picture book. It's for little kids. People reach it.
Gotcha.
Famous.
Yeah, now I'm all caught up. A picture book is worth 1,000 words.
It's hard to do, right? You do the same thing, right? A whole subject one way. I know you guys are laughing, but as comics, Richard Jennings was a guy who I don't think gets nearly enough credit. He unfortunately killed himself a couple years back. He suffered from depression, but he was a great comedian. Yeah. I saw him in the 80s, late 80s, the early 90s. The comics would go, so like where he wants to sit in the back row and watch him. And one of the things he was awesome at, it was a bit like on Jaws. He followed that fucking thing down and you were flying by the end of it. Just see, and what you did is kind of what you're trying to do is kind of similar in a way. Yeah, but you're doing out of it. Yeah, you're getting by choosing a subject that really is make this big thing and create a thing out of it. You'll set like a thing going off in a person's mind where you're taking them on a little journey. So instead of like a one, which is also great, Mitch Hedberg is one of my all-time favorites. But the type of comedy that like Richard Jennings did, or Chappelle does, big and all, Jesus, acting and stuff. All this comedy happening while you're there, it almost seems like more special as it's happening. So what you do is, I think the most difficult way, it always means the best to me that I watch. You're so old school. Yeah. Well, I had four photos of one of the ones is that was, no matter how much I practiced tennis, I realized I don't want to go to because someone said, do you want a frozen banana? I said, no, but I want a regular banana later. So, yes. That is just, I used to do drugs. I still do. I like the UPS truck dealer. He does not know it.
Crazy. One-liner. Hey, 3 one-liners right there. Just to start this one.
It was a rare cat. It was very unique. It was very uniquely him. You know, how about the name Doubletree? You'd be very loud.
Every week you are very negative, and you tried one week to be really the exact opposite. Have you tried that again? Have you tried mixing it up? Because I mean, I just want to know what a 15-minute set for you is. It feels like I would just want to kill myself after the end. You just seem to be attacking everything.
Well, no, because even my positive set, I didn't understand what I like was really negative.
Right.
So, like, for me, if I feel fiery about something, then I'm excited to talk about it. Talking to people. Like, that's what excites me, which is kind of crazy, but, like, I don't really see myself, like, talking about rainbows and, like, family.
Yeah, but do you take all these random objects that you hate, like crock-pots and tacos and stuff,
and join them
together?
That's unholy mix.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's what I'm having trouble with, but I've been, like, trying to segment out which, like, food sections go together, because I have so much food. So I'm like, okay, we have a poultry corner over here. Cool. You have, like,
Are you doing the robot?
yeah. I don't know. Cover my hands. I'm working on it. I mean,
All right, well, hopefully at Comic-Con this year, you're going to be doing, hopefully, I think we're going to do 3 to 5 minute sets, so that you and Kim, so that'll be good to see.
How long have you been doing comedy?
3 years.
How long have you done?
I try to get up.
It's like you're doing it a very difficult way. To do it on the internet every week, it's very both you guys very brave. And you know, you can, but that kind of style you're doing is attacking things at coffee tables. It's hilarious. The more ridiculous you get, you just gotta get real ridiculous.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where the people will catch on with your cadence and your timing and your style as the years go on. You know what I mean? So if you just keep stockpiling stuff the way that you do on specific topics, by the time you pop, you're going to be able to kick out a crazy amount of stuff.
Yeah, because you can fuck everything. You right. Fuck tricycles. I'm tired of tricycles.
And then your audience knows your style. Tricycle. What's fucking next? Oh, you know what really hurts me? Love seats. Nobody's loving on them. Am I right?
This is Swear Garden and Sarah Wineshank.
And Shin Condon's great too. I mean, these girls are fucking knocking it out, you know what I mean? And makes me very happy.
It's interesting what she said about coffee tables when you were walking around. It was much more than you did it in your act. When you did it in your act like you think this is funny. When you said, you know, what the fuck's up with coffee tables? I mean, even that is like so ridiculous. What's that?
Well, the more I said it,
Well, it was real.
Committed more to it because you were like, you know, it's like.
I respect him so much.
Where's that bear? Where's the bear?
No, she's totally making sense. Yeah. She's totally making sense. It's hard. It's hard as fuck. Wait, what were you talking about? She's talking about coffee tables.
Yeah. It's like,
Sarah Wineshank, thank you so much. That was Kimberly Condon and Sarah Wineshank. Get on Twitter and Kimberly Condon and Sarah's at Princess Shank, SHENK.
Just one of them. I just like the idea of an investment in something that is so trite and meaningless. Like, how it is from today's world. Fucking coffee tables really good. You know what I mean? Like, to take it from like anything so ridiculous important. I think so much keep going.
Imagine how funny she must be, like, sometimes not even in a coffee club with you. If she's a guest at somebody's house, guess what's going to be there? A coffee table, a crock pot, one of the coffees, poultry. I've seen her talk about so many different things. At least 20 of them food.
Can you imagine dating her now? Dating her and she's just going off on you about everything that you're doing.
Listening up and dating. You know fucking thing.
Well, guys, we did kill Tony. Joe Rogan, Rabbi, thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for being on. So much fun. Dom, as always, a blast. Dom, I heard you.
That number live factor. He was on a couple of episodes. It's great.
Yeah. We both.
Brian told someone else on there all the time. It was a classic episode in my office.
Yeah, we've all been on it. You're at Dom Herrera on Twitter. Joe Rogan.
I love you, Don. You're one of my favorite comedians, and I'm glad that you made it up anyway.
Yeah,
You need to get a GPS.
I just want to say that Tom Herrera became my friend when I was a scrub, and he was super cool to me way back in the day. I paid to see Tom Herrera before I ever did comedy. So becoming friends with her, like when I was just starting out, was like one of the coolest things that ever happened.
I totally agree. You did the same time.
Somebody knows something.
I didn't want to say anything, but there's a Cambodian right behind you. Jesus Christ, everything is on Twitter and Kevin lied. He was the Patriot tonight. Live audience, Pasadena. We did it. We made history. This is the first Cambodian in Pasadena.
Josh Martin, you can find him on Twitter, Josh Martin Comics. You guys are going to be at Comic-Con 2014, July 23rd and 24th at the American Comedy Co. You want to thank our sponsor,
Square, the thirst quencher. How you guys doing tonight? What's up? So many comedians there that ignored that question because they hear it so often. Comedians, how are you guys doing tonight? So proud, so much energy. We have a new sponsor, everybody. That's right. We'd like to officially re-announce that our newest sponsor is Diet Squirt. Since 1938. The caffeine-free thirst quencher. So Diet Squirt, we appreciate you guys. It's less than 1% juice. No calories. It's true. juice. No calories. Squirt. A refreshing beverage since 1938. Shuffling going around. Who's having a wonderful Monday so far? I'll tell you, I am. It's a great Monday for me. I had a crazy job offer happen that the 12-year-old me would love for me to take. I can't talk about it. Just that's going to be something in future episodes that I'm going to talk about. Is the job opportunity that I'm hinting at today.
All right, now you have already told me about this, but all right, because you talk about it now. All right,
we're going to say that it's going to be great. Yes, great job offer from KinderCare, the good makers of KinderCare. Goes delicious with a diet Sprite.
Squirt at a Kinder.
Oh yes, diet Squirt. We do not like Sprite. Fuck, we probably just lost them.
You just lost Squirt. We've had it for 2 episodes.
Oh my god. Yeah, so we just wanted to let you know,
well, I tell you what, you can't do a Sprite. You can't mix it with tequila and make a margarita. Instant.
You told me this last week and I almost threw up in my mouth. Margarita made of Squirt. Yeah. You really? I drink that. By round of applause. There you go, Brian. There you go. Just to let you know, like your living.
No, I mean, like really, it's if you mix drinks a lot, like myself, you get sick of something. I'm sick of Jack and Coke. I went to 7 and 7s for a while. I went to turkey and ginger. And then I got into tequila, and there's not really much you can do with tequila except, maybe make a margarita out of it or take a press out of it.
Your Mexican friends did not tell you that.
It's a 4-person margarita. It's what they said. It does the job. You can mix it with tequila. It tastes great. We could actually do it today if you wanted to. We could have Josh get us some Patron.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I do love without tequila. Anyway, crazy Monday here, guys. You guys know what we do. We always have a bunch of comedians come on, and I do a minute and some of the future comedians of the world and the universe, some of our favorite rising comics. Sometimes it's a brand new person that happened, and I always have 2 amazing guests that come on and talk with the newer comedians, and it's always fun. But as well, we always have every week a brand new head of security to keep us safe here on the stage. This is this guy's second job keeping us safe. Put your hands together for Autistic Thunder, Josh Hirowitz, aka the Autistic Patriot.
Can you imagine if like an Iron Patriot really did do that? He just like killed all his enemies and then apologized.
It is true. The Autistic Patriot gives more apologies than any other superhero. You're really filling that suit out, huh? I think you're the first one to not have a lot of extra slack. That is fun. What diet is that? It's not really exciting. Do you hear your shoes squeaking when you do that? Yeah. Yeah, don't do that anymore. It's very annoying. Back to you, Diane. The sound of shoes squeaking.
Are you really on a diet? Like Weight Watchers?
This sounds like a guy that has no diet plan whatsoever. Just one step at a time. I leave a couple bites of the In-N-Out burger that I ate daily.
Do you matter or do you just eat a lot?
What did you eat today? Tell the truth, by the way. It's going to be much funnier. Oh, yeah. Really? Oh my goodness. Well, it seems like maybe you are sticking to your diet. Now I sort of feel bad for you.
But next time you have a salad like that, though, put the dressing on the side and dip your fork into it instead of pouring it on top of your salad. It would save about half the calories.
Yeah. Do you monster salad? There's a little picture in your mind for all of you.
Have you ever tried to suck your own dick? Were you? Could you at least nibble on your bush?
Well, since you said that in the singular, I'm guessing you have about one.
Just one big pube.
You know, to this very day,